bona fide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy, in the TSP soundproof booth located today in the pop-up studio set at the base of the Towers lift at Falls Creek in the Victorian snowfields. A very keen group of Probe-sters has gathered to scan the merchandise the golden guy has on offer today and have a bit of a ski down the piste later on. It's going to be tremendous morning, afternoon, evening there on the slopes. Après ski with the golden guy. I mean, he really does come into his own when he packs up the pop-up studio and slips on up to one of the many bars in the Falls Creek area and entertains with a few discs, tales of being the golden guy, etc. It's a night out, really, for the whole family. You know, imagine Grant Denyer doing Family Feud, and you've got the idea all crammed into one person. It's just great. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. What a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Now, residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stillage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects. I mean, did you get involved midweek with the Coffs Cup? I'm talking Coffs Harbour Cup for 2018. I think it might have been Thursday. Great result. Glitcher saluted it at odds, and it's the first of the big rural and regional stints that kicks open the doors of the new racing year. I love the August the 1st. Because I know it's the horse's birthday, and then not long after, I'm heading up to Coffs, up the extension of the Black Snake, as I call it, and straight into Coffs, and usually get an early winner up in a rural and regional cup. Now, and Winx lovers, still with the track issues, I tipped you into a bum steer last week suggesting the superstar was back this weekend. Obviously, yesterday might have been a day. Sadly, that's not the case, as anybody with common sense. It was a brain explosion. You know, the pressure that I work under with Roy here at the coalface to the Probe, so many issues coming in and out. I mean, it's easy to get things wrong. The big Winx day is August the 18th. But I still have a mind that Winx will be running in the Winx Stakes or some confection like that. If it loses, there'll have to be a steward's inquiry for mind and a bit of a probe. Maybe the Federal Minister of Sport, the lady with boom boom on her mind. I'll have to get involved. Anyway, let's cut to the chase and lock horns with a man who this week made good on a commitment to the Blinken Knights of Balaclava and the greyhound racing community of Macau when he pushed through the $1 million dog concept, which will see Australian cast of the fast line up for their chance to savage 500,000 large tacked to a squealing lure in, wait for it, the world's richest dog race. I mean, here was a whole industry set for the bullet and the burial ceremony. That's just a couple of years ago. And now the world's richest dog race. I'm not sure how many countries in the world have greyhound racing as we understand it. I mean, there's lots of races involving dogs, I understand that. But greyhound racing as we understand it might be a handful. And in a lot of places, it's losing its charm. Hard to know why, but it's losing its charm. But this has really reinvigorated the whole dog racing community, greyhounds, dish licking, all that sort of stuff, the feed, the vacant box 8, all that sort of stuff. I hate a vacant box. I mean, what's wrong with them? Why don't they fill them all up and let them run? Anyway, this is the breakthrough the dish licking world has been pushing for over 5 decades, and the elegant genius of this man's proposal is that the $1 million large won't come from the public purse, but from a pool of uncollected winnings at the TAB. From the money that punters who've left their hard-earned in the till at the TAB they're forgetful idiots and they've forgotten simply to take it out. Talk about victims of the punt. I mean, I put, a box trifecta on last night. I won 200,000, but, couldn't I bothered going down to get it? I don't think so. I mean, did I really win? I couldn't have won that much, could I? No, it's implausible. The results must be wrong. I might go back to bed. It's an elegant and simple idea. That man with the big ideas, and he's Australia's #1 lure driver, and people think it's easy driving a lure. all you have to do is keep in front of the lead dog. But that's bloody difficult because those dogs, they're cunning as, I was going to say shit-house rats, but I can't say that. Anyway, they're really, really tricky bastards, and they'll savage a lure if you give them a chance. But this bloke keeps the lure just ahead of him. And often the lure, he puts on something funny like a carrot sometimes just to fool them. Other times it might be a bit of seaweed, just, with a sniff, a waft of mince. That's enough to get him going. Anyway, it's Rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion to extend the metaphor simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless eye this week, mate?
Yes, thank you very, very, very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week to be an Australian who never travels. Because, let's face it, why would you?
Exactly. Why would you?
Why would you? We live in the finest. I don't have to go on. You know where I'm coming from. Travel. I often see people at airports leaving Australia, and I feel sorry for them, especially Aussies who are travelling overseas. It's just a passport to disappointment. That's all it is. Stay at home. That's where the fun lies.
And people who are leaving to go home, like back to England.
Well, good luck to them.
Yeah. I wish them well.
Yeah, I wish them well. Yeah. Lovely to see the back of your head, dude. Now, is the crisis in football officiating spreading from the rugby league to the AFL? Certainly Hawks fans think so. Ripped off, it would seem. And we might unpack the crisis in football officiating a little bit later on. It is a crisis. Now, 5 new immortals have been named. This is rugby league immortals. That's Dally, Frank, Dave, Norm and Mal. We might get to unpack Dave and Norm a little bit. I think we were okay with Dally and Mal. No, it's Frank, Dave and Norm that I think we need to unpack to refresh people's minds, because a lot of young people don't remember what rugby league was like before the war. Don't know why. I don't know what's being taught in schools these days, but that's another box to unpack. And it's a vast box, let me tell you. Bill Shorten, remember him? He's called for a National Sports Anti-Corruption Commission. Not before time.
Are there grubs out there, Alan, getting away with murder?
I think there are grubs out there. I think there are grubs lurking everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's a grub trying to take advantage of genuine Aussies who just like to bet. Now, calls for a Sports Integrity Commission. I don't see any problems with this. I think the Sports Integrity Commission could be finger in glove with the Sports Anti-Corruption Commission. I think if the channels of communication are open between those two august organisations, we might start to lift the carpet, lift the rug on where those grubs are hiding. And if you know where there is a grub, I'm sure you do, get in touch with the Sports Anti-Corruption Commission or the Sports Integrity Commission, or both. Now, there's calls for the Australian Institute of Sport to be given a makeover. I agree with this. I think it's become a disgrace. The AIS. Remember, the AIS used to focus on just about 8 sports. Now it's about 400 sports, too many. We've got to weed out those sports we're not good at and just focus on those sports that we are good at. The sports we are good at, we've got to be determined. This has got to be determined by the national conversation. And this conversation if you've got any submissions to make to this national conversation about what sports should be focused upon at the Australian Institute of Sport, get in touch with the National Sports Anti-Corruption Commission and the Sports Integrity Commission, and just let them know that you've run this past us, that is HG myself, to get endorsement there. Now, the Matildas go through the Tournament of Nations undefeated. I've never been prouder. Absolute champions. Sam Kerr, best player in the world. Not that this is acknowledged by the world, it's not. And if you feel that Sam Kerr is being somehow prejudiced against by overseas, in particular overseas sporting arms, just get in touch with the Sports Anti-Corruption Commission or the Sports Integrity Commission. Now, Ricciardo.
Yes.
Ricciardo signs up with Renault. Now, this is either a masterstroke or an absolute act of an idiot. History will determine this, of course. I've always liked Ricciardo, very much so. I regard him as a very good friend. But I think the advice he's been given is unsound. Can I just say that? Special K's hip trouble may see him out of the US Open.
Oh, no.
I think a lot of fans would be happy with that. A lot of fans are getting a little bit sick of Special K's antics. I mean, it's all well and good to show off, but we want to see results, Special K. And it's not often we get a chance to refer to the Big Easy on this program. That's Ernie Els. The Big Easy. Well, the Big Easy is back in the news because the Big Easy is on course to win the Fiji Open. How must VJ Singh feel, eh? Hey, make of that what you will.
Yes, it's the Love Probe Revolution here for 2018 with Roy and HG. Now, the horse's birthday, Roy, on Wednesday, produced an avalanche of correspondence for the King, and we had terrific response to a simple, happy birthday, King.
Yeah.
People really did get involved. I know, for instance, people reminded you particularly about the King hating the league because of ball handling issues. Which
he couldn't control a ball, He couldn't catch a ball.
It was embarrassing, wasn't it? I mean, he went out a number of times, tried, put the jumper on and the shorts and looked pretty good.
That's right.
Certainly looked professional.
Yeah.
And then when it came to handling, just a simple thing like a pass.
Yeah.
Not a hope. Kicking, he wasn't too bad.
No,
Martin reminded us of that. I was taken by Damien, thought that he'd love to see a match race between the King and the Queen, open brackets, Winks, close brackets, which is a fascinating thing. He's got the figures which have Rooting King beating the Queen by a long neck over 1.25 miles old speak. Now, that's Damien's a knowledgeable horse person who's able to assess these things in the old school manner over the 1.25 miles.
This would be what I'd call a computer race.
It would be. A computer race.
Yeah, people love those.
And I tell you what would be good is if we fleshed it out with Chautauqua.
Chautauqua,
And a couple of other,
Well, you're talking sprinters, but the King was never really a sprinter. He was more your long distance.
First up from a spell.
Yeah.
Very hard to beat over the 1.25 miles.
Oh, yeah.
I know he was a 3,200 metre and beyond
the longer the better.
Yeah, the longer the better. He did that Warrnambool race, the 5,500 over the jumps a couple of times.
Yeah, that marathon, he did the Orange Marathon. That was over Old Speak, 25 miles. Long race.
Look, another correspondent, David O'Byrne, wondering what grass you'd make of not only obviously the interest.
Well, they never got on really because King didn't like rugby league and grass never punted.
No,
so there was no
point of conversation.
No, intersection. No.
And Simon writes he hoped the slug was there to help to blow out the candles, which I think was a nice touch too.
Yeah.
But the slug, unfortunately, really has to be kept right away from the King these days. Right. I mean, they've never seen eye to eye.
No. They used to be great mates a hell of a long time ago, but there was a falling out. I have no idea what that cause
was. That horse stuff, which is hard to penetrate.
Yeah. I just couldn't get to the bottom of it. But there was a call there too, actually mentioning the Hall of Fame, Racing Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's right. Now, this goes back to an earlier... can I put it this way? That somehow, I think it's Johnny Pearson suggests that when will they induct the King into the Hall of Fame? It's an outrage. Yeah. There needs to be an inquiry to ensure he's placed in there. Yeah. Now, are you calling for that inquiry today, the King in the Hall of Fame?
Well, it looks self-interested if I did.
It does.
It's got to come from the public. All I can do is state the King's record. 13 Orange Cups, 12 Bathurst Cups, 15 Lithgow Handicaps. The Cox played twice, Sydney Cup 3 times. It came third in the Melbourne Cup. I mean, it's a record that
speaks for itself.
I think so. I think so.
Now, I know, look, you've got to understand the Hall of Fame. I mean, there's no skin off anybody's nose to put the King in the Hall of Fame, but the public, you're absolutely right. Punters, public, what we call the connections, stakeholders.
Stakeholders,
because it's a glaring omission in the Hall of Fame.
I think so.
That he's not there. So stakeholders in the Hall of Fame concept need to get him, and maybe, I don't want to cross codes here, but is it time to have a new category in the Hall of Fame and elevate one or two horses to immortal status? in the Hall
Well,
of Fame.
that's not bad, is it?
You see, I mean,
Horse
we
and mortals.
I
God
know.
almighty.
Can I point out, we on this program a couple of weeks ago, we called for Sub-Zero to become Australian of the Year.
Yes.
We were laughed at. Look at the groundswell of, on social media, across all platforms, the groundswell of that's just an avalanche.
Yes.
And now I think the nominations have closed for Australia. I might be wrong about this. They've closed for
so there'll be
Australia.
no more horses nominated this year.
Correct.
Which is, I make no judgment about that. But in terms of...
Would you like to see an immortal category
I
in?
would, I think. And a couple pencil themselves in, probably Farlap, probably...
You'd like to see Tulloch there, I know.
Tulloch would-
I know you don't want to say that, but let's
I
put
would.
cards on it.
I'd put Tulloch there.
Well, it'd be great. It'd be terrific. I mean,
Big Faloo, you could argue.
Big Faloo.
You could argue. Sub-Zero, obviously, pencils himself in.
and can you see the king?
I would like
Galloping
to see
into
the king.
the-
I can see the king. The king would not look out of place as an immortal.
Yes, this is the Probe, the home of the Dick and the Till website with Roy and HG. And speaking of the Hall of Fame, and I must thank all correspondents to the Facebook page for those insights. There was a glittering do this week that you and I got along to do with Rugby League's Hall of Fame. And tacked onto the Hall of Fame this year was the elevation of several of Rugby League's greats into the immortal status. Now, you touched on this in your opening remarks. It has been suggested that the immortal status, which has been carefully guarded for a very long time, has only had, I think I'm right in saying, one addition in about 30 years.
Yes.
Andrew Johns, of course.
Yes.
Now, all of a sudden, 5 have gone in to immortal status, which is making the Hall of Fame look a little bit bare.
It's diluting it, isn't it?
Yeah. So what happens is, of course, they had to reach for somebody to become into the Hall of Fame status. Sorry, I've got this wrong. The elevation of these 5 into the immortal status has meant the hall is a bit vacant. So they had to rope in somebody at last minute, and the only name they could get to turn up, or they had a couple of names to turn up. One being Sticky Stewart. From the Canberra Raiders into
the Hall of Fame.
Into the Hall of Fame. And I thought, well, hang on a minute.
Wow. Does that mean in years to come someone's going to nominate Sticky as an immortal? That can't happen, surely.
Well, let me leave that to one side,
Yeah.
but there is a suggestion in a beautiful think piece in the Nine newspaper that the Immortals as a concept is already on its last legs. That's the headline there.
God almighty. In this, the week of celebration of the immortal concept.
Yes, because it's become
It's best not to talk about it. It's best if it's low profile. Is that what you
I
mean?
think the thing is immortality is not something that can be dished out willy-nilly.
No.
But now we come to the nub of your comments, is that we're putting into the immortal category people who no one has ever seen play.
No, that's right.
And for some historic reason, meaning we've got to remember players from, say, between the wars, they go in.
Yeah. Bit hard, isn't it? Because it used to be you couldn't have an immortal unless someone actually saw them play and could say, oh, yeah, geez, they were immortal, right? God, you should have seen bloody Dave Brown.
Yeah, well,
You know, the Bradman of bloody rugby league, he was. He scored, 15,000 tries in one season. And you're thinking, oh, can that be right?
Well, it's an idea, isn't it?
It is an idea. But actually, what I look, I enjoyed the night. Can I say it was a terrific night? I love any night that celebrates rugby league. I think that's great.
The entertainment was
The entertainment was
fantastic.
first class. The stories, yes,
The fights, out in the car park
yeah.
afterwards,
That's
it's
right.
just
All of that. It was a typical rugby league night. It had a bit of everything. Laughter, tears, violence, you name it. It was all there. Great. And good food. Not great, just
But edible.
something you could eat. Now, I suggested that I would like to add to the immortals sainthood, beatification, canonisation.
Where in the tier, though? We've got Hall of Fame.
So we've got Hall of Fame, we've got
Immortal
immortals,
status.
and then you've got sainthood.
Right.
So that would
Create a layer above
a layer of what I call
immortality.
of common sense.
a layer of common sense.
Now someone can argue that Frank or Dave or Norm or
Mary.
Dally Messenger should be made a saint. Well,
Saint
maybe,
Dally.
but we'd want to see evidence of miracles, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
You
Now,
know,
you're on the committee.
Miraculous wins, or someone.
Flick passes that no one could see.
That's it.
You know,
a pass that was impossible.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
At the same time, someone being cured in the crowd.
Wow.
That's what I'm getting at.
Do they
what
keep
we want
stats
is
of
the
that?
public to come out and say, look, I was really crook, and then I went to see, St George play Parramatta, and I was cured. And so you can look at the stats and say, oh, well, who was playing in that game? Well, hello. Mm-hmm. Look at this. We've got a potential immortal in that game. Could that... And so you build up the grounds for canonisation.
Now, you're on the committee that selected these immortals.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's all in the future, what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And as I understood it, there was some controversy about putting 5 in instead of 3.
Yeah.
Now, what's been great is that the committee has largely kept stum about this, and the committee's made up of some of the greats of the game, people like Ray Rabbits Warren, obviously Craig Bellamy, sort of...
heavy hitters.
Yeah, heavy hitters. John Hopewadi.
Wayne Bennett, I think.
Wayne Bennett, John Hopewadi was there. I think Finch was there. Todd Carney was in.
Carney, yeah.
Great players, great minds. You let it held out for the 3 rather than the 5.
I did.
Were you worried at all that it did look as though it was too easy?
I said to them, you're going to devalue, you're going to kill this concept, I said to them. I said, look at yourselves, you bastards. You're behaving like grubs. All of you. Have a good look at yourselves. Now, we're talking about immortals here. In my day, there was only 2 immortals. Now, look, there, you can't bloody walk down the street before bumping into some bloody immortal. It's getting too much. And they took this on board and nodded and came up with 5.
Yes, as the Probe Twitter account, creating the best fake news is the man with a feel for the phony, rampaging Roy Slaven and banning you and you because you're all jokes is H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, look, disturbing news is that there's a discussion going on already about the next generation of immortals.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, surely let it rest for a while.
Yeah.
Just calm it down.
Yeah. People won't be happy until there is an immortal still playing. People are talking about Cam Smith, making him an immortal now while he's playing. How can that be?
Look, it's as I said, the Hall of Fame is getting, hardly anybody...
Out of control?
Out of control.
Yeah.
If Sticky's in the Hall of Fame, then we've got serious problems.
We do.
It's just somebody needs to somehow slow the process down. Rein this in, beautifully put. Yeah. Now, also in administration, the killer, a.k.a. the murderer, has been out at it again. Remember, this is a man with a record of killing football stone dead in Tasmania in 2018 and getting rid of most teams in the western districts of Victoria.
Yes.
It's a hell of an achievement. I mean, I don't think...
That's just in 1 year.
1 year. This is, he's creating a legacy that'll never be.
Will he be made an immortal? I know there's not an immortal in the AFL, but will he be made a legend?
I suppose so. Now, what's interesting here is this week he had to go at women's football.
Good.
So, despite the AFLW expanding to 10 teams with the introduction of Geelong and North Melbourne, the league has reportedly decided to keep it as an 8-week season with 2 weeks of finals by splitting the comp into 2 5-teams conferences, meaning most teams will play one less home and away game than they did in the first 2 years, and half the teams won't play each other.
So there's no sense of momentum.
Correct.
So he's not building on the success of the first season.
Correct.
He wants to kill it.
He wants to kill it.
He wants to murder it.
He does. You're absolutely right. Speaking on 3AW, the murderer defended the league, saying there was no bigger priority than AFLW because we've
bigger priority, but isn't that what murderers do? Lie.
Exactly.
Lie.
I was going to say there's no bigger priority than killing off AFLW in the whole thing. Now, he said the window for the AFLW after the Australian Open remained their preference as it was clean air in the sporting landscape. It's a bit arcane, but we'll get to it in a minute. And that no decision to be made on the format and season of a number of games. The World Cup, he's referring to the World Football Cup, goes for 4 weeks, and you wouldn't call that a Mickey Mouse competition. Well, why not reduce the men's competition to 4 weeks, buddy? I mean, if it's no Mickey Mouse competition, you just play it over 4 weeks. Can I point out also that this is predicated on Seven still having the Australian Open?
Yes.
Now, the Seven, as I understand it, has the Australian Open for 1 more year.
That's right.
And then it goes.
That's right.
Now,
So there's no long-term planning here from the murderer. He wants a short-term fix, which is the instant death of the game.
Yes, this is the Probe Cafe knocking out the, original roast, coffee, the grind genius, rampaging Roy Slaven, buggering up the orders and the penalty rates, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, I have mentioned this already because Stick's in the Hall of Fame. But a couple of issues concern me about the Raiders, and we've discussed their problems with crowds and the problems of not having a decent oval in the Canberra area, and I know you've suggested that you might be able to come down representing the people of the Lithgow community in Watford Oval in particular, come down and make some observations that might be able to help them. But now it revealed that Sia Soliolo says the playing group has let Stick, that is Ricky Stewart, that is a.k.a. the Angry Ant, a.k.a. Carlos Smithson.
The Hall of Famer.
They've down as they stare down the barrel of missing the finals for the 5th time in 6 years. So it hasn't been a great year at the Raiders because, let's face it, they've been the best team on the park a lot of times.
Most times.
But the refereeing and other teams...
The circumstances conspired against victory, yeah.
Canberra fighting to save their season. Basoliolo says the thing that aches more is the prospect of letting down the most passionate Raider he knows. Any ideas?
Is that Sticky?
I think it is.
Right, okay.
The Raiders have made the finals just once during Stewart's 5-year tenure. Soliolo says that the playing group has to shoulder the blame for falling short this time after letting countless leads slip. It's not just him. We've let the whole community down. If you look at how our season's gone, a lot of things didn't really go our way. There were the things that we could have controlled. He's definitely changed. I guess you have to when you're going to go to different spaces. For himself, he's been awesome. He's been great. He's had to adopt a different style wherever he's gone, but he's always kept those same core values in terms of what it means to be a professional rugby league player.
This is Sticky. Wow,
Sticky.
okay.
It's great.
Well, you can't ask any more of Stick, surely.
Well, for myself, he says, this is Sia talking. He's always been a great mentor, and I've always to turn to him a lot of advice, even being a little bit older now in terms of management and how to manage the boys, a little bit in terms of how they're feeling. I mean, how is the Canberra community feeling with this?
I think the Canberra community is gutted.
Gutted.
Absolutely gutted. As is the community of Queanbeyan, the forgotten town in this saga, in this very sorry saga, because they represent Queanbeyan as much as they represent Canberra.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. True. Now, I happened to go through Queanbeyan on my way to Canberra the other day. Honestly, the place looks gutted. People are morose down in the dumps. Shops shut.
Houses up for sale.
A little
cars,
bit of that. Yeah.
Unregistered out the front.
People
on
not looking after themselves. People not shaving. People not looking after their diets.
Yeah.
Alcoholism. People losing interest. People losing interest in themselves. People losing interest in the values that their communities might have had.
Yeah.
And I shit at home to the Raiders. And I don't know what they can do, but I think they've got to atone somehow. I think each of the Raiders, now they might have a flag team, not sure, but they must have reserves. I think the first grade team, the reserves, the flag team, the under-16s, the under-18s, should all get together and form some sort of workforce that could do jobs
in the off-season
for people who need jobs being done. Now, these jobs might be simple jobs like tidying up the community, like collecting rubbish and plastic
waste,
bags,
sorting out, recycling,
like helping
people with their shopping.
Well, planting trees,
and
that sort of thing, and bringing back the eco conditions that allow the survival of threatened species like the corroboree frog or the koala or the platypus.
Wow.
If they took on missions like this and at the same time, if people needed their bedrooms painted or the gutters cleaned, as you say, or a couple of tiles replaced. Mind you, do you really want rugby league players crawling all over your roof? Probably not. Probably thank them and ask them to go away if they suggest that. Well,
there was
the
rooftop
but there must be jobs that you can trust them to do.
Yeah. Well, look, can I say
car cleaning? They could do that. They could clean a car for a. You just take your car to the clubhouse and they'll clean it for you.
That's an excellent idea. Now, look, I headed off in a slightly different direction. You mentioned the people at Queanbeyan.
Yes.
I mean, let's say tomorrow morning at 7:30. I mean, they've probably got training, but as soon as they can, they let the schools in the Queanbeyan area know that they'll be running a sausage sizzle out the front of, let's say, the Queanbeyan Hotel at 7 o'clock every morning of a certain week. And the kids of the area can come down and get a sausage sizzle on their way to school.
Well, that's a terrific...
Do you know what I mean? And they tee up with a local butcher. I don't know this Queanbeyan Meats. I think they're very supportive of rugby league in the area, the butchers in the area. Meat donated by Freddie and, Monique.
Couldn't the Leagues Club the pay for the sausages? I mean, you don't want butchers going out backwards because the demand's being placed upon them by the Raiders.
Now, okay, so the
Let's
Leagues
say
Club
the Raiders put a couple of $1,000 into meat. Into meat.
And the boys come down and, look,
maybe these meats could be sourced from some of our drought-stricken areas.
To give a little back to, say,
yes.
I'm not sure how the drought is going around the Canberra area.
I think Canberra's okay. I think it's further west. I think you've got to go further west, actually.
Well, let's get a truckload of, stuff, sheep and cattle in from, say, West Wyalong.
Yes.
Put them through the mincer.
Slaughter them.
Make some snags.
Yes.
And then 1 week, it's on out front of the Queanbeyan Hotel, all kids fed.
That's a lovely idea.
I mean, it's not demanding. You're not having rugby league people trampling all over the community, which I don't think it could be unsightly and and insurance worries me.
Well, you'd lose your insurance completely if you allowed a raider into your bedroom with a can of paint, for God's sake.
Yes, this is the Probe Philharmonic with the Maastricht variations of I Thank You on first violin, the melodic maestro rampaging Roy Slaven and crushing the saucepan lids in 5/4 time, tone deaf and tuneless H.G. Nelson. Still with rugby league, Roy, and it's been a terrific round of matches so far in this particular passage or part of the fixture. Now, there's a lot of issues. Backlog of issues. Never mind the Hall of Fame and the immortal status and just
potential sainthood.
Does it worry you that immortal means you should have been an immortal before you started and then played rugby league and still remained an immortal? I mean, I know it's a technical theological point, but you can't.
You mean, are you born
Thanks
an
very much.
in the same way that you're born, say, with original sin?
Well,
is that what you mean?
I think that's what I mean. Yeah, I'm not.
What an interesting thought.
I'm not advocating original sin here, but
I
just
wonder if
immortality.
immortals are born with original sin or whether they're born without it.
What an interesting.
Could I suggest they're born without original sin?
Yeah.
Which gives them that special glow that you see in the cot that people have baffled about for years.
That green and gold.
Yes, that some babies have an aura that expresses itself, as you say, in a sort of haze of green and gold that sits over the crib. And I've often puzzled over this, and I've spoken to doctors about it, and they say, well, we don't talk about it because we don't understand it. I think it's about time we tried to understand it. And I think if we looked at some of the immortals that are still living, like Bozo and now Mal, we could say to them, Mal, did anyone ever make mention, or did your parents ever mention that there was a glow around your crib after you were born? If he says yes, then I think we've got something to
work with.
Yeah.
Can I ask, are you suggesting all prospective rugby league players be photographed as babies in the crib?
I don't know if photos...
Or vision.
Look, I don't know if
or eyewitness
photos
accounts
would pick it up, HG.
Yeah,
I think it's something you only experience if you're there live. You can only read it in diary. There's no evidence in any photographs taken that the glow is there. But it's there because people have seen it. I know, it's a baffling thing.
Fascinating problem. Look, this is a separate idea. It's got to do with whether rugby league coaches should be forced to do press conferences after a match.
Right.
Now, historically, this has been a rich cash cow for the league because they fine them for everything they say.
Yeah.
And so it came up this week concerning Shane Flanagan, the coach of the Cronulla Sharks, He says he's floated the idea of the NRL giving coaches the ability to opt out of post-game press conferences to halt the incessant questioning and scrutiny about refereeing decisions.
Right.
So you've got to remember let's say there's about 700 players play rugby league. There's about 1,050 people cover rugby league.
Yes.
They only have one question. Is Stick, what did you think of the refereeing tonight?
Yeah.
Shane, what did you think of the refereeing? In the 39th minute, Shane, do you think it was a knock-on, etc. like that? Because they're whittlers.
Yeah.
This is the 1,050 who cover it.
Yep.
And they've only got 3 questions. How does it feel?
Sure.
Take us back to the beginning. When did you get involved in rugby league? And what did you think of the referees tonight? That's the only 3 questions they ever asked.
Yeah.
Now, this is because one of the referees is walking away from the game due, on the other side, to incessant criticism from the 1,050 who's put up these ideas that the refereeing wasn't up to scratch. Criticism is one thing, abuse is another.
Yeah.
I think this is Flanagan talking about these critics. They're weak people who want to abuse people who are in charge of positions. Oh, it's actually Sticky talking now. They're weak individuals. You'll never see them because that's why they're weak. I do sympathise with the referees 150%. It's always hard to,
150%?
It's always hard to go more than 100%, but there you go. Stick can do it. Understand what he's saying about, etc., on and on it goes. Do you think they should be able to opt out?
No.
No,
I don't. I think they have a duty to front up and answer questions because it gives the media something to talk about and it fills up space in newspapers that people can read and radio people can talk about and television people can find as stories. Producers are scouring all the time looking for stories, and rugby league stories can be very difficult to find if someone doesn't say something that creates a story. Yes, yeah. So I think we need that. The industry needs that. The football industry, the media industry needs material, needs fodder, needs food.
Yeah.
You can't have a drought. I mean, look at the drought. If you had a drought in rugby league coverage, there'd be nothing to talk about.
No, I understand.
Except, oh, God, quite weak in rugby league, isn't it? Yeah, why is that? Well, nobody said anything. Oh, wow, wonder why. No, I think there's a way of dealing with it, HG. I think a coach has got to say, right, these are areas I won't talk about. Mm-hmm. I will not talk about refereeing. I will not talk about refereeing standards, and I will not talk about our second half performance. But anything else I'm open to talk about. So then the journalists understand that they can tailor their questions to, as you suggest, other areas, like the new Nissan Navara you bought. Stick, is it going all right? Yeah, I'm real happy with it.
It's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven on the other side of the card table, on the other side of the green, the man with the fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Speaking of punting, Roy, let's unpack this $1 million dog race.
Good, isn't it?
Now, firstly,
it's going to get people breeding dogs, isn't it?
It certainly is. Now, a little while ago, let's face it, I think the New South Wales government led the world in trying to move the society on from dog racing. I think we've canvassed this.
Well, it was seen as inherently cruel, wasn't it?
It was. And that people didn't care about, the dog world and didn't care about they had no responsibility for the greyhound industry that wasn't fast, because the whole thing promotes fast dogs. It's not as though they can be slow and still have a place in the greyhound industry. Therefore,
well, look, people were happy to turn a blind eye.
To a lot
the whole
very
community
cruel.
was happy to turn a blind eye, and it only took that left-wing lynch mob on the ABC to smuggle in cameras to see, wombats and what have you being
strapped to a lure
and savaged and mauled by a bunch of not terribly quick dogs, but the quickest were okay, and those that weren't quick enough were,
bumped.
Head in a bucket of water and
Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. Problem solved, into a pit. Now, people were happy to turn a blind eye to that. But when it was exposed, it's a bit like the live export trade. Mm-hmm. Once you see the images of, sheep drowning in the feces of their companions, then it takes the glamour off it. And it's true, it does. So it's best not to see these things.
It's like sausages. You don't want to know how they're made.
Exactly.
Now, all of a sudden, somebody gets a bee in their bonnet to turn what is inherently a very cruel and agricultural sport into a glamorous pastime that'll attract the well-heeled and the well-dressed of the community.
Yes.
The only way to do that is put a big purse, as in $1 million, up for offer.
Yeah.
Now, I don't quite get. I don't get the dots.
No, to me
No, I know,
it
I'm not
sends a
asking you.
weird signal, and I disagree with it, actually. It's not often I disagree with
the New South Wales state government.
No, well, with big purses being offered for dogs. You know, had you bumped me on the shoulder, years ago and said, hey, Roy, what about $1 million dog race? I would have said, great, great. And I'd have grabbed a dog from anywhere and put it in. But this $1 million race is going to be for the big end of town.
I know.
For your big dog breeders.
I know.
Your big ones who are big enough to have, big fences so that prying cameras can't get in to see what they're getting up to. And we know they're getting up to it.
Yeah.
What I would like to see is your humble rural dog races more supported so that instead of a purse of $10, for your rural race, you might have a purse of $100 and filter the money through rural communities that way rather than just feeding the big end of town. No. It got right up my nose.
No, fair enough. Now, what we've got is that, let me give you an idea of the background of it. Any greyhound in Australia is eligible to compete in a series of heats starting in September, which will lead to 25 qualifying finals around the state. So it's a huge pyramid we're building here.
It is.
Right at the base, they'll be running for $10 and then gradually moving up through the grades. They'll be eventually able to turn up the, Wentworth Park. The 64 qualifiers will run in 8 semi-finals at Wentworth Park on October the 12th.
Right.
With the winner from each to progress to the final on October the 20th. So you've got 8 by 8, eight boxes, 8 runners.
Yeah.
8 races, all of a sudden you've got the final. The connections of the winner in the final receive $1 million on the proviso they home the greyhound at the end of the racing career.
Hang on.
One dog looked after for
One
life.
dog looked after for life.
The rest are out.
And you got $1 million to
do it.
To give it the sort of life that it deserves.
The series will be worth $1.7 million overall and the feature the world's richest greyhound race at the end. Now,
can international dogs get involved in this
this
issue? We're going to get those smart dogs from overseas, those really quick dogs.
Well,
are they allowed?
I think they will be.
From the United Arab Emirates? You've seen their dogs?
I know.
Are they allowed to come?
Yeah. I think they are.
Oh, dear.
See, I think this is where you've got to get, Dutton's dogs involved. Remember the other week we broke a story here about, I think it was Ben Kennedy and the problems of the Dutton dog compound that he had actually broken into.
That's right. Accidentally stumbled into from memory and spent the night in a Toyota Hi-Ace or something, didn't he?
Correct. You've got a good memory. The fats me, lad. Now,
was that to get away from the dogs that were
going, whoa.
Yeah, warning.
That's right. Well, we're not going to have, we're hoping that these are locally trained. I mean, this is where it goes all skilly.
Well, it's got to be local dogs. We can't have overseas dogs. I mean, has Dutton said anything about the dogs? I mean, you've got to have every bloody smart dog handler around the world trying to smuggle dogs into Australia to get into this race. They'll do it. Has Dutton said anything?
Are you calling them grubs, Roy?
Well, they're just, because, look, I've met many overseas dog breeders, wonderful people. I'm not suggesting they're grubs at all, but they're opportunists. That's all. You can't blame them. I mean, who was it?
Put $1 million up,
if you put the
come.
sugar on the table, someone's going to eat it. Who said that? Might have been the Indonesian, I think so, Indonesian president at one stage.
Now, the $1 million race, the greyhound set to become the world's richest dog race, being trumpeted as a potential vehicle for the industry's return to free-to-air television. Now, this is the things that got me licking the lips.
What, the dog show on Channel 9, hosted by Grant Denyer? Is that it? Is that what we're
Is that
at?
what's being billed?
Well, I don't know.
Denyer and dogs, it's a tight fit.
It is a tight fit.
A gold Logie winner does the dogs.
Yeah. Or maybe Channel 10 might be looking for, well, they are looking for a program, we know. So after, say, I don't know, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, is the dog show. 5 nights a week?
5 nights a week. Well, hang on. Look, any greyhound can compete. Starting in September, there will lead 25 qualifying finals around the state. Already there's several nights there, $25, 25, qualifying finals.
So it's a sort of MasterChef show.
Exactly. We're on the search for Australia's fastest dog.
Yeah.
And we've got $1 million up for grabs. Then the 64 qualifiers, the night of nights, for dog racing. Forget your golden Easter egg. This is the big one. And then, of course, the final on the 20th. So the build up to the final would be excruciating.
Would be fantastic.
Interviews. I mean,
interviews with the dog breeders.
Exactly.
How did you know he was quit? Oh, look, I don't know. I just saw him running around. He was chasing a rabbit and he caught it.
Yes, this is the Probe V8 supercar team at the wheel, scraping the door handles off the tyre pressure maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven in pit lane on the gargle, looking for a place to put the feet up H.D. Nelson. Now, what worries me about this race is the winner's purse will only be paid if connections commit to rehome their chaser with an industry-run Greyhounds as Pets program. Right. Or a private provider at the end of its racing career, or keep the greyhound as a companion. So it's got three choices, the owner of the $1 million dog. Entry fees for the $1 million chase series will also include a donation for the not-for-profit GAP, that's Greyhounds as Pets scheme, which is intended to raise a further $1 million. Roy, this has got so many loopholes. You could drive, you could ride that Nissan of Navara through it.
Well, you could. Has the Minister for Sport, Bridget Bang Bang McKenzie, said anything about it, HG? Is she, or the opposition sports person, I think it might be Don Farrell.
Look,
have they said anything, HG? Does the government have a particular, the federal government? I mean, obviously the state government's right behind this.
Look, this is very difficult to unpack from here on in. Look, why would somebody, a private provider for Greyhound as Pets program, what the hell's that?
Well, a private provider, there must be a lot of people, throughout the community looking for an old dog that's perhaps not too quick, hasn't won too much, probably has never won at all, but who'd love to have a greyhound as a pet. Something that you can walk around town with wearing a muzzle, because it's a much sought-after look, isn't it?
Certainly is.
So there's that. There are a lot of muzzle freaks out there who think, oh, God, I got the muzzle. If only I could get a dog. Okay, well, this provider would link the
person with the muzzle
or
with the dog.
Yes, the breeder with the dog who can't afford to feed the dog anymore and can see the pitties dug as an attractive option with the bucket of water in between the two.
And the saving on the food bills.
Yeah, and the saving on the food bills. Suddenly, muzzle man, there's
hey, presto, grins all round.
Thank you.
Now, can I ask you to do a bit of maths here? We've got one dog there. We've got a series of heats, which will lead up to 25 qualifying finals, so 25 by 8.
25 by 8, yeah.
But that's been winnowed from, let's say, 10 by the 25, so 10 lots of 25 by 8.
Well, let's say there are 10,000 dogs.
Thanks. Eligible. Or starting out
10,000
on this journey. Now, there's your television program. 10,000
difficult
dogs.
To corral, isn't it? I mean, God almighty, how would you corral the first episode? Hello, everyone. Well, we've got, sort of...
Pretty bonita.
A third of a second for every dog here. So hang on to your hats, folks. You'll get to love them all. Is that how it works?
I tell you what, there's a show. What's that? There's a Chinese dating show which has an incredibly quick turnover of cast.
Right.
And Could I Be the One? It might be called. No, people listening will know.
Yep.
Now, it's very similar to that, though, because they really do churn through both contestants and panellists.
Okay. Do you get to know them very well?
You don't. You feel as though you do.
Right.
It's a great thing. Yes, no, I can see why there's no attraction here. I know that's a dud dog. We'll go with, Cosmic Hero.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Imagine naming them all, but and as you point out.
Yeah. So what your problem is, there's 10,000 dogs who are going for the dog of the year, for the $1 million.
One of them.
Should they be guaranteed?
Exactly, Paws for Life or whatever it's called. It's called Greyhounds as Pets.
Greyhounds as Pets, yeah. Well, there'd be easily 10,000 people with a muzzle in the cupboard.
Hey, this is the Probe. It's the Probe CFA fire truck with the fire season across Australia beginning on August 1 this year. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Soon there won't be any time when there's not a fire season announced. Have your major action plan. That's my advice. Anyway, it's the CFA Probe fire truck, putting the wet stuff on the red stuff on the pump. Crew Captain rampaging Roy Slaven, and out back torching the scrub, H.G. Nelson. Now, there was a terrific event yesterday which we got along to, which was concerning a fans forum when you and I were lucky enough to be there answering questions from fans with Todd Greenberg and Peter Beattie. It was something new in rugby league where there seems to be a bit of a divide going on between supporters, commentators and players and the administration of rugby league. We don't know where it's going, really, do we? We know Peter Beattie wants to, go back to a traditional tour for the Kangaroos.
Yeah.
We know he wants to expand the game into Asia.
Yeah, and the United States, it would seem.
And the United States. Now, in the United States, it does appear finally that test in New York has fallen over.
Yeah, I'm disappointed about that.
But it looks now as though most of round 1 of 2019 is going to be played in Los Angeles.
Looks like it, yeah.
We're not sure about free-to-air. We're not sure about anything else about it. It's just the Rabbits have put up their hand and said, yeah, we're prepared to go.
Yep.
We'd love to play the Melbourne Storm.
Yes. Yeah, and Melbourne Storm are quite happy to play them in Los Angeles. Yeah. Opening round 1 for the next season.
Now, what worries me is almost every other aspect of rugby league has just been let go. The bunker, the role of the bunker, the refereeing decisions, management, agents, salary cap,
Standards.
Integrity Commission. We've got 2 integrity commissions, national integrity commissions. They're there to police rugby league, let me tell you. That's where the effort's coming from.
Yep.
What worries me is that also the announcements of these integrity commissions, meaning a big stink isn't far away.
It would seem.
So, how did you get on with the fan base?
I enjoyed it, HG. I did. It was terrific seeing, accountability. What I call accountability. Seeing, someone like Peter Beattie with his gravitas and his knowledge of rugby league, and Todd Greenberg, of course, ditto, answering questions off the floor from the fans. Questions like, do you think the Bronx will get into the grand final? That sort of stuff. And they had very informed responses to that.
And what I loved was I think the Roosters were playing the Titans, and if you had a ticket, you could ask a question. I thought that was terrific.
Terrific. Yeah.
Terrific.
Yep.
And I loved it, to do with, next year, do you think that, say the Dragons will go a bit better than this year?
Yeah. Terrific questions.
And do you think that, Jared Haynes got another season?
Yeah. Is Sticky a great coach? That sort of stuff. There were a few controversial questions
about
of course.
The immortality and the Hall of Fame.
Ah, yes, and whether immortals were born in a state of original sin or not, and whether this strange glow that was reported by doctors from the crib of players that went on to become immortals, whether there was any relationship between what was coming out of them emanating from their
from birth.
From birth. Now, so all of that was great, and it made me think, HG, it might be a good thing to have regular, what I'd call town hall meetings throughout the country. You'd only need a week to prepare. That is, say you're in Leeton, appearing at Leeton Town Hall this week. Peter Beattie, any questions you want to know about rugby league?
Wow.
That sort of thing.
And that's where Bill Shorten apparently comes into his own.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Is there any talk of Bill Shorten turning up to Leeton with Peter Beattie to talk about rugby league?
That's the ticket.
That's the ticket, isn't it? And he could talk about the attitude towards dogs, what the Labor Party policy is on
or
dog
the new
racing.
Integrity. I wouldn't drift too much from rugby league.
No.
Otherwise you're sending out mixed messages.
Sure.
I'd love to see here Peter Beattie and Bill Shorten talk about dogs anytime you like.
Yeah, but it's a different discussion,
Yes.
isn't it? It's a different discussion.
Yes, it's the Probe with Roy and HG, and people do like to get in touch with us. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. Roy and HG at thesportingprobe.com.au. And Roy, look, obviously everybody's been worried about the horse's birthday this week. You ran through an email from John who wanted to know how many big races did the King win, which you've done
yes,
well.
We went through that. We detailed a lot of those, actually. But Jared's been in touch. He's made an interesting observation here, Jared of Toowoomba. He says, so a former New South Wales Blues cricketer becomes Prime Minister of Pakistan.
I know, Imran Khan he's talking about.
And I hadn't seen it that way.
No, neither had I.
I'd forgotten about his...
I'd seen him as a World Cup winning cricketer.
Yeah,
one day World Cup. I can never forget that night at the MCG where he came around. I think they were playing Australia and
that's right.
Went in as underdogs, and then in the glorious uncertainty of cricket, they won.
He says, were representatives from other states, and I'm thinking particularly of Queensland Bulls here, offered the chance to attain this high office? I think not. How is it Mr. Imran Khan got a walk-up start in this event when such worthies as Mr. Carl Rackerman, Mr. Andrew Bickle and Mr. Stuart Law were apparently never mentioned in pre-selection deliberations? We can only ponder. Well, Carl Rackerman would make a very fine Prime Minister of Pakistan, wouldn't he?
Or a Minister of Defence.
Or a Minister of Defence, yeah.
Look, it's not an easy gig, the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
As we mentioned last week, actually, the hardest gig of all.
And
no, arguably being captain of Pakistan, I think,
is slightly
the
harder.
cricket team is harder, yeah.
And what would be good is to think that now that the, what would I call it, the IMI has broken through,
yes,
that some of these other people you mentioned could follow.
That's
I mean,
true.
You know, it only takes one.
That's
and I
true.
bet you Carl
And who
Rackerman-
would have thought Sheffield Shield would make great preparation for Prime
top job.
Ministership of Pakistan?
It's the Probe Patisserie with the hatted chef R.R. Slaven pulling a tray of Manu-inspired chocolate croissants out of the oven on the tooth with the Panerais and H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, I know this Cricket Australia hasn't had a great week. In fact, Cricket Australia looks like a cot case at the moment.
It does, doesn't it?
And then now the team's starting to wilt in front of our eyes a
Yes,
little bit.
yes.
But a story this week, and I know the reports and the reviews haven't been all done, but this is something to factor in, I think, is South Africa's Dale the Underpants Stain believes the ball tampering scandal could be viewed as a cry for help.
Really?
Now, this is common sense coming from
Is
the
he a
Stain.
psychiatrist, HG? Is he
He's ticketed.
right?
He's ticketed.
Okay.
He's self-taught.
Self-taught, good. Yeah.
He got the thing from Idaho. You know that?
Yeah.
$10, you know. Anyway, because the balance between bat and ball has become so skewed in favour of the batsman.
Right. So the bowlers are cracking under the strain.
The prolific wicket taker did not condone the actions of the Cape Town trio. Oh, is that how they're going to be referred to now?
The Cape Town trio.
Yeah, it's good. But said the incident exposed the need for cricket to change to prevent the loss of the art of reverse swing bowling. I thought that was always cheating, reverse swing bowling, but be that as it may, it's obviously not on, but if you think about it, it's almost a cry for help. We need to do something.
Yeah.
There's so much in favour of the batsman these days. Fields are small, 2 new balls, power plays, bats you've got bigger, the list can go on. You bowl a no ball and it's a free hit, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. A lot of pressure now for bowlers. I suppose that's what Dale's saying, isn't it?
To come up with the goods.
To come up with the goods, yeah. But of course, this is driven by crowds, HG. The crowds love seeing sixes. The crowds love seeing runs scored quickly. The crowd gets bored. Crowds don't want to see, batsmen tied up over after over.
4 maidens in a row.
Yeah,
in a one-day game.
Yeah.
Or in a T20 game.
Yeah, forget it.
Yes, it's the Probe. You're part of the Love Probe revolution, if I could say that correctly, for 2018 with Roy and HG. Now, just still with cricket and the Stain. Look, I noticed that I think it's England playing India at the moment, and Virat Kohli got a magnificent ton the other day to
He did.
big
And he's
Indian
not out
fight
in the
book.
second innings, yeah.
Now, how about this? It's described here. This is the Nine newspaper got this. A rampaging Virat Kohli may not be great for Australia, but the head of Channel 7's cricket telecast believes it will be good business for the game's new TV partner. So what happens here is you're not only worried about scores. What you have to do is muscle these scores because you've got a television audience.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about the bat dominating the ball. I mean, this is getting really silly.
So it's in Seven's interest for people to be interested in Virat Kohli because he's going to be the star of the next show on Channel 7 called Test Cricket.
Exactly.
Is that it?
You've summed it up neatly. So the Indian captain is a run-making machine, according to Nine, but it's his ability to talk to the talk that can rival players and opposition fans.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a little bit of aggro here
Yeah.
on the park.
Yeah. I wonder will they get him to read the news, for example, or get him to do the weather?
Well, and what would rile people is if he started off, and in Mumbai today, it'll be 39 and clear, in Delhi, and forget Australia.
Yeah.
Or
Just to get up people's noses.
That's right, and then go out and make a ton.
Yeah.
Kohli is a polarising character, but I think Aussies love Virat Kohli, and I think Virat Kohli will be a big star of the summer, as much as our guy, says Dave Barman, head of cricket.
It was our guys. Which one? Tim Payne?
Tim Payne.
Do you think Tim Payne's going to interest people as much as Virat Kohli? I don't think so.
Well, Tim Payne can't read the weather for a fact. I know that for a
Will he
fact.
be hopeless doing the... Hello, I'm Tim Payne here. It's very sunny, isn't it? Thank you. Oh, that's rubbish.
If
At
he
least with Kohli, you're going to get tooed.
Tootie?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. If he makes 100 after 100, we'll talk about Virat Kohli. I'm sure he'll do it his own way.
Of course he will.
And he'll be niggling.
Oh, Australian weather, hopeless. Australian weather, a joke. That's what he's going to do.
Look, I find this a bit weird that somehow we're not talking about the skill of the cricketer.
No.
We're not talking about his ability to say square cut anymore or do those ramp shots or whatever it's going to be or hit it out of the ground. We want him to be basically...
We want him to be a villain.
Thanks very much. I was going to say a person in a black hat.
We need a villain, don't we?
We do.
Yeah. Now, who's going to be our Aussie villain? We've usually had some terrific villains.
Oh, hang on a minute.
We've got to get the Cape Town 3 back, haven't
Oh, the Cape Town 3. Imagine the applause when they ride through the gates.
Yes.
Will they come out as a trio?
Of course they will.
You know, form up, salute to the crowd.
Or give the crowd the bird.
Bird
with
a bit of sandpaper
tied to the finger as a joke.
Well, we've got to get that into cricket, don't we?
We do.
I mean, Cricket Australia is in serious problems, image problems, and it's hard to know exactly how it's going to work itself out.
Well, they've got to stop sacking people for having social perspectives.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I noticed, for instance, that having said that we'd love to hear Kohli's thoughts on anything, Barman, this is the boss of Seven Cricket, is not a fan of using microphones on players in Tests, saying that was better suited to T20. They would be cheapening Test cricket. Hang on a minute.
Hang on. Really?
Test cricket is a hard game played by hard men, and there's a mystique about it, and I'm not sure you want to be talking to blokes on the field. Oh, what? Yeah. Barnum will not be leaving the stump mics turned on when the ball is dead, despite next week's being given the all clear from the ICC to do so. Hang on a minute, we want to hear what they're saying. How can we know what the sledging's about, whether it's crossed the line?
Yes, yeah. So is he just going to rely on the commentators making up what could be said down there? And who's it going to be?
There's a list as long as your own.
Ricky Ponting, but who's he going to be talking to? Who's the Mark Nicholas of the show?
Well...
We don't know. And who's going to do the cricket show? Who's going to be the new Slats?
I don't know.
Slats and Heels. Hey?
Well, I assume that'll all be revealed. Look, I'm not sure that this is going to end elegantly. I mean, if you set it up that somebody's got to be an idiot, people will be idiots.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not talking about the Cape Town 3.
No, you're talking about Virat Kohli here. And the last thing that bloke needs is the encouragement to be an idiot.
Bugger All Bogart, Grub Green, The Murderer, and The Probe.
Yes, look, Roy, sadly we come to the end of another show, but what a fascinating week it's been, and we haven't even got to the story. Last week we worked with the story about Monty Roberts, the person you don't want to see in Australia ever again.
I don't.
And we didn't get to a Chautauqua update, but somebody suggested on the emails that a set of mirrors instead of blinkers might be a good idea. So he saw himself, the horse, reflected in the blinkers, as opposed to a view ahead, which scared him.
Yeah, brilliant idea. We might get a chance to unpack that next week. And also I'd like us to talk a little bit about a chap called Brad Stubbs that we'll introduce people to next week, HG, who's a coach whisperer.
I know. How would Grassy feel about having somebody in the ear while he's coaching or while he's watching a game? I mean,
well, he would have simply turned and punched him in the head.
And on that thought, we leave Probe-sters to their own devices for the rest of the day and the rest of the week. We'll be back next Sunday, obviously, with pretty much more of the same. On behalf of Rampaging Roy Slaven, of course, a wonderful job there. Drive from the back line, vision, game plan. He can really master the forward attack for us. And Felix, the top 20 maestro, is going to be dropping something real soon. So hang on to your hats and hang on to your pants when you see something touched up by Felix. Tremendous work there on his top 20 remixes. And, of course, Chairman Mao. A steady hand on the tiller as you could ever hope to find. He's got a job for life. Even if we're not here, he'll be here, just holding the ship headed true north. And obviously next week there'll be more of the same. And I've got to say is that the sporting year has turned out an absolute triumph. I just had some doubts about it, and I think the AFL football season has got a lot of twists and turns to go. So stay tuned, Probesters, and join us next week when once again we probe on. Bye now.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. It's not reserved for the famous. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as I talk with some of the world's most inspiring minds to explore the common traits and insights into how you can create your own life of greatness.
We're really just chasing great moments. Like, that's all we're doing in life.
Listen for free to A Life of Greatness. Available now at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts. Podcast One.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe, leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP soundproof booth located today in the pop-up studio in the Manning enclosure of the Sapphire Coast Turf Club, just north of beautiful Merimbula on the south coast of New South Wales. He's there with the TSP merchandise in tow. He's taken down an extra box trailer behind the pop-up studio. So if you see the caravan moving, you'll know it's Gentleman Jim because he's got so much merch he wants to unload. He's got Father's Day on his mind. He's down there for the running of the 2018 Sapphire Coast Winter Sprint. It's a great race. If you're in the area, pop into the Sapphire Coast Turf Club and make yourself known to Jim. If you say you've been listening to the show today, I'm sure he'll be able to do you a discount on merchandise if you buy in bulk. 20 snow domes. He wants to move them. It's coming to the end of the season. That calendar of AFL Ruckman, the 2018 Knock Ruckman. God, it's been a year of great Ruckman. Maxi Gawn in the nude. Everybody wants that one. Anyway, the Ruckman calendar, that's running out. He wants to get rid of that. So snow domes and calendars are his go today. And remember, of course, punters, it's the horse's birthday on Wednesday. You can rule a line under the season and begin again because all the horses turn 1 year old. It's hard to think Rooting King now, 29. He'll be 29 on Wednesday. We'll get an extra carrot in for him, and I think we might buy a new salt lick. We'll go silly. Anyway, good luck to everybody in the new season. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters. H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney. Now, Bruce, I think, was in electric form. Bruce and BT, of course, working hard on the big game, and within 30 seconds of the bounce, they were talking about the crowd size. I mean, that's the only thing we worry about in football these days is the crowd size. People trying to get in, not enough gates open, all that stuff, grubs who are preventing people from getting to their seats, all that sort of grubs who are standing in the aisles, etc. It's all that. You've heard it all before and loved it. Well, what a week, what an incredible week. A week won't do much more, is barely enough. Residents of 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stoolage of week's sporting action, a week of massive collects. And speaking of massive collects, let's not forget MasterChef, the decision Wednesday.
Tuesday, I think.
Tuesday. The grand final on Tuesday. The winner will be announced. And I know a lot of people have got big bets on the MasterChef result. Well, I've got my fingers and my toes crossed for all of you. It's going to be great. Matty, obviously, doing the big announcement. Have you seen Matt's column today? It's incredible in the might be in the Murdoch press. But let's cut to the chase and lock horns with the man who this week inked a deal to become the voice of Australian tyre fitting. It's a vacancy that's been sadly unfilled for many years, but this man stepped up. It's a very tight fit, and the new voice promises to do all he can to alert the public to the dangers of incorrect tyre pressure and its role in road safety. And he'll be doing clinics about tyre pressures at schools for the coming year. I think he's down to do 4 or 5 schools with bike tyre pressures, that is bike tyres as in push bike tyre pressures, upmost in his mind because he believes there's a problem there that schools aren't addressing. The 2018 voice of Australian tyre fitting is, of course, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what were the highlights that caught your restless and roving eye this week?
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful week to be an Australian, celebrating democracy Super Saturday style.
Super Saturday.
And, there's a lot, say, Hun Sen could take out of this. I don't know if people
In
have been watching
Cambodia.
Hun's work.
He's excellent,
He's
isn't he?
terrific.
There's
And
no-
a strong man.
And no Super Saturdays in sight.
No way. No way, Super Saturday. What I like is the idea that if you're not going to win, you're going to have a civil war. That's telling it like it is, Hun Sen style. Now, the NRL refereeing crisis, is it spiralling out of control? I mean, I look at results these days and they're just meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. I don't know what... I mean, HG mentioned the word grubs. I don't know what grubs are running this show at the moment, but some of them are going to be taken aside, I think, and read the Riot Act, Hun Sen style.
Uh-huh. Civil War.
Maybe we should approach Hun to come and have a look at rugby league refereeing. Mind you could get some ideas out of it, I'm sure. Now, do we need segregated stands for cats and demons matches? I mean, does it come to this?
That was
We
free.
can't have mingling areas anymore? These games? People can't control themselves, such as the hate that's boiling over?
Hun Sen style.
Hun Sen style? Now, on a good note, Francesco Molinari.
Oh, yes.
He takes the old mug, and the first Italian to do so. I mean, had someone pinned me down ages ago and said, do you think an Italian is ever going to win the old mug? I'd have punched him. But it's happened. It's happened. And the question is now, will Francesco Molinari, is he going to play the Australian Open? We'd love to see him here. He hasn't said anything. I haven't heard anything, but I'm expecting him.
Right. That's a wriggle that I hadn't thought of.
Yeah.
And the Molinari legacy, Roy, do you think kids in Italy, across Italy, Florence, and, Italy
I know
pretty
there
well
are queues.
doing
I
it?
know it's pretty hot over there at the moment, but I know there are queues outside all the well, there aren't many golf shops in Rome.
No.
Let's face it.
No.
When was the last time we were in Rome looking for an iron? Looking for a 4-iron? I mean, where do you go?
I know.
You speak to locals, and well, I'm after a 4-iron. Eh? What? Anyway, Horn v Mundine, okay. November. It's going to be a Saturday night. It's going to light up the world.
Are you sure this is on?
I don't know.
We have to unpack this in the
I
show.
don't know. It's just something I read.
Yeah.
I read this, I didn't look at the minutiae. I didn't read the article. I just looked at the headline. The headline was, Horn v Mundine, November, a Saturday night to light up the world.
Uh-huh.
I figured I knew what it meant. Now, John Hopewade, you'd remember him, the proctology bloke, the have a little feel while you're in the tackle, that fella. Now, he's in trouble for fighting and making threats against officials and opposition players while playing for the Narrowena Hawks against the Forestville Ferrets. I can understand that, those ferrets. Bunch of grubs, you can understand they'd get up the nose or up the back door of Hopper. Anyway, Hopper wasn't going to take any of their nonsense. Anyway, I think Hopper's been banned.
How long did he last?
Hopper?
About 3 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think he's been banned. Don't know for how long. Don't know if it's in perpetuity. Don't know. How old's Hopper now? How many games has he got left in him? I mean, the bloke must be 110. Anyway, still fit, though. Can still gob off.
And
That's the
punch.
important thing. Now, some coaches, this is rugby league coaches, I don't know if it's spread to the AFL yet, but it will, as surely as night follows day. They're accused of hiring ex-referees to teach players how to bend the rules.
This is terrible.
This is a shocking development. Shocking development. You'll have referees going into schools teaching kids how to cheat. That's what's going to happen. As surely as night follows day. That's what's going to happen. Now, the Matildas thrashed Brazil. Sam Kerr on target to be claimed the best player in the world, and we know she is. Great Australian. Great Australian. Not celebrated enough, in my view. Not celebrated nearly enough. When was the last time you heard the sports minister, whatever her name is, talking about Sam Kerr? Never. When have you heard the Prime Minister? It was a great opportunity for the Prime Minister in the lead up to Super Saturday to talk about Sam Kerr. He didn't. Not once. No mention.
Are you asking for a probe,
I'm
Alan?
asking for something. I don't know what I'm asking for. I'm asking for clarity. I want him to ensure, Prime Minister, please, ensure that Sam Kerr is listed as #1 player in the world, acknowledged at least here in Australia. Surely you can ensure that.
Australian of the Year, Alan?
Maybe. Now, Imran Khan gets the top job in Pakistan. It's described as the second hardest gig in Pakistan, being Prime Minister, of course. The hardest gig is being the cricket captain of Pakistan, which, of course, he's done with aplomb. Who can forget the 1992, it might have been, World Cup that Imran...
MCG.
Yeah.
Lit up the night,
He lit up
boy.
the night. He batted well, he bowled well, he captained well. We wish him all the... God almighty, it's a tough gig, though. Prime Minister of Pakistan, oh, God almighty. Who'd put their hand up for that?
Yes.
You'd have to be mad. Imran Khan, mad. And, of course, sad news, the Tars were mauled by the Lions. Mauled, get it? Mauled by the Lions last night, our time, sadly going down. Bravely! 44-26. Make of that what you will.
Yes, you're on the front line of the 2018 Love Probe revolution, doing the in-out work. The specialists, Roy and HG. Roy, last Monday we got out to Rose Hill to have a look at Winks go round in the barrier trial, a tremendous hit out. With, I think, this Saturday, people who follow those things will know this more closely than me, Winks will be returning to the racetrack this Saturday in a special race named the Winks Handicap.
Wow.
You'd be mad to think that it wouldn't win it.
Yeah. Is Winks the only horse in it, HG?
I think so. Winks is the only horse. And a field of celebrities running around on hobby horses.
Okay.
So it'll be entertaining.
It will be entertaining, yeah.
Now, the difficulty was...
I can't take Winks seriously now. Winks decided not to go overseas.
Yeah.
You know, could have taken on the world. How proud we would have been.
I know.
If our Winksy was, at Ascot or...
Goodwood or...
Yeah, or in the UK.
And don't tell me...
or in the United States or somewhere. Kentucky Derby. Or, I don't know if it could run that race. I don't know, but some
Well, there'd be
race.
something there.
Yeah.
Now, one weird thing is conditions would be almost exactly the same as Australia at the moment. If
Well,
you
with
went to
bushfires
England.
and...
Well, bushfires and dry tracks and that weird look those tracks get.
Yeah,
in
when they
England,
brown off.
When they brown off, it's the same as if you go to Randwick at the moment or, Flemington. It's
Yes.
all dried out. It's been very little rain.
Yeah, well, London looks a bit like Gawler, the Gawler track, doesn't it?
It does. It's very like Gawler, the home of the Gawler Creams. Now, one of the interesting things about the terrific day of trials, and I love a good day of trials, was that Chautauqua, it stayed in the stalls.
Not again.
Yes, again. For the third time this year. They've been trying to get it to go, but when the gates open, it just wants to stand around and do nothing. It goes in okay, seems to have the idea, yes, we've got
Just
to go
doesn't want to
racing.
run.
Doesn't want to run. Now...
Would a battery help, HG? Is there any talk of a battery, some sort of zzz, up the date sort of thing to get it going, or is that illegal now?
Well, look, the difficulty is I'm not sure what's legal or illegal at a trial. That's certainly illegal on race day, and I know stewards would frown upon that, except the, the glorious uncertainty of racing may mean that the stewards on this occasion permit that, where at other times they might frown upon it. Now, what it's done is unearth Monty Roberts again. Now, you've had contact with Monty Roberts, and I know your blog is not very kind to Monty Roberts. You've called him a joke, a grub. A time waster, a bloke who knows bugger all about racing, and you've gone on at length, and I know you don't resile from
I don't resile from anything, no. About Monty, no. Look, I know for a fact that, Monty with his style, I mean, he's a so-called whisperer, whisperer.
That's right.
Now, he's pinched all his ideas from his old man, and yet said his old man was rubbish.
Has he?
Yeah.
Have you ever met the old man?
No.
No.
You
don't want to, though,
I don't
do you?
want to.
Yeah,
No.
Because
But I had a lot of respect for the old man, because the old man was a genuine whisperer.
Mm-hmm.
He was amazing what he could do with horses. He would have got Chautauqua, without doubt, bursting out of the barriers, just by just a bit of a wink and a nod to him, or whatever secret he'd give him.
Went on. Now, did the king ever? I know you had a lot of trouble that the horse, obviously the kingside Bludging Slug.
Yeah, Bludging Slug would never go out of the barrier. Yeah, no. Honestly, we had to put the battery in every time. But in those days, people turn a blind eye to that sort of thing.
Especially at a trial. They thought, well, the boy's
Yeah.
got to do the right thing here. He's got to get this horse out of the gate.
Yeah. No, we just had a routine. We'd arrive, I'd put the bonnet up, take the battery out, take it over to the barrier, set it up, get the thingos,
On the appropriate parts of the anatomy.
Yep.
And twig!
Yeah, off he'd go. He had no trouble with the battery. He was a battery specialist. Part of me felt that that there was part of him that loved getting zapped up the date. He sort of looked forward to that in a way, in a perverse sort of way. Bludging slug.
You had a lot of luck earlier with the head in the bag, though, didn't you? You put the bag on the horse before it left the stables.
Yep.
It'd go in the float. You had to drag it into the float because you knew what was happening once the head in the bag went on. But then, of course, you didn't know where it was because it didn't think, well, it might be home.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of a sudden it's in the barrier, head in the bag.
Yes.
You get one of the Woodis twins up on it to have a go, and once the barriers went open, because the horse didn't know where it was, when it felt that first dig in the ribs from fractious Bruce Woodis, off it went.
Off it went, that's right.
And then, of course, they had to race the whole way around with the head in the bag because, and then you develop that spring that allowed Woodis to reach up and pull the bag off. So it gave the horse a view of what was ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, my view with the slug was, sometimes I'd take him out and we wouldn't go racing. Instead, we might make up the audience of Supermarket Sweep, and the bag had come off and, you could see he's disappointed. You'd have to wait there for, they'd record 5 shows in those days.
Long
5
time.
programs, and it did take a long time. And he'd
6
get
hours
impatient,
sometimes.
and he'd dump a lot of stuff, and we'd have to clean it out. And anyway, that's a different issue. So if it wasn't Supermarket Sweep, we might take him somewhere else.
Wheel?
Yeah, Wheel, something like that. Yeah, he was
was
in the
it
audience
Feud
at
on in
Wheel.
those days?
Yeah, Feud. He did Feud. Yeah, he loved Feud. And then he'd get a surprise when the bag had come off and he was in a barrier being kicked in the nuts.
Yes, this is the Probe ATM camped on a milk crate with a fist of 50s. His branch manager and brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven and working a wheeze for the big 4 with his jar of change, is the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Now, coming back to Chautauqua. As nearly as I can tell, his mission in this preparation is the Everest
Oh, dear.
at Randwick on October the 13th. The trouble is he's going to have to complete a series of trials if he's to take place in the Everest.
Oh, fair enough.
But obviously, so there's plenty of time for Monty Roberts to weave his magic.
Yes. Now, is Monty going to come out and talk to him?
Well, this is interesting. Now, let me set out the story and let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
Then, of course, the Hawks clan, or Team Hawks, train Chautauqua, and they're a notoriously prickly clan, and they aren't saying much at the moment, but privately, many in racing industry believe we will never see Chautauqua race again.
Oh, dear.
So that's the challenge. We've got this, I think he's won the TJ 3 times, so he's earned an awful lot of money, up around the 9 mil mark, I think, so he's a very valuable horse. A brave punter would put their money on Chautauqua in the future, not knowing if their investment would stay in the gates or not. So that's a big problem for the stewards to consider. Roberts, this is Monty Roberts, the horse whisperer, is adamant he can resurrect Chautauqua's career.
Good.
Or get him out of the starting gates at least. Good. Well, I mean, you and I could get him out of the starting gates.
Oh, yeah. Good.
I mean, that's the easy part.
I think.
Now, Monty, of course, has worked with the Queen.
Yeah.
Once bringing the Queen Mother to tears.
Did he really?
When he tamed one of her favourite racehorses. He was parachuted into Cindy in 2013. I can't actually remember this. To help Gay Waterhouse with Queen Elizabeth's horse, Carlton House, who was having problems at the barrier.
Coming out of the barrier?
Yeah, coming out of the barrier
really?
problems.
Okay.
He helped the German stallion Lomatas, who was so troublesome at the gates, he would throw himself on the ground and try and start to kill people. Now, that was a horse I liked.
Okay. They look like psychological issues to me.
Correct.
Yeah.
He then late last year, Hong Kong trainer Tony Cruz turned to Roberts when he's champion gelding Pakistan Star. Well, he wouldn't come out. No, he loved to stay in the barriers. He just enjoyed the atmosphere in the barriers so much. Surrounded, safe.
Bit of me time.
That's right. Roberts, I know what's wrong with the Chautauqua just by talking over the phone. It happens with a lot of horses late in their careers. Just before Christmas, we went to Hong Kong with Pakistan Star. He said, I can fix these kinds of things. They all have slight differences, and I need a bit of time. It's not something that's done overnight. It's called habituation.
Habituation? Wow.
I didn't realise it had a name.
No.
So,
What stuck in barrierism is habituation. Wow.
You know how people are victims of the punt? I'm wondering if...
Is that habituary? Is that another feature?
I think it's another term for habituation. I back the ones that stay inside. Now, you use a blanket. This is Muddy Roberts. You have to use certain things on their head.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like maybe a old-fashioned...
Electrodes.
Yeah, TV aerial.
Yeah.
You know, and then punch something into the reception of it. Now, a certain set of procedures so they respond without pain they've had prior to this. Now, does he suggesting Chautauqua was in pain?
I think so.
In the meantime?
I think so.
Psychological pain?
Yeah, psychological pain, yeah.
Right.
Something's happened at some barrier somewhere. So you'd have to take him back to that barrier so that he can come to terms
With what happened
what
and
happened
realise
at
it
that
wasn't
barrier.
as bad as he thought it was.
Yeah, or it wasn't the barrier's fault.
What an interesting idea. What an interesting analysis. It
Yeah.
wasn't the
Well, that's
barrier's
the way
fault.
I'd approach it, because, the king had these issues once or twice, not often, where he got barrier shy. And I'd take him to the barrier, say at midnight, and just put him in the barrier and then turn the car lights on and drive the car as quickly as I could at the barrier and just brake just before hitting him. And
That'd scare him into action.
well, it scared the buggery out of him, and scared me a bit too because the brakes were a bit iffy. But anyway, we did stop, and I pulled him out and put him back in drove him home. And we never had any barrier problems after that, I'd have to say.
Right.
And look, it was just, look, and people ask me, how'd you come up with that idea? I have to say, I don't know.
Yes, this is the Probe Patisserie with a hatted chef, R.R. Slaven, pulling a tray of menu-inspired chocolate out of the oven and on the tooth with a pan of raisin. H.D. Nelson, coming back to Monty Roberts. Look, he says the horses all have slight differences and I'd need a bit of time. I'm not sure. You have to accept that this person is paid to do this work.
Yeah.
And time may be a factor in the adding up of the bill, like a lot of these things.
Yeah, well, there'd be a day's travel for a start, and then a day's travel home, because he doesn't live in this part of the world.
Well, now you're thinking.
Yep.
So, it's not something that's done overnight. As we mentioned, habituation, use a blanket, certain things on the head, certain set of procedures so they respond without the pain they've had prior to this. I'm not sure. I'm sure they've whipped him a lot trying to get him out. Now, there's no evidence that, you and I know when a horse has been whipped, there's often lines on it, welts and, deep gashes and things like that, oozing pus and blood and stuff like that. And you and I know.
No evidence of that at all.
Now,
I looked for electrodes burns, but there were none.
Pakistan Star, this horse that he
Had success with.
in Hong Kong, was whipped half to death. It was unbelievable. The trainer was fined for excessive whipping. It takes hours and hours of habituation to get them out of that, to move them out of that.
Right.
Now, he says, I generally get this done in a week. I need assistance from the trainer. I need the trainer to tell me everything that's been done and be as honest as he can so I know what has failed and where I have to succeed.
Yeah.
The least they could do is talk to me. I promise I have learnt more in the last 3 years of my life than ever before.
Wow.
Big call.
It is a big call. So my suggestion here that if Chautauqua hasn't been whipped, that's one of the few things that hasn't been tried on him. So Monty's going to say, well, bring me a whip.
Well, I hadn't thought of it in that way. I think he's got to go head in the bag. He's got to do the brakes.
What about the midnight?
Exactly. That's where I'm at, the midnight pump, Look, I think that's all got to be done. I think that, inducements like, have they thought of dangling a carrot in front of the horse as soon as the barrier gates open? An apple maybe, or something like that?
Yeah.
Look, some of these people at the racetrack have no clue in what they're doing. That's the disturbing comment in all of this that I find from Monty Roberts. He's saying people like, Anthony Cummins, James Cummings, the Waterhouse bot combo, they don't know what they're doing.
That seems to be the suggestion, isn't it?
So, and Chautauqua, it's not as though, as I say, Team Hawks, a very reputable group of horse trainers. Darren Weir doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not putting them down. I know they're doing their level best. That's Monty's view. Gay and others have wanted me down there, but overall they try to make it as hard for me as they can. Just silly things. I was there for the Queen of England and her horse, Carlton House. It was insanity. Gay put a set of starting stalls near his stables. I could put him on a 30-foot line and have him reverse himself back into the stalls. Yet when we got to the stalls at the races, the barrier attendants would grab an ear, put a blindfold on him and start the fight with him 50 metres from the stalls when he wouldn't go in.
Yeah, right.
Do you understand what he's saying there, Roy?
There's no consistency.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, if Monty's at the track, and what's he saying, 50 metres before he can get the horse to back into the stalls,
Yeah.
he's going backwards for a start, so he can't see where he's going.
Yeah.
But when they get him the other way around, put him behind to bring him in the front way, or, from behind towards the front.
That's where the issues are.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
some of those chokeholds they put on the horses, the barrier attendants, it leaves a lot to be desired.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
He says a fee, of course. I'm not
Is
going to
it legal to enter the barrier from the front, though, backwards, HG, when all the other horses are going conventionally? I mean, would they allow Chautauqua, for example,
to go in backwards? What a fascinating question. I think the rules of racing probably have something to say there, but I see nothing wrong with it personally.
No.
And I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Yeah.
To think
you could allow all the horses to enter backwards just for that race, and it'd be something slightly different. The public would get behind it.
The public would love it.
They would. It'd be a real novelty, and the kids would come, and because kids love seeing horses going backwards into stalls, don't they?
They do. Now, he says, I'm not going to do it anymore without a percentage. This is his payment, you see, is a problem.
Yeah. Well, they're not paying him enough.
Well, Pakistan Stars Tony Cruz still hasn't given me one sentence of support for what I did.
Hasn't he?
No. But in interviews with journalists, he repeats the sentences I gave him word for word. I don't need the publicity, but I want to be paid reasonably.
Right. What about the Queen Mother? Did she pay him for crying?
That horse there, Carlton House.
Yeah, they slip him a few pounds.
I suppose so. But I want to be paid reasonably. I can't really tell someone how to fix the horse, but I hope these people make a deal with me to fix Chautauqua. Now, is it something he could do over the phone without coming, which would save him a lot of time?
No, he'd have to come.
He'd have to get a feel for the horse.
Well, he's got to talk horse talk, and that's usually body language, dumb show, miming.
True.
That sort of stuff. You can't do unless it's a video call.
Oh, FaceTime.
Could
they get the horse on FaceTime?
Yeah. Well, and then you offer him, say, a percentage of Chautauqua's win.
Yeah.
Is that what he's asking for?
He's got to have some sort of, what would I call it, incentive.
Yes. Yeah. And maybe, I don't know, some lotto tickets or something like that. Scratchies, set for life.
And
two of those, $2 ones.
And why don't they send him a video of the race?
Okay,
So he could put that on his website and say, this is what I've done for Chautauqua. Now let me help your horse.
Yes.
Your bludgeon slug.
Yeah.
And I won't have to drive at the barriers.
Yeah, well, all that could work. I mean, personally speaking, I don't want to see that bloke in this country.
Yes, this is the Probe big night out, dolled up in the glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla, the designated driver rampaging Roy Slaven, and camped on the back seat, the melodrama and mascara, H.G. Nelson. Now, just tidying up this Monty Roberts thing, he says he knows what's wrong with the horse just by talking over the phone.
Right.
So this is to your point that you never want to see this bloke in Australia.
I don't.
You've spoken to Dutton.
Yeah.
Dutton is reluctant to give him a 457 visa to come here.
Yeah.
We're hopeful that sanity will prevail in this matter.
I hope so.
But it happens a lot with horses late in their careers. Just before Christmas, he went to Hong Kong to work with Pakistan Star, which we've established. And I felt guilty going for the fee I was being paid. I didn't know what to do. I'd never seen a horse do that in his entire career. But within an hour, I knew what was wrong with the horse. Ray Charles could see it.
Okay.
Now, this is a reference to a blind musician.
Entertainer.
Entertainer.
Yeah, okay.
How easy is it to spot, I suppose, when you come to it? You've had a lot of experience. You're mentioning, of course, the slug, the problems there. But how easy is it to spot unless you actually do what they do to Chautauqua and put him in the barriers? Can you spot it something in the gate? Are they off their feed? Do they, whinny and inappropriately say...
Actually, I wish it was that simple, but it's not. I've tried to explain it, HG, in the same way, you can release pigeons, homing pigeons, from many, many thousands of kilometres away, and they'll make their way home now. How do they do that? Well, they are seeing magnetism in a way that we can't. They can actually visualize magnetism, and they use the magnetic forces of the earth to align themselves.
And get 'em home.
Now, we can't see it, they can. It's the same with dealing with a horse.
Right.
I've always felt that you either have the sight or you don't, and you can see what's going on with a horse. You can see it in the same way that magnetism is sighted by pigeons.
And in the same way, you see the solution.
You do. The solution writ large, but you've got to be in their space. You've got to put yourself in their space and just be with them. Now, for someone like me, sometimes it would take me upwards of, say, 3 or 4 minutes in their space to be able to see the space the way they do. And once you see the space they do, then you can see the problems of the space in the way they see the problems of the space, and you can come up with a solution. It can be very simple. I remember once, with the king, he just wasn't interested. And once I got in his space, I realised, see, he always had difficulty with the colour green, and there was a green sign that was about 4 or 5 metres away from the barrier.
It was a TOB sign.
It was, and I removed that. And once that was removed, he was fine. But I had to see it from his point of view.
Yes.
And I couldn't have done that from overseas.
No. Do you stand in the barrier
Yes.
and have a look at what's ahead?
Yeah. I do. You've got to stand in their space to see the space as they see the space.
Yes, this is the Probe. It's the Probe legal team headed up by the pro bono specialist, and with a winning class action record before the beak, rampaging Roy Slaven and outback swapping the police exhibits and wearing the wig, H.G. Nelson. Now, look, it was a very interesting development in the AFL this week, where the killer suggested we change the rules for a number of games between now and the end of the season.
Yeah, trial games. Use the competition for trial games with games that are of no consequence towards the end of the season. Yeah.
Yes, it was a bit vague about what the changes would be.
Yeah, it's to do with the square that we talked about.
The size of the goal square.
The size of the goal square, opening
positions
positions of the ball up, all of that, and maybe fewer players.
Yeah, I know you've got a lot of bets running on the AFL, so I don't want you to reveal anything there, but did you have a bet going for the player who got the least possessions in the 2018 season, on an average basis, meaning if they played 10 games and they got 1 possession, then they'd obviously win. If they played 10 games and got 20 possessions, they obviously wouldn't be in contention.
Yeah.
Did you have a bet for the player to least bother the scorer?
No.
The stats.
No, I didn't. Was that available?
It was available, yeah.
I had no idea.
Now, that's at one end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
This would distort the punting on because the rules would change.
Yeah.
How could you compare like with like? How about the Coleman medal?
God,
For the amount of,
I hadn't thought of that.
How about the Brownlow votes?
Oh.
How about your draft issues? I mean, I was outraged by this.
Yeah.
I mean, what sort of schmozzle are we running here? I mean, I understand the killer's got a brief to kill the game stone dead.
Yeah.
But to change the rules halfway through the, competition seemed to me... sanity had left the building.
Yeah.
It's as though you were making, you worked for a SPC or something like that and said, we'll fool the public, we'll put spaghetti into the baked bean tins and leave
just
the baked
to see
beans...
if it works. Yeah.
That's right. Mercifully, I think there was a report late in the week that the killer had backed off. But the weird thing was the killer said while he was in favour of it, he could understand that other stakeholders might be against it. Now, of course, there's been an avalanche of comment to suggest what's wrong with the game. So you look at the pies.
Congestion.
Hang on,
the murderer worried about congestion? Yes.
Yeah. Now, I understand this. Take yesterday's match. We had the Pies v the Tigers. I mean, what more do people want? Now, I understand the Pie people might like to think, well, there were some decisions that might have gone our way or not. Well, that's the rub of the green of playing that level.
Twas ever thus.
Ever thus. You go to the night before, Essendon playing Sydney Swans.
Yeah.
Now, again, what's wrong with the game? I can't see anything wrong with the game.
Well, the problem with that game was that the Swans aren't interested in being there, but that's a separate issue. I don't think the murderer can do anything about that. You can't legislate for interest. You can't. Anyway.
Now, so where's this going? Who's driving this agenda that we need to change the game radically? My advice, of course, is to take a couple of teams out of the competition, and that would improve it enormously because you'd have less pool of dud players,
Yes.
and you might have some interest from the Swans.
Yeah. Are you suggesting, actually, and this has been mentioned to me once or twice, that what happens if, say, the leader, the CEO of the AFL loses touch with sanity? Now, we can talk about intervention.
You've raised this before, haven't you?
I have. But what powers are there amongst, say, coaches, administrators, etc., to go knock on the door of the murderer and say,
Time's up.
time's up, or you're under arrest, or we've got a counsellor here, or we've got Monty Roberts here who thinks he can help you if you get down on all fours.
And start
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. Now, where do we get to that point? Because surely we've gone beyond that point now. The sanity of this fellow has got to be questioned.
Well, see, this is what worries me about.
Do we get his brother? Do we get
Hamish?
Hamish to
don't-
talk to
no,
him?
don't.
Or is he just as mad? He may well be just as mad. I
Is
don't
it a
know.
family madness?
I don't know. Do we need Mel McLaughlin? No relation, but similar name, well, identical name, to go up and say, hello, I'm Mel McLaughlin. We're McLaughlins together, and listen, could you leave now because you're mad?
This is the Probe tour of well-run battlefields. The man up front and with the baton in his knapsack is the General, Major Rampaging Roy Slaven, and letting off bombs in the background to provide that realistic trench warfare smell is H.D. Nelson, the putrid one. Now, one thing I was going back to the AFL rule problem. Remember how we solved this earlier in the season? It was so elegant. We got Clarko and the killer, sometimes known, a.k.a. the murderer, round a cup of coffee and a laptop, and they altered the rules, meaning the emphasis on the rules would be on blocking in ruck contests or whatever it was. Not ruck contests, in marking contests. Now, Steve Hocking, the person who's in charge of all of this, who's in charge of congestion, said that that they were going to trial in these things, the matches that aren't going to happen now because of Brownlow punting, draft positions, all
Coleman
that sort
medal,
of
etc.
Coleman, yeah. Said there were 6 alterations being considered that whittled down, wait for it, from a starting position of 45 ideas to change the game.
45 ideas.
I mean, it'd be a completely different game, wouldn't it? 45.
I'd love to see a game with a 45er implemented.
I mean, in rugby league, the only change that I can seemingly understand is the change from unlimited tackle to 6 tackles, and that's one change that changed the face of the game completely. Imagine what if you put 45.
Scrummaging.
Oh, scrummaging's changed. Okay.
Yeah.
Though another half dozen possibilities that may merit further thought. So they're up to over 50 of changes that merit thought.
Merit thought.
Now, those agreed on, which are believed to include the set starting position for players after stoppages, 6-6-6 formation. Now,
That's going to drive people nuts, the 6-6-6 formation.
Is that everybody, both teams, or is one team,
Yeah.
6-6-6?
Yeah.
I mean, how are they going to,
How are they going to police this?
We're
We're
what
going
happens
to have a head count every bloody stoppage?
what happens if a back runs all the way up chasing the ball?
Yeah.
I know we talked about this before.
Yeah, I
In
know.
the forward
Where does he
line.
go? Does he got to go up the
Yeah,
front
I
or
know.
up the... Oh, Lord.
Anyway, that could be trialled in the NEAFL, the Northeastern AFL, in the remainder of the season, with the Lions and Swans keen to play a role. That's good. Hocking also said there was a list of clubs in second-tier competitions, the WAFL and the SANFL and the VFL, willing to participate.
Good.
The language used after the meeting of a committee compromising the administrators, coaches, players also softened, with Hocking stressing fans could take calmness. The alterations are game adjustments rather than rule changes. I mean, hang on a minute.
Game adjustments.
6-6-6.
6-6-6 is not a rule change?
Can I also throw into the mix umpiring stress?
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that's, I had no idea this was going on. I mean, I blame myself for not knowing, not talking to enough umpires. I mean, I often talk to goal umpires, the stress of getting it right, how difficult it is. They talk to me. I had no idea it was central umpires as well. Boundary umpires are feeling the mental stress of umpiring these situations. 51 rule changes.
Rule change, yeah. Now you understand why many umpires, HG, have to have a bag over their heads
To get to the game.
get to the game. Well, that's a fact.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with the special readings from the Revelation on the evils lurking in squash, and digging off with a collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, coming back finally, at late in the week, the murderer, a.k.a. the killer,
Yeah.
He's back down from trialling new rules in the dead rubber AFL matches.
He's weak.
Hey?
He's weak.
He's gutless, isn't he?
He's gutless.
Does he have any interest in the game?
Believes in nothing.
The future of the code is there hanging before him and he can't grasp it. Congestion. We're just going to have congested matches over and over again. Who cares about the Coleman? Who cares about draft picks?
Yeah.
We're going to improve the game.
Yeah.
Now, 2 days after the AFL boss floated the idea, he said it was unlikely to happen.
Oh.
The way it's running, it's 2/3 of people think it's a bad idea and 1/3 thinks it's a good idea, and that's my assessment after a couple of days. He's wrong.
He's dead set wrong.
100% want it.
Yeah, people want it. People want the game improved.
Yeah. I reckon any times people view about the game, why not, is that it's actually a risk to the integrity of the game, means you can't do it. I personally don't see it like that.
No.
But if that's what senior people and, more importantly, the public feel, then I can't do it.
Dear, what he's taken a straw poll of what?
What, people around the office?
Yeah. Do you think I should do this or not? No, Gillen.
No murderer.
No murderer. No.
Yeah, leave your hands in the pocket, killer. The public don't want
Yeah,
to see that.
well, that's very disappointing. This was a golden opportunity.
It was a golden opportunity. Once in a lifetime.
Exactly.
National healing.
Yes.
Starting the conversation.
Yes.
I mean, it's all there.
The AFL's been crying out, a bit like Cambodia, for a strong man.
Yes, it's the good ship Probe at the wheel with the knife between the teeth and the patch on the eye, the bosun rampaging Roy Slaven, and walking the plank, the peg-legged H.G. Nelson. Just finishing up with the AFL, Roy, nothing to do with 51 rule changes between now and the end of the season. Swans are in a bit of trouble, and I noticed John Longmire's revealed his most pressing concern is not the state of the team, their lack of interest or the younger players, but is Buddy Franklin. He says in a think piece in this morning's paper that he's only been able to get Buddy to train for 20 minutes this season. 20 minutes. I mean, it's been a long season. What happened in the pre-season?
Wow, that's about 22 seconds a week.
Now,
wow.
It's due to a heel injury he suffered in round one at Optus Stadium at West Coast. Yeah. The four-time Coleman medalist is also nursing a knee injury. Longmire said that he had his left thigh strapped against the Bombers. The superstar forward injuries are placing strain on the inexperienced forward line. The younger brigade aren't standing up. Quote, Lance has trained 20 minutes for the year. We've got a young forward group around them, so there's a lot of youth in that part of the ground. We know that if you look at the names in the front half, the majority of the night, it's a different team. Lance is doing his best based on the preparation. I'll say he is.
He is. He's a phenomenon if he's only been training 20 seconds a week. I mean, it's not much, is it?
How would you
That's enough, buddy.
No,
that's enough, mate. You've done enough.
He wanders out.
Back
you go, bud. Yeah. Bud.
Wow. But then again, if he's got a buggered heel, a buggered knee and a buggered left thigh...
It's easy to understand why.
Yeah. But why don't they give him time off to rest? Why drag him in for the 20 seconds? That's madness.
Yes, Roy. Now, this is a cautionary tale. Very sad story concerning rugby league, and there's a lot of rugby league stories around, and I think this is the saddest of the lot, because rugby league legend Ben Kennedy, who listeners may remember, was a great Newcastle second rower.
He was.
Forward. Excellent player.
Terrific player.
Terrific player.
Yeah.
And had a great run with them for a very long time.
Yes.
Might have played in the grand final.
Grand final. Yeah.
Now, he's been charged for illegally entering the government's high-security sniffer dog headquarters near Sydney Airport after a State of Origin function.
Wow.
Now, this takes a little bit of unpacking, because if you said to me, where are the sniffer dog headquarters?
I have no idea. What, near the airport? Well, I suppose that makes sense.
Now,
is this part of Border Force?
It is. It is. It's part of Dutton's lot, protecting Australia.
They're Dutton's dogs.
Dutton's dogs, that's right. Ben Kennedy is going to tell the court tomorrow, I think, his heavy-duty back medication reacted badly with some alcohol and left him in a disoriented state where he wandered into the Australian Border Force's detected dog base, open brackets, Dutton's dogs, close brackets, in Banks Meadow before 4 a.m. on June the 3rd and couldn't get out.
Okay, at 4 a.m. or
on June the 3rd.
On or about 4
On or
a.m.
about, my honour.
Yeah.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. So he'd had a few beers at State of Origin somewhere near the airport.
Yeah, well, this is all baffling because the 44-year-old will also tell the court he smashed the window of a government-owned Toyota Hilux used to carry Dutton's dogs around to the, sites of crime to escape the cold, given he was stranded wearing shorts and thongs in 13-degree temperatures. Now you've got to get a picture here. State of origin, few beers, back pain medication, wanders in the Dutton dogs holding area, shorts and thongs.
Gets cold. Where
Smashes
can I?
it, yeah.
Can't get out, obviously. Did he try to get out? I suppose he did. Well, he was disoriented, wasn't he?
Well, according to the Murdoch people, mystery still surrounds, I'll say it does, how the former Newcastle ... even got inside the complex.
Well, he must have been taken in.
Which is surrounded by 2.5 metre high spike fences. You don't think it's a G-up gone horribly wrong, do you?
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe he grabbed a dog and
maybe
just walked through with the dog,
Or maybe dogs were part of the state of origin.
Oh, Bluey the dog, maybe.
An impersonator.
Hang on. God almighty, where do you start with this?
I know.
Here's
Where do
poor
you
old
start?
Ben. Here's poor old Ben. He gets the call. State of origin. Benny, do you want to come and have a few blah, blah, blah? Yeah, love to. Where are we going? Dunno. I'll meet you at the airport. I suppose he met at the airport. So
He might have flown in from somewhere.
Yeah, well, exactly. But if you're going to go to the airport and you don't know where you're going.
Shorts and thongs?
Shorts and thongs?
Well, I always understood that they were trying to raise the tone of these Bluey, as in New South Wales, Bluey functions.
Yeah.
And the people had to dress up.
So did I.
You remember we saw...
Well, maybe
Benny
they wouldn't let him in once he got there. Oh, sorry, Ben, you can't come in looking like that. Come on, mate.
Oh, fair enough. That could be the case. I hadn't thought of that.
And so, can't I come? Well, no, Ben. So he goes and has a few beers, watching the game in one of the lounges.
Well, wait a minute. The Murdoch people understand Kennedy had appeared as a special guest at a State of Origin function earlier in the evening.
Right.
3 days before the Blues won Game 1 in Melbourne. So this goes back to
3
June.
days before the game.
So I think the first one was, let's say, so don't get me wrong, I can't quote it, but let's say it was June the 6th or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So on or about June the 2nd, there's a function. Now, New South
So he
Wales...
didn't have to watch a game. So he just had to
turn
up. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here. You've loved his work.
Welcome.
Ben Kennedy, come on down in. Then out he comes in the thongs and shorts. Seems unlikely, doesn't it?
Odd night. Ex-international was a stalwart for the Blues, ...
Yeah.
At some point, he left the function and found his way onto the ABF base. That's the...
How far of a walk is that, HG, from the airport? We don't know.
Way.
It is.
Well, anything in the airport's a fair way for somebody in shorts and thongs on a cold
On a
night.
13-degree night.
Now, Kennedy was found by officers working at the complex who later told police he was cooperative. The documents also said the officer believed Kennedy's account that he was trying to seek shelter from the cold.
Fair enough.
Now, was it a three-dog night is the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
Now, his lawyer said that Kennedy drank a couple of schooners at the function, was left disorientated when the alcohol reacted with the medication he takes for degenerative lumbar disc disease.
Yeah, fair enough.
He has a debilitating
What if
back
this
injury.
ever happened to him before, HG? Because you imagine he's been on the medication for a while.
Well, since he stopped playing.
Yeah, you would have thought. And so he must have known that combination of a couple of schooners is going to cause disorientation, and so he probably shouldn't have gone there.
Well,
maybe there was pressure. Oh, come on, Ben. Just a couple of beers.
Just come and tell a few stories,
Come on,
Ben.
just have a few beers.
Wear your thongs and shorts.
Yeah, thongs and shorts, mate. Just give us a few stories. Come on, Ben. Have a beer. Have a beer. Go on, you're weak. Have a beer. Is that how it was?
Tell us about
89. 89, Ben. How many beers do you have then? Oh, heaps. Show us. Is that how it was?
Obviously.
And then I'll give you a lift, Ben. And
all of a sudden?
Yeah, all of a sudden, yeah. Here's where you live, mate, near the dogs. Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah. What? How'd you get? Flap, flap, flap with the thongs. Cold. Oh, I must be, maybe I live there. Clink, clink, clink. Somehow gets in. Ooh, Jesus, cold.
Smash.
Smash.
In the front seat of the car.
Toyota Hilux.
Tap, tap,
Warm as toast.
Yeah. Yes, it's the Probe, all right. You're part of the Love Probe Probe revolution of 2018. And just before we leave this baffling Kennedy story, Roy, and the shorts and thongs, he's pleaded guilty to unlawfully entering enclosed lands and damaging government property.
Yeah.
The detected dog facility was officially opened, incidentally enough, by the man who gave his name to Dutton's dogs, Peter Dutton, in March. So it's brand new.
Yeah.
And you think it'd be state of the art. See, one thing that worries me is why didn't sirens go off?
Yeah.
Because if you and I tried to get in there, I'm sure something could happen, or something could happen at Dutton's house.
What if a terrorist tried to get in there?
Well, that's what
Does
I
that
mean.
mean a terrorist can just arm himself with a pair of thongs and a pair of shorts
And crack
and have
the-
access to dogs? Is that how it works?
It houses sniffer dogs from the Australian Border Force, Australian Federal Police and Department of Agriculture and Water Resources. So yes is the answer. I mean, this...
Well, it's a shocking state, isn't
Well,
it?
this is what worries me.
We can't keep people out of our dogs.
Well-
If we can't keep people out of our dogs, how can we keep people out of the country?
Bugger All Bogart, Grub Green, The Murderer, and The Probe.
And that brings us neatly to emails, Roy, and people like to get in touch with us from time to time, and you can do so by just dialing up roynhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's roynhg at thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following have, Roy.
Yeah, Steve's been in touch, HG. Steve says, hi. I was driving home earlier this week thinking about the limited opportunities in TV and movies that Sam Burgess and the South players have under Russell Crowe's mentorship. We might have raised this issue. I think, was it George or Tom who's got a role as a bodyguard? Might have been George,
Good question.
wasn't it?
George, I
Yeah,
think,
I think
yes.
so.
Tom's the quieter of the three.
Yeah, and he's doing a terrific job. Anyway, he says, then I saw this, advertised outside a live music venue in Sydney's Inner West, Rugby League, the musical.
Yes, this is a popular show.
This is the Bridge Hotel, which I think is Victoria Road,
Yeah,
maybe
Bridge
Roselle.
Hotel. It's been there for a long time.
Long time.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it's playing every Monday through August and received glowing reviews from Todd Greenberg,
Wow.
Yvonne Sampson,
Yes,
and
Channel
Jeff
9.
Tuvey.
Jeff Tuvey gave it a thumbs
Thumbs up,
did he?
yeah. We can rest easy. There are leading roles opening up for ex-NRL players. Well, that is a great story, Steve. Thank you. I did not realise that there are opportunities.
Well, the difficulty is that since that story broke, concerning, obviously the Souths, the pathways that they've got for players to come through the rugby league ranks
Yes.
and then move on.
Yeah.
Sadly, I just hope that can stick, because the Bunnies' form's dropped off, and I just hope that they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, he got out of jail against Parramatta. I understand that,
Yeah.
but lost a couple in a row there. What worries me
Do you
is
think George going on set
I don't wanna say.
and Russell being there guiding him through it and all of that might have distracted him away from rugby league?
Well, you
that's the
can't-
worry, isn't it?
yes,
I mean,
that's
that's the
right.
worry. It's very hard to make a balance, to find a balance here.
Well, you see, Buddy, he only trains for 20 minutes in the year.
Yeah.
If
Well, Buddy could do some acting work then. He'd have plenty of time on his hands.
Well, yeah, the thing about
Sitting
him,
down roles, though, you wouldn't want him standing because of his thigh. It'd have to be limited to a sort of Ironside sort of role, if that's the
people
right
remember.
bloke.
Gee, that's a long time ago. Now, what I was going to get to, though, he could have his leg in a cast. He could be a car accident victim. He could be somebody in
Easily.
a hospital bed.
Yes.
And he might be able to start off as extra work, say, in a bed alongside, say, Alf. If Alf was in
Oh,
the
that's
hospital,
right.
I
Yeah.
just pick Alf.
Yeah.
Somebody might be in
Home and away.
hospital,
Yeah.
Home and
Yeah,
away.
no, that's a great idea. Yep.
And then he could move on to a car accident victim.
Yep.
Or, maybe... I don't know, can go anywhere, because
Could go anywhere.
He's brought something to it.
He has.
A limitation.
I wonder if there's a story, a film, HG, in this Ben Kennedy with the dogs incident. I mean, that's a long night, isn't it? I'm just saying there might be a film in it.
Yes. Well, that would be terrific. I'd tell you who could do it too. It'd be the lad from Cronulla who's got his first film up,
Jason Stevens. If Jason Stevens, he could flesh this out to be a feature film.
Yeah, the only thing is, how do we get some romantic interest in it? I mean, I always worry about that as for a start in rugby league stories, because, you want the family to come along and see how rugby
Oh, well, that
league
could solve the mystery of how he got in there if he was in his discombobulated state.
had made an arrangement with a Border Force employee.
a young Border Force employee who's
Taken by
first
rugby
night
league.
on the job, and she's just got to look after security. Sees it's Ben Kennedy walking past, and he looks a bit cold in shorts and thongs. Don't know where he's been, but I remember his work. Hey, Ben. Yeah. Hey, Ben, come on in, mate. Are you cold? Freezing. Come on in.
Why are you in your shorts and thongs?
Yeah,
Ben?
where you been? I've been to a rugby league day.
Have you?
Yeah.
Who was there?
Yeah. Well, mate, there's nowhere you can stay. Oh, I could put you up in a high ace. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
But I haven't got the keys.
You have to smash your way in. God, it's starting to take shape nicely.
That's a flimsy plot.
Yes, it's the Probe Punters Club swinging the bag on the carnival, the Wizard of Odds, with the horse's birthday just round the corner, rampaging Roy Slaven and tipping you into a bum steer, H.G. Nelson. Now, just a couple of quick emails, Roy, further. If you want to get in touch, remember it's royandhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. Baden Myers writes, he says, I listened with great interest to your discussion of the tragic demise of Family Feud in Australian rules football, and he had an idea. All Australians know the best Family Feud was Celebrity Family Feud.
Oh, I'd forgotten that one. Yeah. That was great.
So his suggestion is Australian rules is currently a game of 4 quarters. How about making it 3 quarters of traditional Australian rules, with the final quarter being a round of Family Feud footy feud?
Family footy feud.
I presume it goes down a treat in China. The crowd can even be surveyed on the end, the ending, the ground, the scoring, etc. I don't know how that'll work, but we can make it work.
Yeah.
Family footy feud.
So you get football families like
Yeah.
I don't know, it must be like the Ablets.
The Ablets versus the McLaughlins, round 1. And wait a minute, you know the fans who came to blows, I think it might have been down in Geelong the other day, Demons Cats.
Yes.
Get a slab of them and a slab of them.
Slab of them,
All of a sudden you've got a great way to settle the disputes once and for all.
Yes.
Family footy feud
I
as
think
part
it's
of
a
a
great
game
idea.
day experience.
Yes. What a great idea.
Now, Richard Morovich, a regular correspondent, he's got something concerning Kokonakis. And, gee, this is great news that Kokonakis has settled his trademark battle with Kellogg's.
Oh, this is over the Special K business.
Yes, he's officially relinquished his right to brand himself Special K. Now,
Well, he never had the right to call himself Special K.
no, he just made that up.
Well, Nick Kyrgios is the Special K. We know that. He is special. There's nothing special about Kokonakis apart from his name starts with K.
The terms of the settlement are confidential.
Right.
But Kellogg's, which launched the legal action to prevent the Special K's use to promote his range of sportswear, told the advertiser continues to own their Special K trademark.
Right. So what's he going to call his shorts now?
Well, now I can't answer that.
No.
But
he can't call him Special K.
No, I tell you what would have been great would have been if Ben Kennedy, when he broke into the
BK,
was wearing a Special K pair of shorts. Would have been a tight fit, great promotion.
Would have been fantastic.
When he turns up in court tomorrow, what have you got on, my lad? Ask him. I've got the Special K's on.
K's, I'm wearing Are you wearing Special K's, Mr. Kennedy? Oh, that's right. Yes, I am. Well, I don't know, there's been no dispute, though, with Cornflake. I mean, Kellogg's haven't taken Bernard Tomic to court for calling himself the Cornflake or for being called the Cornflake, are they?
I don't.
I haven't heard anything.
Now, do we have Kokonakis down as the Cocoa Pops?
Or the Rice Bubble?
Yes, it's the Probe Midnight Radio coming out of Tricky Shoot 8 on Twinkle Toes. The champ, rampaging Roy Slaven, and in the clown pants with the big shoes, the distractor, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, I know this will linger on, this story. It's the Horn v Mundine bout. Now, earlier in the week, this seemed certain. It's less certain now. I just hope it can go ahead because I think this is the one the people of Australia want to see. And I noticed the promoters are building it up. We want to turn this into a mega night of boxing, really spectacular event that Brisbane will never forget, according to the promoter Glenn Rushton, that's Horn's trainer. He says the kid must dazzle from the opening bell against Mundine and show Australia that he's still the eye of the tiger and is hungry to climb back to the top of sport after he's lost to Crawford in Vegas.
Yeah. I wonder what the psychological scars are with Crawford, though. Anyway.
Well, we might get to that. What I'm more interested in is how can we make this, how can we plan this to be the biggest night of Australian sport, say, for some years. I mean, state of origin has been suggested, obviously Mundine being in the blue shirt and, Horn being in the maroon shirt. Yeah. Would you recommend, say, a parade of rugby league stars, maybe the announcement of the next Immortal, a bout between a couple of, on the undercard, I know you pointed this out to me before, the undercard featuring rugby league players, a couple of head-in-the-bag bouts of rugby league players.
That's not bad. All of that's good. All of that's very good.
So where does it go
maybe
to from
roping
here?
the supercars as well to have,
Supercars,
to have something you can...
To look at between bouts.
Exactly. Or between rounds.
Rounds. Right.
Look, I think it would take... All right, all shoulders to the wheel. Here. What I'm seeing, HG, is all networks covering it and all networks being forced to cover it by government legislation.
Right.
That we have ABC, ABC2, ABC3, the Comedy Channel, ABC4, the News 24, then you get 7, 7-1, 7-8, all of those, Channel 9, 9-2, whatever they're... Other stations are called, the ones that do the stuff you're never going to buy, the jewellery you're never going to wear, all of them. So all eyes are on it, HG. Really turn it into something, and get someone like Grant Denyer to host it, the Gold Logie winner.
Wow. With, say, a family footy feud, rebadged
Why
boxing
not?
feud?
Why not a boxing feud? Boxing,
Or a
get
rugby league.
Oh, sure.
Family rugby
or
league.
rugby league versus boxing, or which
Rugby-
is the smartest sport?
Incredible.
Hey.
Incredible.
Is rugby league smarter than swimming, or are swimmers smarter than
I know, I
cricketers,
understand.
or you know what I mean? So many questions that could be answered by such a stunning night. I want Australia to light up over this one. Now, what time would we start? Maybe 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
I think you'd have to go 4 o'clock.
with
in the
about the Horn v Mundine at maybe 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, yeah. It'd be a long haul, but nonetheless, you're getting a lot of value for it. You're getting a great game day experience.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's just a start. And maybe all of Peter Brock's cars, which I know sadly are up for sale, all of Peter Brock's cars come in as one and driven around by, say, your great drivers of the moment, your Craig Lowndes, your Frosty.
Or
all
rugby
those.
league players.
Or rugby league players. Yeah, sure.
I mean, there might be a problem there because they'd have to keep a fair bit apart. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of pranks.
Yeah, well, we can't have any pranks because these cars are really valuable.
Yeah. How about a special scratch and match struck for the day?
Yes, and a coin struck for the day.
Coin.
A coin with
Horn
Mundine and Horn on it and Her Majesty on the other side.
What a beautiful idea.
And it's worth maybe $3.50.
With all those great ideas before us, it's time to pack up the probe for another week. On behalf of Roy Slaven, we'd like to thank him for his attendance and his terrific ideas. Felix on the buttons has just done a brilliant job again. Top 20 Felix there. He's got another one bursting up the charts. And, of course, the old man himself, hand on the tiller, Skip, Chairman Mao of the operation. Look, we'll be all here next week. We'll leave you with a thought. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much gentleman Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP Soundproof booth. He's towing the Caravan of Hope. That's the Probe pop-up studio to Warren for today's Cotton Cup. Warren on the banks of the beautiful Macquarie River. It's a tremendous place, and if you've never been out to Warren for the Cotton Cup, get in the car now, you'll make it. Look, his selections or his early thoughts before he gets on course for the Cotton Cup are Sea Lady and Dapper Eyes. So make of that what you will, if I can quote my colleague. Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. TF Much, Bruce McAvaney, and, I've got to pause. I mean, cheers, Bruce. Final time, Flemington, Cup time. I mean, the ambition, the legacy. I'll give you an idea of the legacy right off the bat. This is Bruce in, let's face it, probably his finest year ever. A beautiful thought about Winks You know, the one about, and now Moonee Valley has a Mona Lisa. I mean, what a legacy to leave Australia with. I haven't got the quote right at hand, but I'd probably be able to get to it. But look at his records. You know, he's used amazing scenes 4,876 times, incredible 53,621 times, special 8,900. These are records that will never be broken. Never be broken. Thanks very much, Richo. I think he clocked that up 521 times. I mean, he was only there since 2002 doing the Cup, but these are records that no one's going to break. You know, are you suggesting Basil Zamplis is ready to take over? Is that what Seven's telling us? I know Seven lose the Cup and it goes to Channel 10, separate issue. But surely Bruce, you know, if ScoMo in Parliament's got any guts at all, he'll move Bruce to get him on 10's coverage. Look, all I can say is thoughts and prayers, Bruce, thoughts and prayers. I was there for your last call. I wasn't on course, obviously, but, you know, when you signed off for the final time, I mean, I could see what it meant to you. Australia couldn't, but I could. And all these horses that you've had romantic connections with, the only one you've left out of your list was Rooting King, of course, because King always hated you. He made that clear. But apart from that, the rainbow connection between you and so many horses is just something that I don't think Australia will see again. What an incredible week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through these... Oh, I can't go on. I mean, if Bruce isn't going on, why should I? I mean, he's a far greater figure. He's far greater Australian. He's an outstanding Australian. Far greater than I am. But, you know, obviously my professionalism has to shine through, as Bruce has always did. I modelled myself on Bruce, except for his affection for the horse. I just can't tolerate that. That seems to me something Corey Bernardi would understand. Anyway, it's been a week of massive collects. And in Cup Fallout, as you know, Probe-sters, I had been concerned that the Royal Commission into the State of Australia's pies may not have had enough teeth, but I was relieved when I saw our new PM sinking the molars into a jam-packed beef and offal creation at the Caloundra course on Cup Day. He reduced the pie to rubble. There was a hint of madness around the eyes as the teeth broke the substantial crust, and when he surfaced for air 15 minutes later, he had more questions than answers. And that's what I think a Royal Commission should. A perfect introduction to a Royal Commission. More questions than answers. I believe the nation can now relax knowing that the hard yards before our top pie supremo, whoever that may be, will be made in with confidence and in the nation's best interest. But let's lock horns with a man who this week paid a tribute to the team around him that makes his job every spring so very easy. He referred, of course, in his comments to the twins, Weed and Fractious Bruce Woodis, who obviously do all the office work. They do all the logistical planning for the Rooting King Lodge, the placement of horses to advantage in races, etc. They're geniuses at that sort of work. The Mortimer brothers, Peter the Puller and Perce the Parrot, who organise the track work every day without fail for the sum. At the moment, I think he's got 327 nags in work and in his care. There's fitness guru Cyril Dicko Dixon, who is available 24/7 for advice, and Dr. Cedric Sproul AO, the award-winning vet, who has been at the lodge for 5 decades, and there's Napoleon Negus, who looks after all this bloke's headwear needs. It's a great team at the lodge, headed up by the man himself, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye in this magnificent Cup week, bro?
Yes, thank you very, 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 very much, H.G. Nelson. What a wonderful week to be an Australian who believes in the freedom to believe in the freedom of belief.
Give me that again.
To be an Australian, HG, who believes in the freedom to believe in the freedom of belief.
I'm with you, bro.
Yes, thank you. That's what we fought for. Now, Mark Hensby, remember him? The forgotten man of Australian sport? The forgotten man of Australian golf? Forgotten no longer, remembered. Remembered for how great he could have been. And he's realising his greatness now in the New South Wales Open, where he's on the leaderboard. I think he might be about 4 or 5 off the pace, with 18 magnificent holes before us this afternoon. Gee, if you've got the opportunity, get out and have a look at the bloke. New South Wales Open, Hensby. Now, more flee the sinking ship, Cricket Australia. Don't know what can be done here. We might be able to maybe unpack this a little more during the afternoon or during the morning. Now, Australia's one-day win over South Africa is described as our greatest victory since World War I. Now, that's a big call. But I was very excited by it. So great to see. And Aaron Finch's captaincy, a revelation.
Incredible.
Absolute revelation. Not only his pinpoint placement of fielders and judicious use of marshalling the bowlers, but the tactical nous to refer things, refer decisions, all went Finch's way. What a magic night for Australian cricket. What a magic night for Finch. Now, Ash Barty wins the WTA Elite Trophy. I think she's the first Barty to do so since Posier's. And that's a fact. That is a fact. Now, is Trent Copeland the forgotten man of Australian cricket? I think he could be. A lot of people I talk to about Trent Copeland haven't a clue what I'm talking about. But I tell you what, Copeland's making the ball talk in a way many Australians haven't been able to for a hell of a long time. So if people at Cricket Australia, I mean the empty house that is Cricket Australia at the moment, if whoever's there casts an eye and has a bit of a look at Copeland, he'll be the first man picked in the Test team. Now, the fighting primary school teacher says he's enjoying putting on weight. Now, look, I know it's not a big story. And let's face it, he does struggle with generating ideas for publicity. This criticism has been levelled at him, of course, by Anthony Mundine, who claims he can't publicise anything. But anyway, I thought it was a great opportunity for the fighting primary school teacher maybe to link up with ScoMo on the bus and eat some pies with him. I mean, it would have been win-win-win. Because, Horn would have been there, the fighting primary school teacher, and ScoMo would have said something, oh, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm eating a pie, I'm trying to put on weight. There's your story. There's your story. Suddenly the pie maker's happy, i.e. the beefy pies, they're great. You've got the Prime Minister looking interested and engaged in a fit young Australian with a great future, and you've got a boxer putting on weight. I mean, there's the story. It writes itself, and people would have been interested. But just Horn coming out by himself saying, oh, yeah, I'm putting on weight, I'm enjoying it, is not really a story, Horn. You've got to work a little bit more on it, son. Now, Eddie Jones. Oh, God almighty, Eddie Jones. God, what about them Wallabies now? I think of Eddie Jones. Beaten by Wales.
When will
First time in 10 years. Lord. In what has been described as a trialist test. God almighty, we've been wanting one of them for a while. A trialist test. Now, Eddie Jones has called for, wait for it, 2 referees in rugby. 2. It's just what rugby needs, isn't it? When you think about it. More whistles blown. That's what's missing from the code at the moment. Eh? According to Eddie Jones. Make of that what you will.
Yes, it's the Probe Toyota Dual Cab. We're on the road to Bendigo behind the wheel in the Rogers. Captain Fat, rampaging Roy Slaven and making a nice pair up front. Camped in the bucket of ice, Mr. Freeze, H.G. Nelson. Well, the curtain comes down on the carnival, Roy, and there's so many questions now. Can I begin with 2? Will it be possible to replace Bruce? That's one. And the quote I was fishing for earlier was, that's how it finishes, that's how it ends. Moonee Valley found a Mona Lisa. Of course, he was talking about the Winks run in Cox. Yeah. But he finalised, should I say, he signed off that day. We've never had a day like this, and we probably never will. But that could have been his epitaph. Imagine that if he'd pulled that out last night, as obviously Seven went to border, whatever that show called about border security.
Oh, border security, yeah.
And people had to go to Seven, mate, to see the final race. Beautiful bit of programming. Anyway, we never had a day like this, and we probably never will. I mean, that's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It's poetry, isn't it?
It is. Look, I think this could be the end, the finish of the Melbourne Cup as a significant part of the Australian cultural landscape. It's been with us a hell of a long time, 1853, something like that. It's been a magnificent occasion. But it's not going to be the same anymore without Bruce. because Bruce has been the Melbourne Cup, or the face of the Melbourne Cup. No, more than that, the spirit.
Spirit, that's right.
The spirit of the
Absolutely
Melbourne
right.
Cup. And the spirit of the carnival.
The spirit of Australia, Roy.
The spirit of Australia, thank you.
You know, as you pointed out earlier in your show, you know, the reason why we go overseas to protect our freedoms here is so we can have Bruce pull out gems like that.
That's right.
You know,
that's right. Nobody else does it. I mean, people can talk up Basil all they like.
They are.
Well, they are, I know, but he's not Bruce. He's not.
See, Basil doesn't quite cut it, does
he doesn't. No.
Bruce, voice of authority.
Yes.
Now, can I...
There's no talk of Bruce going to Channel 10, is there?
Well, I understand, of course, if my memory serves me correctly, that when he started calling the Cup, he was on Channel 10.
Yes.
I may be wrong about that, but that's just a dim memory I have.
Okay.
He's called a few.
Yep.
Look, I'd love to think that by order of Parliament he should go over there on secondment. Or
secondment,
on
yes.
assignment,
On assignment,
maybe.
yes.
He's on assignment on
Yep.
Cup Week. Why
Yep.
isn't he, you know, doing, I don't know, the Warren Cup
Yeah.
or the Warren Cotton Cup? Well, he's on assignment at 10.
Yep.
And I think we're at that point now where Bruce embodies all these things.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
you know,
well, well, I don't think... If Bruce is not going to go to 10 to call the Cup, then I don't think there will be a Cup. I think it's that important. It just doesn't talk to people going forward the way it's done in the past. I mean, it was the race that stopped the nation. Well, I don't think it's going to stop the nation anymore.
You know, I've seen commentary this week from people as authoritative Max Presnell, who now don't have the Cup in his top 6 races in Australia.
Well, there you are.
And he's doubtful now that the Cup will ever achieve any sort of thing. He thinks that horses are coming here. The handicapper doesn't spot them and doesn't penalise them enough. He thinks that it's an overseas, distance handicap where they have a lot more of those sort of events than we do. He thinks that the whole thing is
But the
lopsided.
horses we're bringing in, HG, often aren't suited for Australian conditions.
No, I know.
Half of them have got to be shot.
Yes, you're on the front line of the 2018 Love Probe Revolution, doing the in-out work, the tyre fitting specialists, Roy and HG. Listen, we just had a note come through from the vet, and Kingswell Dream, who obviously fractured a pelvis in the Cox Plate, has been released from hospital. You'll be pleased to know.
That's good.
I know Shooter McKenzie was on standby to weave some magic behind the screens again.
Shotgun. This is Shotgun McKenzie.
Shotgun McKenzie. But given the seriousness of the injury, there's no chance the Irish import, we'll see the Irish import for at least a year.
Right.
But his progression back to health is on the right path. So isn't that terrific news? Because those pelvic things for a horse are hard to fix.
Yeah.
Look, I've had a go at myself with a few of those and had not much luck because you can get them staples in the right spots. But
I suppose was there a replacement, HG? Was it replaced?
No. I think they're obviously
pinned,
yes, and got the horse back up on all fours.
Yep.
Look, the horse obviously had a great run in the Mornington Cup. Got to go in the Caulfield Cup, where obviously. Didn't all go well.
Sure.
But the owner has said, good news yesterday, Kingswood Dream was released from Ballarat Vet Clinic and on the road to recovery. So that's terrific news.
That is good. But it does again highlight, HG, this difficulty that overseas horses have coping with Australian conditions.
I couldn't agree with you more, Roy. Look, this is a story that I think is the hidden story.
It could be the saving of the Melbourne Cup if we ban overseas horses because they're just not good enough.
Now, can I come to a separate issue? And let's not tease that out because so many of the overseas horses, powdered in the big one recently.
Yes.
Can I ask, are you in favour of heats for the Melbourne Cup? I know I've raised this with you off air, but the dream that I have is that we have heats placed around Australia to select the best, say, 6 horses from, that I might got the maths wrong, maybe best 3 horses from every state to have a final at Flemington on that one day.
So so this Melbourne Cup would be limited to Australian horses.
Well, eventually
it come through the heats, or are you suggesting that, say, Godolphin might send some horses out early in the year?
I think they've got to get them acclimatised to Australian conditions so you can read out this chaff that just can't handle Flemington.
Sure.
The 3,200 metres at Flemington.
I thought for a minute you might have wanted the heats held on the same day.
I'd love to see that. An early start, say, round about 9 in the morning, and a heat every hour.
That's right.
Every half hour.
Culminating in the final at 3 o'clock.
Yes, the Probe House of Exotic Broadloom, checking the weave on a couple of nudes and a tree of life creation. The Carpet Whiz, rampaging Roy Slaven and fleecing the clueless tourists with some lively hall runner fakes, is H.G. Nelson. Now, just a little bit more cup fallout, and we can't leave the conversation without the an in-depth examination of Huey Bowman's ride on Marmello. Now, he's going to launch an appeal. I'm not sure where this is at the moment, but he's launching an appeal against the severity of one of the harshest Melbourne Cup sanctions in the history of the race, as mercifully the owners of Marmello insisted the weighing mishap didn't cost the English-based stayer a victory. Right. Now, Bowman, obviously, date with the Disciplinary Appeals Board, Cobby got 35 race meeting ban for 3 separate rule violations on his ride on runner-up Marmello. Right. He can't, obviously rides Winx, he can't go to Hong Kong and Japan next month. Right. The stiffest of Bowman's 3 sanctions came for weighing in 1 kilogram overweight on Marmello.
Did he really? How did he do that? What he put on a kilo after the original weigh, and when they came back to check him, he somehow during the race he'd put on a kilo.
Yeah, eating while on the horse.
Wow.
In the Melbourne Cup.
Is that are you allowed to do that?
I don't think so. He should talk to the Horn kid about putting on weight.
Yes.
Now, look, it is something I've not, and
I've never struck this before in my life.
It speaks to the lowering of the value of the Melbourne Cup, where jockeys now go out with a bowl of pasta and eat it in how long ever it takes.
A kilo, he must have had a few pies. It's a fair bit of weight, isn't it?
It is.
To put on in, 10 minutes?
The jockey told the stewards he had no explanation for the weight discrepancy.
No explanation?
Yeah, which was the subject of much debate in the hours after the race. Well, did Bruce talk about it?
I'm hearing about it for the first time now.
Exactly. I mean, that's the great thing about Bruce. He draws the forehead curtain over the incidents that don't need to be discussed, like the horse that had to be put down. Now, the owners, mercifully, if you ask me before the race, would we be happy with Huey coming back a kilogram overweight? Our answer would be no. Right. This is the owners. If you ask me after the race, do I reckon it cost us the race? I don't think so. And if it did, I can't do anything about it. So very
that's
philosophical.
Very philosophical. That's true. That's true. But the horse was carrying an extra kilo.
I know. And they always say a kilo's a length.
That'd affect the odds, wouldn't it?
Well, a kilo's a length.
I mean, had I known that Marmello was carrying an extra kilo, I wouldn't have put any money on it.
Right. To win.
To win.
Yeah, obviously stuck with the place.
Yeah.
You would have ended up ahead. Look, it is one of those odd things, and let's face it, I hope...
Does he have an explanation, but he can't explain it?
He can't explain it. Look, the owners said, but we're not saying here, he's a credit to himself. It was such a masterful ride.
He's a credit to himself, of course he is.
Masterful ride. It was probably the ride of the race. I didn't feel it cost us the race. Huey had parched himself to ride Marmello at 55 in the Melbourne Cup, which is right on his minimum range. Parched himself. God almighty, he went to the ends of the earth. He has already lost Group 1 rides, etc., etc., etc.
Right. So he's out for 35.
35, yeah. Now, can I speak of...
Has Winx been told?
No, Winx hasn't been told, and they've kept that quiet, but horses talk.
Yes, they do.
You know, the horses talk, the whisper gets around. Where is he? He's not coming.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why? What happened? He ate a bowl of pasta while riding the Melbourne Cup. Yeah. Now, and can I farewell with confidence, and this isn't quite as long as Bruce's reign at the top, but Jennifer Hawkins...
Well, she's been outstanding Australian, hasn't she, for the Myer Corporation?
And for the whole racing industry, and the Melbourne Cup in particular.
Yeah, she didn't have to turn up every year, but she did.
Yes, this is the home of the Dick and the Till website. It's the Spotting Probe, one prong of the 2018 Love Probe revolution. Roy, obviously, we've got to unpack Shane's suggestions about Australian cricket.
Yeah. This is Shane Warne.
Shane Warne, yes. He's got a book out, I think, at the moment, which he's doing some heavy promotion for. And so he's been writing for papers around Australia, suggesting that he's got a few ideas on how to make Australian cricket dominant again. But it was terrific to get that win on Friday, wasn't it?
It
I mean,
was.
That was really.
Yeah.
I mean, it was something like 240 days since they had a win.
Yeah.
That might be wrong.
247, I think.
Right, and they were desperate, and I just thought it was terrific, and I thought they outplayed the South Africans in every department,
They
as you
did.
said so in your opening comments.
They did, yeah.
But the news gets better because Lloyd Pope.
This is the prodigy.
The prodigy, the South Australian redhead, if I can put it that way, is relishing the prospect of calling a spin-friendly SCG home during the Big Bash League. Now, it won't be long before the eye of the selector in the national side is penciling Pope in.
Has Shane had a look at the
Pope action?
The prodigy?
I'm not sure. He's the latest, obviously, he's following the footsteps of Shane Warne, has moved from South Australia to join the Sixers. The 18-year-old has made headlines with his haul of 8 for 35 against England in this year's Under-19 World Cup.
Yes.
And then last month snagged 7 for 87, the devil's number there, 87, in one Sheffield Shield innings. I'm really keen to play BBL cricket. Unfortunately, the Sixers have given me an opportunity to do that. To play on the SCG would be fantastic. I've heard it's a spinner's wicket.
Yep.
I've never seen the ground before. I haven't got a clue where I'll be coming in from, but I've heard there's the Randwick and the Paddington end. I'd pick the Randwick end.
Good.
It'll be nice to get a white ball back in my hands and start bowling a few more variations. White ball cricket is about bowling a lot more variations and being able to outthink batters a lot more quickly.
Isn't that refreshing hearing someone, an 18-year-old, talks with such maturity about getting inside the heads of batsmen, etc.?
It's incredible. And Roy, I think the cricketing good news just gets better and better now for Australia with this.
Well, we've turned the corner.
With
that big win over South Africa. I mean, that was enormous, an enormous victory.
Yeah.
Against the odds.
1-1 now in this.
That's right, 1-1. We levelled with the South Africans.
And ODI isn't our best long suit.
No,
is
it's
it?
not.
No.
No. I think we're sixth in the world at the moment.
Right.
In that form of the game.
And to get this.
But the way, the pluck, the courage they
showed.
Courage,
that's right. Courage, that's what it reminded me so much of those grainy images you see at this time of year, celebrating the end of the big show.
Yes.
100 years ago.
Yep.
I mean, I just saw it writ large.
Yes.
There was trenches built around the ground when they played on it, and they had to wade through mud. It was just incredible. Yes, it's the Probe Writers Workshop, setting the pace with a true crime fiction epic as the Golden Decker winner, rampaging Roy Slaven and knocking out a lewd Norwegian-style potboiler that is already priced to clear. H.G. Nelson. Coming to the Warne thesis about what's wrong with Australian cricket.
Yes.
Look, I've got to say it's in depth. It does take a bit of getting used to and you're getting your head around it. But here's a sort of flavour of it.
Yes.
How about, this is Warnie, how about just playing better cricket? A brand of cricket people enjoy.
Right.
There's so much peripheral noise and unnecessary rubbish in the game at the moment. People are turning off the Australian cricket team and cricket. Be Australian and just play cricket. Enough of the nonsense. Now, I've seen some disturbing numbers this week released, I think, by the Murdoch press, saying that less people are interested in cricket now than ever before in the history of the game.
Look, this wonderful win the other night, HG.
It's torched it again, hasn't it?
Well, there was no one there.
I know.
I know. People should have been there to see this. This great win.
Can I ask, though, Roy, the previous Sunday, I think there was a match in WA that was obviously only available to Foxtel subscribers.
Yes.
And I thought, you beauty, I mean, who wants to see Australia lose? I think when the Australia wins, can I call it the paywall, should come down and should be free to air, and maybe all the stations take it.
Yep.
But it was so great to think that debacle there, where they got absolutely towelled, the Australian side. Anyway, that was not seen by many people. That was great.
No, these are refreshing thoughts, though, from Shane. Is Shane putting his hand up, for example, to manage Cricket Australia? Why couldn't...
Well, look, that's an excellent question. And I think we have to look outside the normal area.
Well, we don't need administrators anymore. We want ex-players who know the game, don't
and know the players and know the stakeholders.
Yes.
Know
the pressure they're under. Know the sort of
the
cricket
pressure,
we need to
right.
play.
The cricket we need to play. That's right. That's exactly right.
And know how to win.
Know how to win, yes.
See, we've forgotten how to win.
All we know is how to cheat and how to sledge now, mental disintegration, all that sort of stuff. I mean, it's getting away from us a bit, isn't it? Look, Roy, I'm hopeful that, this summer can be built on that win now.
Oh, yes. That's the foundation for the summer, for sure.
And I hope Shane can put his hand up. The other person I'd like to see there is Viv Richards. Now, there's a fresh breath of fresh air, getting Viv involved because he played entertaining cricket. People may not remember Viv Richards, a West Indian player of incredible skill.
Is he putting his hand up to be Chief Executive Officer of Cricket Australia, Viv Richards?
Well, I'm suggesting that you could do a lot worse because he was an entertainer.
Yes, he was.
He understands cricket. He's got a no-nonsense approach to everything, and I'd like to think that he would be the sort of person who could bring people together.
Yep,
because people would be so shocked by it.
Yes.
Anyway, look, we do have to acknowledge events that have dominated the thinking of the world for the last 100 years. It's the Probe House of Blues on Fender Strat, Slow and Roy Slaven and stirring the 12-bar soup, H.G. Nelson. Now, we resume, I was going to say hostilities, that's not quite the right word, but we pick up the threads with Warnie's discussion about what to do about cricket.
Yes.
Now, he's quoted in the paper here, the Murdoch Press, as saying Australia's always played on the edge and played with spirit.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Australia's sides played with character, passion and sense of larrikin fun. Occasionally, and I must say very rarely, Australia pushed it too far.
Yeah.
Open brackets, like when we touched up the ball with sandpaper, close brackets.
Yeah, that's going too far.
But we were still the most popular cricket team in the world because we never pretended to be something we weren't.
Well, that's true.
And I think this is the
Aussies were loved everywhere. Not anymore.
No one wants to
back in the day when we were winning, everyone loved having us.
Can I highlight or compare and contrast? Remember a while ago, the New South Wales Blues coach, Brad Fittler, threw his leg over a Harley and went touring around, various parts of New South Wales, and he discovered an alarming thing that everybody hated New South Wales because they lost all the time.
Yeah.
And so he thought that, he'd try and re-establish a winning team which would get people to like rugby league again, or New South Wales Rugby League. It's very similar to this, isn't it?
Yes.
Now,
puts a lot of pressure on, Finch and his players, doesn't it?
It does, sadly. Almost too much pressure. Anyway, we played the Australian way, hard and tough, but above all, we enforced our personalities on the game.
Yeah.
See, that's what you remember. That's what Ian Chappell did.
Yeah.
He forced his personality on the game.
Yeah,
remember
Bill Laurie.
Bill Laurie, yeah. When Greg Chappell, remember, he got those 6 ducks in a row and somebody let a duck go at the MCG? Mm-hmm. That was enforcing your personality. It was funny. Yeah. It was larrikin spirit, and all of a sudden, everybody wanted to do it.
Yep.
So at the moment, the players are too scared to be themselves. This is Warnie talking. It's not me making this up. Yeah. Warnie saying, too scared to be themselves, too afraid to express themselves, to let their personality shine on the field in case they overstep the mark. They're pretending to be something they're not. That's coming from the top. Let's see some character and passion from our players as we know they care.
Gee, they're telling thoughts, aren't they? So they're scared to be themselves. These I'll use the term advisedly, rats deserting the sinking ship. Cricket Australia.
Yeah, hundreds of them.
Were they scared to be themselves? Is that where it started? Was Peter scared to be himself? And that culture spread through the team.
I think that's right. That's right.
Well, it's a sad old day, isn't it, when someone like Peter can't be himself?
The former Cricket Australia head. Yeah. Well, the pressure is so high on the players, warning again right now, it's so hard for them. They don't want to make a mistake. That when they're going out and playing for your spot all the time, you don't play with any freedom. They need to be able to take risks and be aggressive.
Be themselves.
Be themselves. I want selectors to stick to a core of 8 players, the ones they believe are the best, and back them.
Yeah.
There'll always be a couple of spots up for grabs due to injury here and there, but pick a core and stick. Tell them you're sticking with them and tell them they may have a few bad innings, but stick with them and tell them they're the best.
Right.
And then leadership, spending more money
Wasn't Warnie saying this is the worst batting lineup in Australia's history?
Sadly,
they're the ones he's suggesting we stick with?
I think they're the ones we've got to stick with because they're the only ones we got. I agree with you. The worst lineup, that's a big call, though.
That's a big call.
A big call.
Yeah.
Now, spending more money on coaches is important at Sheffield Shield level and grade cricket too, but I would be spending more money developing leadership, cricket leadership.
Yep.
We are searching to get a real leader, get Ian Chappell, Alan Taylor, Alan Border, guys who have been great leaders and get them involved.
Get them involved, yes. Former players, great players. Is that what we want to do? I mean, does Finchy and that lot sitting in the dressing room at the moment, would they love to have, say, Ian Chappell burst through
With a few ideas.
With a few ideas?
Ian Chappell. Is he coming?
Well, I don't know.
I mean...
Yes, they'd be over the moon. Ian, what's your advice? How can, what should we do? He's going to say, be yourselves.
Yes, it's the Probe Twitter account. Creating the best fake news is the man with a feel for the phony, rampaging Roy Slaven and banning you and you because you're jokes, H.G. Nelson. I don't want to get bogged down in cricket, Roy, because let's face it, I believe the team is starting to let the cricket do the talking. We've got a match, I think, later today.
Yeah, we do. We do. We could win this series.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
See, and when was the last time we thought about Australia winning a series?
I know. See, And can I just jump from one code to another quickly? Rugby union overnight.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I see this game against Italy now next weekend as a real danger game for the Wallabies. Yeah. Imagine losing to Italy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay to lose to Scotland. That's a given now. We don't beat Scotland. And Wales for the first time in something like 25 years. Yeah. And now Italy looms. Yeah. It's a danger game. Can I point out the thing that got me disturbed about cricket, though, was a very odd photo of Marcus Stoinis and Aaron Finch in an Adelaide tram. Yeah. As though they were doing their only bit of practice for the week on the way to the ground in the Adelaide tram. But what's even more disturbing is Aaron Finch is facing the wicketkeeper while Stoinis is coming in from what I'd consider the Glenelg end of the tram. Now, this is very disturbing. I mean, if this is what the coach is asking them to do, I mean, why aren't we even in a worse place?
Yeah. Look, could I just say in their defence, it looks like it was the photographer's idea. Come on, boys, this could be funny. We're on the tram. How about we put the stumps here? And come on, Finchy, grab the bat and pretend you're batting. Hey, Marcus, just roll the arm. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, it doesn't.
Beautiful. If you feel Australian, you'll feel the Probe.
Now, can I say that a story that disturbed me was, and I've got to say, is I take my hat off to both people involved. At the start of the Horn Mundine campaign for this magnificent night at Suncorp coming up later this month, I thought, how are they going to promote this?
Yeah.
And
well, Horn's been worrying too. All he's been able to come up with is that he's enjoying putting on weight. Well, that was a start.
Now,
but didn't Anthony Mundine hop into a rubbish bin this week to do a bit of trash talking?
I missed that.
Yeah, he did.
I missed that. That would have been great.
Yes.
Look, the big stories for mine have come out. Mundine no longer training in America. It all went wrong. He was meant to be over there in Roy Jones Senior.
Yes.
Anthony was less than impressed with the facilities on offer to get his body into shape. Instead of a cushioned boxing ring, which is spring-loaded, Mundine was forced to endure a ring fashioned over concrete slab.
Oh, no.
A roadwork could only be done on hard surfaces, while those conditions might be fine for a younger person, a Mundine who's now 92.
Well, he's got to lose about 70 kilos.
Exactly. I'll come to that in a minute. And his preparation is much about staying healthy as building towards peak fitness. He does most of his running on the grass surfaces, preferring longer grass. And so he had to come back to Australia.
Right.
Now, then there's the debate about the weight loss. Now, I thought this could be a television show. Putting it on.
Biggest
and
Loser.
one
Isn't there a show like that?
Oh, well, that's true. Boxing's Biggest Loser. And what it is, compare and contrast. One boxer has to stack it on and one boxer has to... Anyway, Jeff Horn's camp will ensure Anthony Mundine is drug tested up to 5 times a day to ensure he doesn't take diuretics or prohibited substances to make the weight limit.
Right.
Mundine is facing the prospect of giving up a 7-figure sum if he comes into the encounter with a significant weight advantage.
Yep.
Both fighters expected to come in at 71 kilograms.
Yep.
Now, I think that Mundine's last bout against Danny Green, he was 90 kilograms.
He was.
So he's got to lose 20 kilograms.
Yep.
So 71 kilograms on the day before their stink in November.
And how much has Horn got to bulk up? He's got to bulk up by about 15, 20 kilos.
I didn't realise he was that light. I knew he was on the tooth, but I didn't realise he was aiming for 15. Now, this is where it gets interesting.
It seems like a bit of a mismatch, doesn't it?
Does it?
There's something...
Something
They
slightly
thought about this. I mean, you might as well get an Aussie Joe Bugner out to fight him. I mean, it's just as silly, isn't it? I mean, poor old Aussie Joe trying to get down to 71 kilos. Or do we expect Horn to get up to, 210 kilos?
Now, The Anthony Mundine has hit back at suggestions from the Horn camp that he may be tempted to take prohibitive substances to make the weight, vowing to make his opponent pay for the insulting his reputation.
Yeah.
As we know, Anthony's very mindful not to make any suggestions that he's on the gear.
Sure.
And, obviously, it's proven in the stats and tests that he's done throughout his career.
Yep.
Now, Mundine's blood is going to be tested 5 times, no shortcuts. Mundine considered would be a challenge to come down to 71 kilograms after fighting Danny at 90.7. However, the 43-year-old outspoken anti-drugs campaigner said very, very insulting and disappointing on their behalf because I'm the cleanest guy in sport. I've never taken any drugs. I never go out communities and preach. I go out to communities and preach about what they should be doing and would be a hypocrite.
Yep.
Now, it's a fantastic angle, this, though.
Yeah, but surely the Horn camp were just coming up with a story.
Exactly.
To get a bit of publicity.
Exactly. I know. It's brilliant, though.
Yeah.
I'd not thought about this because usually it's, you're a joke. I'm going to, give you an ass kicking or whatever it is. Sort of try quality trash talk.
Sure.
This is a genuine thing. Is can Anthony make the weight?
Yeah.
Now, the only thing that came up before the weight story was a terrific story about Mundine leading up as called Dean Lonergan, a despicable human being. Now, Dean Lonergan is Horn's manager.
Right.
Lonergan was the one he said that he would rather drink 6 cups of warm sick than see Horn fight Mundine. That's promotion there.
Well, there you are, yeah. Well, that's trash talk,
I know.
isn't it?
I know.
That's
but then they veered away
Horn
from it.
doesn't do trash talk well.
No, he does weight loss or weight gain. But surely there should be a TV show, maybe with something picture-on-picture in the corner, weight gain by one and weight loss by the other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got all the makings of it's a competition before they get to putting on the gloves.
Yeah. Yeah. And is Horn going to lose any fitness coming out, with a paunch?
Yep, it's the Probe, all right. The Probe, House of Blues on the Fender Strat, slow and Roy Slaven, and storing the 12 bars soup, HD Nelson. Now, people do like to get in touch with us from time to time, and you can do so by just dialing up royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royanhg@thesportingprobe.com.au, and the following people have, Roy.
Yes, Dieter's been in touch, HG, from South Australia. He says, hi, team. Was that shotgun Mackenzie at the Melbourne Cup? He asks. When the sheet and the shotgun came out for the cliffs of Moher, was that Mackenzie holding the shotgun? And what a great spectacle it was for all the young kiddies in the front row, he says.
Look, can I ask...
I'm not sure if it was her.
No.
I mean, she's perfectly capable of doing it.
And competent and professional.
Yes, she would have been.
Look, can I ask whether the VRC and the people connected with the Melbourne Cup, obviously we asked Bruce about this, and I don't mean to blame Bruce for this, but I didn't get the idea that the celebrity shooter program, which you and I have asked for to be enacted at the highest level, was in operation. Because I think that would be a terrific way to kick it off, to get the Minister of Sport as part of it.
Yeah, true. But it was all very professional, but as you would expect it to be, because we're so well practiced now at putting horses down.
Well, I think 6 out of the last 5 cups, there's been an incident which has required, let's face it, a bang.
Yeah.
Now, it was great. Kingsville Dream, though, I mentioned earlier, and I know we've had a lot of correspondence, people asking, how bad is it, what's happening to Kings? The news is all great. Kingsville Dream has been released from hospital.
That's right, yeah. That's
now...
Sorry, just added a PS here, HG. He said he saw Rooting King took a big dump on the steps just outside of the 7 commentary box. Seems the feud between Bruce and the King continues. Well, that's true.
Well, what I'm hoping is that Bruce, now that he's retired, will have time to put this to rest and smoke the peace pipe with the King.
Oh, I don't think the King will have anything to do with that.
You don't?
Oh, I don't think so, no. No, even if he went to 10.
Now, look, here's one from Dave. The Melbourne Cup Carnival's come to an end for another year, and once again, Bruce has excelled himself. It was absolutely magnificent courage. But somehow I was left with an empty feeling. What was it? What was missing? Then it dawned on me. Where is Clarence the Clocker's hat? Now, I thought the hat had made an excellent return this year.
Yeah, I did too.
And I thought that...
I've never seen Bruce wearing a hat.
No, now that's excellent. He's put up a bit of YouTube video of him doing the dance. That would have been a time to unveil the hat. Yeah. Because I can imagine in the coverage, it's hard to get good pictures of Bruce with a big hat covering him. Look,
there's nothing unusual about his head, is there, that makes it difficult for a hat to...
sit on it comfortably. No,
well,
I think...
look normal.
Can I say?
Maybe it exposes something.
Well, can I just say that our hat people are the best in the world?
Well, they are, I know.
You know, and they could, no matter what shape your head is, they could find
You
something
think?
to fit it.
Yeah.
Well, it would be a challenge in Bruce's case, but I think they'd come up with something.
I suppose. I mean, maybe he just has difficulty buying one sort of off the shelf, so to speak.
Yes, has to
maybe,
get bespoke, custom built. Yeah, but I think we can do all of that. I think we've got time now.
Yeah.
Because Bruce isn't going to be on television with the Cup for some time. What else you got there?
Now, this has come from Brad. Brad in Newtown. He says, regarding the almighty fall of our national men's teams in rugby union and more recently cricket, might be a solution that brings back the hunger and desire to win, is his plea. These days it seems our pampered elite wear protective gear only to avoid being hit flush with the wads of cash being thrown their way. Win or lose. Is it time we look back to the golden era of Australian sport for clues and legislate across all codes, yes, all codes, contracts that are based only on incentive payments?
Wow.
If
This
you
is
win,
radical.
If you win, you put food on the table. Lose, and it's back to doing the morning bin collection for the local council. And keep it going with our kids too. Any kid who hasn't run around the block 5 times or hit a golf ball against the wall with a stump for an hour isn't to be fed. Well, it's very draconian, isn't
I
it?
know, but it gets some results, wouldn't it? Incentive-based, only
Only
incentive-based.
incentive-based contracts, yeah.
You mean each match is a renewed contract?
I suppose so, yes.
Incentive-based.
Yes. So to put pressure, so you've got Finchy and the boys, they're probably in the dressing rooms now getting ready. So they'll be thinking, well, you know,
Gee, I hope I get a
I
ton.
hope I get a ton. Cause,
I need a bit of rice and vegetables for the
yes,
family.
Well, I've got to provide food. You know, electricity bills are going through the roof.
Now, speaking of the Cup, and we didn't get a chance to talk about this earlier,
Yep.
did you think Seven undersold the role of the family in racing over the carnival? I was just thrilled with the focus on. I just didn't think it went far enough.
No.
It's all very well to talk about families and what they mean, but
Yeah.
surely the cameras. I mean, we've seen this at the football. Should have been talking to, and I think Keren's parents were there on Cup
Yes,
Day,
they were.
but that was about the only bit I saw of the
Yeah.
parents in the background. A lot of
Yeah.
chat and no pictures.
Sure. I
Very
would
smart.
have liked to have put a lot more emphasis too, HG, on what I'd call the racing family. You know,
Right.
everyone associated with racing. I mean, you are bonded in a way, not unlike a family. You know, when I look at Bruce, or I feel a family connection because we're connected by the
hatred of Rooting King.
the love of
the love of
the punt.
I know. That's what I think Chris Waller was saying in his column, his thoughtful column during the week, which I haven't got in front of me now, but he was saying about how, losing one on Cup Day made him realise how much of a family we were all in this together, and how much we care for the horses.
Yeah.
I thought it was a timely reminder in that moment of tragedy.
Yes. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And the family, though, what I was, more to do with, as we saw with the AFL coverage, I mean, the parents of the USA player, Cox, made a terrific contribution, and I think it made the best AFL season ever, just their contribution.
Yeah.
But that was, I was hoping here that Bruce could have made his family.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah.
We didn't get any.
We didn't get any of that. No. It was a wasted opportunity, wasn't it?
Yes, it's the Probe Centre for Climate Science, dipping another frog in the near boiling water. The prof, rampaging Roy Slaven, and down in the basement, stoking the furnace with briquettes. It's the goal man, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, good news on the boxing front. It's all good news on the boxing front, really. I mean, the Horn.
That's kicking along nicely.
Yep. We'll wait for it. Shane Mumford, the former Swan, former Giant. The promoter of Shane Mumford, Ricky Nixon, says the ruckman has dedicated himself to his family and renewed professionalism since his cocaine video was filmed. Well, that's fair enough.
Yep.
He was been fined $25,000, suspended for 2 AFL rounds. He's making a comeback next year, as most people know, in the AFL. Now, Nixon has announced Mumford's boxing opponent. His first boxing opponent is UFC fighter Jeff King. Now, this bout is going on in Sydney on November the 17th.
Right.
Now, I'm not sure. I've forgotten when the Horn
Yeah. It's
Thingo
December, isn't it?
No, it's November the 30th. So it's
30th.
great,
They're close,
great fight month coming up.
Right.
So people, I think that's Lang Park, though, the Horn Mundine bout.
Yep.
King has had 2 professional fights after 30 UFC fights, and like Mumford, is finding his way in the boxing game. I think it's going to be great. Mumford was relisted by the Giants, as early as December 1st, but has a potential for another fight in 6 weeks.
Wow.
So if he knocks out, obviously King on November the 17th, he's able to get another fight going before he has to resume
That's a
footy
quick
duty.
turnaround, isn't it good?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was an excellent point.
Yeah.
Mumford will step up his boxing training the next fortnight ahead of his second professional fight.
Right. And if he goes down to King, is this second fight still on? Or?
I'd love to think so.
Yeah, right.
Because then he'd be
Redemption,
0-1.
Redemption. Yeah.
Redemption. Look, I think that's a terrific news. And doesn't this show how go-ahead the AFL is compared with Rugby League, who they're always trying to find a fight for Gal, but nobody wants to fight him. And I'm just wondering if he should...
Well, Sonny Bill, he's been calling out Sonny Bill, hasn't he?
Sonny Bill just
He's not
wants to do him slow.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask, these UFC fighters, do you think there's going to be a weight problem here? Mumford's quite a large person, quite a sizable person. Would there be a problem with the UFC fighter there? I just hope not.
Well, I assume he's similarly large.
Oh, so do I. I hope he's similar.
I hope he is.
Now,
well, it's going to look silly if this bloke's 80 kilos lighter.
Now, another
will they let that go ahead?
I hope so. Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from the Revelation on the evils lurking in squash, and nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, speaking of the Horn family, and I love talking about families because 7 racing coverage has got me thinking families. That's Jeff Horn, won't be the only Horn on the card at Suncorp Stadium later this month, with little brother Ben lining up for his primetime debut.
Isn't that great?
Imagine this.
Yeah.
Wow, this just goes any which way you want to. The former world title holders battle with Ant Mundine on number 30 is being billed as the biggest All-Australian fight night in history.
That'd be right.
The biggest All-Australian fight night in history.
I think that's right, yep.
Oh, they'll have to do a lot more heavy promotion with their weight loss and, how despicable Lonergan is and all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
Anyway.
Is Ben doing anything to promote the fight, HG?
Well, good question. And another Horn brother will be part of the action too when he meets Townsville's Lachlan O'Shea as one of the 7 undercard fights currently listed.
Right.
Now, undercard fights currently listed. Are you assuming there could be more undercard fights?
That's what I'm assuming. Are there any other... How many in the Horn family?
Well, I think 13 boxers.
Right.
No, in the extended family. I'm not talking in the immediate family, but 13 have pulled on the gloves.
Right.
I'd love to see, a Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
With all the Horns in it. Anyway,
Ben why couldn't we have a card where there's a Horn in every fight?
That'd be terrific.
Leading up to the big one, with a fighting primary school teacher. Are they all equally qualified, HG?
They are.
Yeah.
They're all equally.
Primary school teachers?
I was thinking in terms of the fists more than, their work. Ben is no stranger to the arena, though, has serving as Jeff's cup man.
Oh, right.
The cup man. So he's got skills.
He's got some skills in that regard.
In the Manny Pacquiao fight.
Right.
He always wanted to fight, loved it as well, being involved. It's great. He'll get a debut opportunity fighting at Suncorp in his first fight, says Jeff. It's only his debut, but it'll be a draw card. I'll say it will.
Well,
a lot of people are going early.
People will be queuing up already. Now,
the most annoying thing is that I probably won't be able to watch it unless it's on in the dressing room. Oh, he's thought that through. What a blow.
Yeah.
Not being able to see.
Still, could they dress them both in, say, with a mortarboard in front of a class with some chalk or something like that?
As a promotion?
Yeah.
What a great idea. I mean, are we convinced that this is going to sell out this wheeze? I mean, I know this is fantastic promotion here, having Horn 2 on it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great if Anthony could fight both of them? Horn Mundine 1, Horn Mundine 2.
Yeah. What do we know about Ben Horn's technique, HG? Is he conventional?
That's right. It's the Sporting Probe, part of the Love Probe Revolution in 2018 and presented by Roy and HG. Now, you asked a question about The style of the Horn brothers.
Yes.
Okay, the brothers often spar together, but haven't lately because Ben's style is far from what Mundine is likely to throw up, according to this article in the Murdoch Press.
Right.
He's a very strong fighter and comes forward. Horn kept it simple when asked what sort of advice he will offer. Just keep your hands up, he grinned. Meanwhile, and this is a lovely button because of events overnight, Melbourne Rebels rugby signing, Quade Cooper is yet to appear on the billing despite reports that he would add to his 3 professional bouts with another showing on the Horn Mundine undercard.
Wow.
Quade Cooper.
Quade Cooper.
That's
Well,
tremendous news.
Who's he up against? Anyone we know? Sonny Bill or someone like that? Someone we know?
No, it's even better than that. It's got to be a head in the bag bout.
Right.
So you'll just get surprised.
Oh, so it could be the mystery Horn brother no one talks about.
Correct. So that's just all good.
Yeah,
That's all
it is good.
Look, what have we got here? The only other thing that's crossed my eyes, speaking of competition, very sad news to see a further setback for Manu. Yeah. Look, he had a terrific little thing going with his duck in, duck out, which I saw, on...
Well, I love
on
that
KR.
restaurant.
I know.
I love duck. I love a confit of duck cooked in duck fat.
With duck.
With duck in a bun with duck fat chips. It was great. Because he's got a terrific track record, hasn't he, Manu?
He does.
Didn't he have aperitif?
Well,
That was open for a little while.
Yeah.
Don't know what you could get there. Duck, I think.
That's the great way of putting it. Open for a little while.
Then there was L'Etoile.
Oh, L'Etoile, don't get me started.
L'Etoile was great. You get those duck fat chips with more fat. And then there was the Le Grand Cirque.
Oh,
he had.
yes.
That was open
Yes.
for about 4 months, I think.
That where you got whole duck
Yeah.
with the feathers still on.
And then duck in, duck out, my favourite. No one could push more fat into a duck than Manu. He couldn't. He couldn't possibly.
Yeah, you think he should kick on with the duck concept?
I think so, yeah.
Well, look, with that tantalising thought, it's time to leave the probe for another week. I obviously thank the maestro of Tasmania, the fishing and smoking expert, the great helmsman Mal, yourself, Roy, another great Cup campaign in 2018, Felix, who's now still in the top 20, and join us next week when we probe on punters, and just have a tear for Bruce in the next couple of hours. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With 2 diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, H.G. Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke H.G.?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy, in the TSP soundproof booth, located today in the pop-up TSP studio out front of the Uncle Dick, the main entrance to the Uncle Dick, for today's big one between the North Melbourne Kangaroos and the Brisbane Lions. The Uncle Dick, formerly known as the Marvel Comic Centre of Excellence, a.k.a. Etihad Stadium, a.k.a. Telstra Dome, but the Dick is the name that can stick. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm calling. That's what I think the AFL wants. It wants a name that it can be happy with for a long time, say the next two centuries. And Uncle Dick celebrating the great character from the Potts cartoon strip that thrilled generations in the past is terrific. Bringing the Dick back to the Dick. Jim's, well, he dudded punters last week. Not sure what he's thinking punt-wise. He's down in the dumps today. If you see him, say, yeah, we all have runs about. Dick, don't worry about it. Should I say, Jim, at the Dick, don't worry about it, and move on. Look, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims and punters, H.G. Nelson getting the probe away for another set of 7. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. Now, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough now. Residents and 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward once again through the solidly backed up stoolage of the week's sporting action. A week of massive collects. Look, we haven't had a Dick in the Till update for some time, but I believe that Barnaby in the big one this afternoon or this evening on 7 is going to reveal how to make money out of the Dick and the Till website, punting on, politicians who fall foul of the PM's pants up edict. So that'll be interesting. That'll give people a reason to tune in. I mean, I think we've seen most of it already in promos. I failed, etc. But the Dick and the Till, how to make money out of the Dick and the Till website, the one the punters want to get involved with, that'll be refreshing to see an insider's point of view and somebody who has, I don't mean to spill the beans here before the big one, who's made quite a lot of money out of the Dick and the Till website. But let's cut to the chase. And lock horns with a man who electrified the Blue Ball last Monday night as part of the build-up to SSO1 Wednesday night at the spiritual home of rugby league, the MCG. It was simply amazing to see this man in action. He wasn't scheduled to speak, but he got up and spoke before New South Wales Origin heroes and the team of 2018. He spoke before Backdoor Benny Elias, he spoke before the Grub, Ennis the Menace, and he spoke, surprisingly to my mind, he spoke before Todd Carney. Todd Carney brought the house down with a tight 15 minutes, which can never be repeated for family viewing reasons. This man's themes were family and hatred. He said with a tear in the eye and a lump in the short, quote, blokes, pants up, now settle down. Even though I've met none of you blokes before, I feel as though you's family. Wednesday night, I want to see a band of brothers out on the MCG, all with my name on the back of you's shirts. You's blokes are young, fit and unstained by maroonism. You's untainted by that vicious stainage of continual origin top-chops over several decades. Most of yous weren't born when the Blues won the big show, so don't hold back, whatever it takes. Go out knowing that most of New South Wales hates yous and hopes Queensland's will towse you up on Wednesdays. Blokes, you've got nothing to lose except your lack of stain. Get out there and cover yourself in glory that won't wash off. It was a beautiful speech. I mean, there was not a dry eye in the house. 570 league fans who had paid top dollar to be there were on their feet saluting. Obviously, the trousers dropped to the ankles, the slips were pointing north, and tears of joy were rolling down their faces and splashing their boots, wishing Wednesday was now. That's the feeling I got in the room being there, and I was just a bystander. They all wanted us to run out with our jumpers on, start cheering and, let the fireworks off and get it underway now. That man, of course, is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny in motion simply by asking, what highlights caught your restless eye this week, Barrow?
Yes, thank you very, very much, A.C. Nelson. A wonderful, wonderful week to be an Australian driver. And can I just say that, and it's a theme I've been on about for years now, and that is that Australian drivers, I think, are the best in the world. Just born with the natural gift of being able to sit up and steer with confidence and have the confidence to plant the foot when necessary. Daniel Ricciardo, he put his stamp on Monaco. What a drive that was. I haven't seen a drive better. I really haven't. Will Power puts his stamp on the Indy 500. Not much spoken about Will Power. When's Will Power going to get his show on,
10.
Yeah, or opening up like Barnaby and Vicky. Why couldn't they have Will Power on as well? Talk about success.
You mean a three-hander with the bub?
No!
Separate show?
No, his own. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Will Power. Will, come on down.
How does it feel?
How's it feel? I'm an Australian and I love driving. Because Australian drivers are the best in the world. I agree with that. We're just born with it. Now, Australian cricket is accused of match fixing. Now, Adam Gilchrist, he said he'd find it very hard to believe that Australians could be involved in match fixing. But added, after South Africa, who knows? Oh, God, what a sobering comment that one is. I don't believe a word of it. I think we're above that. I think Australian cricketers drive as well as normal Australians drive. That is very, very well, and there's no need to take extra payments for cheating. I just don't think we do that. I think it's beneath us as a people. Ashley Barty puts up a wonderful fight against Serena Williams and arguably the best match of the tournament. Although the Tomic Trungelliti match, if I've got the name right, and I think I do, that match made his comeback story a little less convincing than
That
Serena's.
had the romance that we hear about Roland Garros. 100-mile drive.
Yeah, all of that.
Family crammed into the car and beated the flake.
Yeah, no, that's the kiddie who, I think, he did beat Tomic, didn't he?
Well, Special
That was
K, you're
Special
thinking of.
K, yeah.
Wasn't
I'm thinking
there.
of Special K, yeah. Now, I did apologise about my comments earlier about Bernard Tomic last week. Can I just say I'm taking all that apology back? Mm-hmm. The comeback just hasn't worked. Bernard's back where he was, the party animal we know he used to be.
Great press conference.
Great
though.
press conference.
64
Yes, it was.
words.
64
Excellent.
beautiful words.
Yeah. Brief,
Yeah,
to the point.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Next question.
Next question. Next. Shut up. Shut up.
What are you looking at?
Shut up. How do you feel, Bernie? Shut up. How'd the match... shut up. Now, John Eales to get a statue at Suncorp. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Look, I hope it's the same scale as the Wally Lewis statue. I hope it's not twice as big or half as big. I hope it's the same scale so people can do a comparison. Stand beside Wally, yeah. Stand beside John Eales. Whoa. That's what I hope. And I hope it just doesn't draw attention away from the Wally statue that I love. I love going up and seeing Wally.
I'd love to see it in corrugated iron. That's
Yeah.
the medium I want to see
Yeah.
a sculptor work with. Fashion it into an Eels.
Yeah. I hope it's at a different entrance.
No, it's got to be.
It's got to be somewhere else. They can't be together.
League and union.
No, it just doesn't work. Now, and I'm wondering if it might be time to talk about, just to put it out there, a Peter Beattie statue.
Wow, that's out there.
It is out there, isn't it? But I think
What?
the time is right. It's where to place it. I mean, I can see the statue, and I don't think it belongs at Suncorp.
Can I say, if there was a Blues loss Wednesday night, what a great way to, I'm not anticipating, but what a great way to bury
Draw the
loss.
eye.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way.
By the way, the Peter Beattie statue, but then again, you wouldn't have it at the MCG. It just wouldn't work.
No,
Somewhere
why
on the Gold Coast,
Yeah, of
surely.
course.
The Gold Coast should be putting its
Carrara.
hand up, and it should be a really big statue, not your ordinary sort of Wally Lewis scale. I
You mean something that
people can look up to?
and be seen from Fiji?
Yes. Now, Ernie Els, the Big Easy. Who can forget? I can. Ernie Els backs Adam Scott for President's Cup selection in Melbourne next year. Yeah, how must Mark Leishman feel, or Jason Day, or Mark Hensby?
Oh, Hinsby.
Yeah.
Forgotten man of Australian golf.
Yeah.
Still
And
dragging the bag.
who's the kiddie who thanks God every time he sinks a putt?
Oh, Adam Badley.
Adam, yeah, Badley. What about Bads? How must he feel? Nobody's talking Bads.
I don't think his name's Adam, is it? Aaron.
Aaron Badley, yeah.
We'll have to look it up.
Yeah, I think it
Badley.
is Aaron Badley. Badley's right.
Yeah, Badley's in. If he's fit.
If he's
If
fit,
he can-
I'd back Aaron Badley.
If he can still drag a bag.
Yes, for the Fed Cup. Probably ahead of Hensby. Well, you would. Those Socceroos, whoa!
Hey.
They've come good over the Czech Republic. And mind you, the Czech Republic, I mean, they're not great, but we bashed them up 4-0. 4-0. I mean, it's one they scored themselves, sure, but they were so shocked by what the Socceroos were sending at them.
Imagine some doot polish on that team.
Yeah, I
now.
know. Well, how must Ange Postecoglou feel?
I know.
Make of that what you will.
Yes, this is the Sporting Probe. A better way to probe with Roy and HG. Now, Roy, look, it's confusing the AFL. I just want to draw attention to West Coast cult hero, described here. In Perth now, Willie Rioli, West Coast cult hero, has escaped with a fine for his umpire bum tap during the Eagles win over Hawthorn last weekend. Right. Now, I found this slightly offensive. I didn't know where to look. In the previous lead-up, we had, or a couple of weeks lead-up, we had Tommy Hawkins from Geelong getting 1 week off for more or less pushing the umpire's hand away from him.
It was dismissive. It was a dismissive gesture. Yep.
Then we had the problem of the Curnow boys at Carlton, both in the same week, pinged. I think it might have been...
one went down, didn't they?
One went down for a week and the other was out injured. And that was in a match at Essendon where, as I saw it, the lads, the Curnows, were trying to shepherd away the umpires from the confusion, kerfuffle that was in front of them.
Trying to protect them.
Protect the umpires.
Yeah.
Here, we have a player going out of his way to reach for the buttock of an umpire to suggest the umpire might have got it wrong. So there's two things here. I mean, it calls attention to...
How's the umpire to react, or meant to react to the bum tap?
Well, it was sort of one of those gestures, oh, you got that wrong, buddy, tap, tap.
All right.
That's what I read into it. Now, the umpire, Ray Chamberlain, that's Razor Ray Chamberlain, the funniest umpire ever, fact, in AFL.
Did he take offence?
Well, he said he came under scrutiny, obviously. He backside following a conceded 50-metre penalty for a clumsy fall into Blake Hardwick, the Hawthorn defender.
Right.
Now, a match review officer, Michael Christensen, described the contact as careless and determined the incident was not severe enough for a suspension, with a $1,000 fine handed out instead. And Rioli was also fined $1,500 for dropping the knees into Hardwick's back for the initial free kick.
Okay, yeah.
Now, is this the look the AFL is happy with, encouraging, on one hand, people out for weeks at a time because they're trying to help the umpire, and then a lewd, that was the only way you could describe, a lewd gesture of affection, from a player to... I'm not against that, but is that standard now for the
there's a time and place for it. It's to do with context, I think, HG. Surely if the Rioli kiddie did feel the need to tap Umpy on bottom, the time to do that will be after the match, in the privacy of the dressing room or a lounge.
Or a car.
Or getting on a bus, or maybe just a gesture, see you out the back sort of thing. Umpy said, "Oh, all right, what do you want?" "Oh, thanks."
Over a drink in a bar.
Yes.
Now, Michael, this is match review officer Christian, also spoke with the umpire Chamberlain about the incident before making his, decision, his Solomon-like decision. We spoke with Razor Ray to get the feeling, and it wasn't a major factor. He certainly didn't feel threatened by the contact.
Good.
I mean, the precedent here is alarming.
Yeah.
On the eve of the season, Christian promised to crack down on umpire contact, which he's done until this week, when it's sort of all bets are off. You can do anything you like to umpires.
I've never known a season when there's been so much contact with the umpires, HG. I mean, are they asking for it? Are they? Is their behaviour changed in some subtle way that says, touch me?
You mean that wiggle of the hips?
Yes,
as they run on?
well, whatever. I mean, it's a bit hard for me to see. I'm too far away. But when you're on the ground...
Subterranean?
Yes.
Look, can I just say the standard's never been worse in the AFL? And I'm just wondering if the umpires and the relationship between the umpires and players is conspiring to make it worse.
Yes.
I've got to say is that...
Is it time to call in the psychologists to talk to the umpires, or is it time for Gillum McLaughlin to...
Oh, well, all he'll do is think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Can I come back to the point, though? I think it's really important to make the point that there is no player should touch an umpire at all. That's the message we want to get across.
Yeah.
We understand that in cut and thrust of the game, there is contact with the ball moving so quickly, and the umpire's running in one direction and the player in the other. But there's no room for players contacting the umpire, and that's that's it.
Yes.
Now, what worries me here is after these accidental touches, we get a deliberate touch-up of the umpire.
Well, I'm worried that some deliberate touches are going to be made to look like an accident. That's what's worrying me. That you've just got to have an all-out contact ban, that you cannot, under any circumstances, under threat of suspension and or penalty, financial penalty, you cannot come into contact, no part of you, not finger, knee, head, bottom.
Yeah.
Nothing must touch the umpire under any circumstances.
No, it just should be simple.
It's got to be weeded out, HG.
Weeded out.
Because where's this going to end up?
See, we're talking more about contact with umpires than we are about the appalling standard of the game, and that worries me.
I know. But you're going to get some umpires, sick ones, who want to be touched.
Are you suggesting that we put out an APB for people who want to be touched out in the middle? They get in touch with their local umpires association?
Well, that's what it's leading to, isn't it?
Yes, you're in the front line of the 2018 Love Probe revolution, doing the in-out work with a country guild specialist, Roy and HG. Now, Janet Haddam, our motoring correspondent at Tail and Bend, has spotted an interesting AFL promotion. This concerns the Whitehorse Colts Junior Football Club.
Yeah.
And it has what they saw, I think they call them core flutes, those advertising, boards that often politicians use. And so here's a core
flute. It's like a sandwich board, but on the ground.
On the ground, perfectly put, on a frame.
A triangular frame, to give it a wider base so it's got balance and...
doesn't fall over when the wind blows. Now, this is hard to imagine, but this is what the AFL has been reduced to. Remember, that's big writing.
Yeah.
These are children playing in the footy. This is a game. Umpires are human and must not be touched on the bottom no matter what goes on in terms of officiating, and their cars are not allowed to be burnt. The coaches are volunteers. Ooh. This is not the AFL. How must the AFL feel about that?
Wow.
Before you complain, have you volunteered yet?
Right.
That's jabbing in the eye.
Okay.
It's all about the kids. Now, I'm wondering if this is in response because recently there's been a number of brawls at AFL footy matches.
What, children's matches?
Oh, I think that always goes on. No, I think in the senior matches where largely that's been something that hasn't been as popular way to pass the time. I put this down to the appalling standard of the game that the crowd gets very restless.
Yes.
And so seeks redress by bashing each other up.
Yes.
And often they look at the fight. They should look at the game. At the standard.
Well, it's very disappointing if a fight in the stand is more interesting than the game itself, and that is often the case.
I know the police are looking at a couple of recent incidents. It'd be unfair to name the clubs. I mean, people can look it up online and find out the clubs. But what I worry about here is that, that they have to point out that the Whitehorse Colts is not the AFL, meaning that this sort of brawling, touching of umpires, torching
it's
of
going
cars.
on in junior football. That's what that's the
could
suggestion,
seep
isn't
in
it?
from the AFL to junior football.
Yes.
I mean, have you ever encountered anything like this? And why are they putting this up?
Yeah. It shows that really what's tacit to the message there is that the AFL is a poor role model. Now, how must Gillan McLaughlin feel about that as he sips his coffee and says he'll think about it?
Yes, this is the Probe Patisserie with the hatted chef R.R. Slaven pulling a tray of Manu-inspired chocolate croissants out of the oven and on the tooth with a Panarosan, H.G. Nelson. Now, still with kids, but how about this? We've obviously got this wonderful Blues team and the build-up's been great. I just worry about the standard of the jokes. I mean, I get the laughter idea, but I feel as though some of the players need a bit of a scriptwriter to help them get through the next, say, 48 hours until...
If they're asked to be
72.
entertainers all the time. Is that it?
Well, it's a bit exhausting, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel as though some of them are running out of gear already.
Right. Oh, Lord. Because it's early days yet. There's a lot of promotion to do.
There is, and because they haven't done anything, there's nothing. I don't mean to be unkind to them. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
They can't talk about the try they scored. This is the Blues team.
Yeah.
They can't talk about the try they scored.
Nor can they talk about how well they're training because they haven't been doing any training because they've been out promoting the game.
I know, and I feel as though Freddie needs to. I mean, he's done so much. He's converted to veganism. He's doing the yoga, and some of the players are getting on board with the yoga.
Eastern philosophies.
Eastern philosophy, reading books, listening to podcasts by, I want to say, Eckhart. I might have the wrong way around. Somebody who's very famous in that area.
Right.
I've just got to worry that somehow the mind isn't really on rugby league.
Which is where you want it to be.
Ball security. I know you raised this last week that you'd worried then.
Yeah.
Now another week's gone by and I haven't seen any pictures at all.
I know we've got young kids and they're fast, but what's their ball security like?
Exactly. Or their defensive capability.
Yes.
Now,
yeah.
The build-up is...
Finishing sets, completions, completion rates. Has this been talked about? I don't think so.
Can I come to another problem? What worries me is, sure, the coach has to think of everything.
Yeah.
But this is Blue Fred, Guru Brad. He selected another set of rookies for the Origin Showdown at the MCG, and this time he's kept in the family. Brad's son, Zach, will join his main co-coach and advisor, Greg Alexander's son, Bo and Ben, and assistant coach, Danny Badira's son, Lachlan, as ball boys at the MCG. Now...
Oh, dear.
I just hope somebody's looking after them and they've got a car to get them to the ground.
This sort of nepotism never works. What about those kids who've been working their way up through doing the ball work, ball kids, week in, week out in the toughest competition for ball kids in the world?
That's what people forget.
And the carrot is to be, you get home and you say, Mum, Dad, guess where I'm doing? I've got the ball work for State of Origin. You haven't. I have. Oh, we're so proud of you. We're so proud of you.
How does it feel?
How does it feel?
Yeah.
It feels awesome, Mum. Awesome, Dad. Dad'll be so proud. Well, that's denied for a lot of kids now because, kids that probably haven't done it all that much. I mean, we don't know how Zach feels about it. Are they ticketed? Have they done ball work before?
You know what worries me? They run to the bag and they pull out a Sharon and just throw it in
Yes.
instead of us, obviously.
Yeah, I know
Stephen,
what you mean.
Do you know what I mean?
I know. Oh, mistakes you can make. There'll be two
Easily
balls
make
on the park.
I mean, now, I don't mean to be unkind here, but Zach's 12,
Yeah.
Bo's 10, Ben's 9, and Lachlan's 7.
7.
Now, remember...
Taking out the tee for the kick, and you're 7 years old.
Is it the right thing to be doing? And then, we've got a
Is this
professional
close
game.
to child abuse? Is it? Is that where we're heading?
I
do
hadn't
these
gone
kids-
that far
Do these
with
kids
it, but-
want to do it, or are they being told they've got to do it?
Well, can I point out that wrangling kids of that age, I mean, they're a bag of cats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what we're expecting from them, but this is a game that the world will watch.
Yes.
It's the first.
What if they start showing off, and looking for where the camera is? I mean, they're jumping up and down in front of the camera while a try's being scored and the bunker doesn't have the feed. They've just got the heads of kids.
Ah, yes. This is the home of the Dick and the Till website. It's the Sporting Probe one prong of the 2018 Love Probe Revolution with Roy and HG. Now, remember before the team was selected how Danny, Greg and obviously Brad got in the front of a ute at about 6:30 one morning and drove from Sydney down to Wollongong to have a look at Mary's, St George Dragons going around and talk to the coach and so on.
That's right.
I bet you this is the sort of wheeze they cooked up on the way down over a takeaway coffee. Do you know what I mean?
Why don't we rope the kids in?
Yeah, exactly. We can save on money. We can spend that money that we normally pay the ball boys and give it to ourselves. I mean, is that the theory
Well,
here?
I didn't think they were paid. Are they paid, the ball kids, State of Origin night? I thought it was something you earned as a reward for
ball work during the season, ball
yeah.
boy work during the season. Can I point out that this is an entertainment? This is put on so as people can pay money to watch it.
Yes.
If kids are doing that for free,
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean.
I find that
There
disappointing.
should be an award rate sort of through the MEAA or something like that.
Not bad. I hadn't thought that. But let's say...
Has Bill Shorten said anything about it?
Well, let's go back the other way. Razor Ray Chamberlain,
Yeah.
he gets tapped on the buttocks. He's not doing that for free. I mean, that's entertainment. He's being paid to get tapped
is.
on the buttocks.
And fair enough.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm not
wouldn't...
begrudging the bloke.
He's quid for being tapped on the rear end. Mm-hmm. Now...
Public humiliation. That's what we're talking about. That comes with the turf.
Exactly.
And
Being
when
an
you get a
umpire.
decision wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Boo.
Boo, yeah.
Tap him on the butt, etc. Now, these kids are going to make all the mistakes. I'm not begrudging kids making mistakes. That's what it is to be young, is to make mistakes. Adults make mistakes as well.
Yeah.
Fishing out the wrong ball, throwing it in, 2 balls on all the old things. Where's the tee? Oh, he's got the tee. Hey, Bo, wake up, or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Wake up. Yeah, it is Bo. Wake up.
yeah.
Because let's face it, these
Does
kids...
Bo know where the tees are kept? I bet he doesn't.
At the MCG, he's never been
He's
there.
never been there.
First question.
Is there going to be a box of teas come down? Who's got those? Who's going to place them where Bo's going to be able to find them? I mean, has anyone thought this through?
Well... Freddie says it'll be awesome. I can't wait to see them
It'll
down.
be awesome.
I know.
It's going to be chaos.
I can't wait to see them down on the sideline, especially when we've won. Is he getting ahead of himself
I
here?
think he is. Well, and
See, I hope he
Zen doesn't do that. You've got to be in the moment. You don't put yourself into the future because that's who knows.
Who knows? Who can
You've
predict?
got to be in this moment.
Now and wait for the next one to come along.
Yes.
Now, having said that, surely it would be better to turn all this down a notch or two because the laughter is all about winning.
Yeah.
You don't see the Maroons yucking it up in front of the press. Yeah. Well, I haven't. At least I haven't. It's not as though, any of their greats, like, what's his name, Billy Slater. It's the last time. I won't be playing Origin again. I mean, he doesn't do that sort of gig.
No, he doesn't.
Now,
Thank God he doesn't.
they'll have a front row seat to all the emotion. Well, I hope it's a game of rugby league,
Yeah.
a winning game, should you be blue. Fittler has made the point of including the players' wives, girlfriends and families during the team preparation, highlighted, wait for it, by a barbecue at Coogee Last. How refreshing
What a
is that
family
idea?
barbecue. What a great idea.
I wonder why, when stupid old Laurie Daly was
Yeah.
coaching, why didn't he think of that?
I know.
Did Gus
And who
Goodwin
had the idea of taking them up horse riding up in the Blue Mountains
Oh,
where
that's
half of
his
them
good-
were killed? I mean, a barbecue is such a simple... Nothing much can go wrong there unless you get a bit of fat spit off a sausage into your eye, but that doesn't happen all that often.
Yes, you're in the Probe Asio HQ. Tapping the phones in China, the man with the magnifying glass head spook rampaging Roy Slaven and plodding about creating a loud ruckus in the size 22, the amateur sprawler H.G. Nelson. Now, continuing on with this problem of the ball boys, and I do worry that this is, I mean, the
Look, I tell you, would Roger Federer be allowed to bring his twins down onto the court? Would Tennis Australia allow him to use his kids as ball kids? No.
I hadn't thought of that. You're absolutely right.
No. Where's this going to end?
I mean, if Bernard Tomic had kids, would they be allowed?
Exactly.
Now, Fiddler joked that he would consider having a word with the boys if the Maroons got out of hand on Wednesday night. If they look like they're trying to speed up the game, I might just remind the boys which team they're working for. See, that's it. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. I mean, how could you resist that?
Yeah.
Where's the ball gone? Oh, it's in the crowd. Oh, looking around, as kids can, very convincingly.
Yeah.
We don't know where the ball is.
That's right. And the Maroons have gone in without a goal kicker, right? So there's going to be a bit of confusion about the tee anyway. So they're going to say, oh, can I have a tee? Yeah, we haven't got one. Not for you. We've only got one for the Blues.
Thinking Special K and the Cornflake. Think the Sporting Probe.
And Roy, I just, with that sweeper in my mind, Bernard Tomic, speaking of Tomic, how did you see the Roland Garros tilt in 2018? It was just wonderful to see.
Yeah, well, it was great to see him there for a moment, and he had that one win. Don't take that away from him. He had a first-round win, and that hasn't happened to be Tomic in some time. So you've got to, pat him on the back and say, well done, Bernard, well done. But then
the 64.
The cornflake came out again, didn't it?
I know.
Round 2, you're up against someone who's never won before, who's only just picked up the game.
And he got there because somebody dropped out.
Yes. He was a lucky loser.
The lucky non-attender.
Yeah.
He was in Barcelona, I think.
He was, looking at some of those Gaudi buildings, which are just fantastic. Probably a Park Güell.
Very good. Now, he gets in the car with the family and off they drive.
Takes with the grandmother.
I'm not sure.
She'd never been to Paris.
So why not?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a story that should be written.
There's a film in it.
A film in it, exactly. Very European subject matter.
Yes.
Gran goes to the tennis.
It's a road movie.
A road movie. And, of course, they stayed up all night.
Yeah.
He turns up and thrashes the flake.
Yeah.
I mean, how much does the flake feel? No wonder he's a bit taciturn afterwards.
Yeah, no wonder he didn't want to answer questions.
Oh, yeah. And can I ask...
So the old flake came back.
Can I ask, is that the model if...
I think it is.
Now,
I think that's the best we can get from the flake.
And then is a role model for young tennis players? I mean, Manua...
Well, he's a role model for some tennis players, isn't he? Was it Marat Safin who was saying he's the biggest party animal on the circuit?
That's Safin's... Marat Safin's
And Marat
view.
Safin knows a party. He used to travel with...
three or four
party people and just party all the time. Marat
has a term for it. He calls it the fiesta.
Oh, yes.
The fiesta here, the fiesta there.
Yeah.
And, of course, what's great is that we know some of Tomic's parties. Remember the one in Miami where he spent a huge amount of money? He's got an apartment there, flies in, puts the bag in the bag room, and then opens a bottle, and in they come.
Wow.
And he somehow managed to lose consciousness at one point.
Did he really?
And woke up, and his first comment was, is everybody safe? Or is everybody okay? Meaning, I hope they all got out from the party without losing too many limbs.
Oh, without dying. I mean, wouldn't you be happy? Wouldn't you be happy if you're having a party yourself and open up and there's Bernard? Hey, Flake, come on in!
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love that?
Very taciturn. Next question.
Yeah.
I'm
here to party. Oh, that's great, Bern. Can I get you anything? Nope. I just want to sit.
Great federal sports ministers. Rod Kemp, Liberal. 5 fabulous years and 65 memorable days. The Sporting Probe says thank you for being an outstanding Australian.
Yes, now, we have to leave tennis behind.
Yeah.
And just say it wasn't our best year, really, was it? I think all the blokes went out in round 1 or not long after.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then...
Dimino we had a lot of expectations upon, but he got bashed up.
So now they move on to Queens.
Yeah.
Well, I think there might be a Dutch Open or Netherlands Open
Yeah.
in there somewhere.
Yeah, but we're on the grass. We might do better on the grass. Let's hope Byrne does better on the grass.
Are you calling for the Minister of Sport, the person with the shotgun?
Oh, the swearing minister?
No, he's no longer Minister of Sport.
Oh, isn't he?
No. Remember the...
Oh, that's right.
I think the name is Shooter McKenzie.
That's
is now,
right. That's right. It was foul-mouthed Hunt, wasn't it?
It was, for a fair while.
Potty mouth man.
Yeah, the dirty words.
Dirty words merchant.
Now, are you calling for a clay court centre of excellence to be built in Australia after this? Now, I'm not sure exactly if there's something about the clay in France as opposed to the clay that we can find.
There is a difference. We'd have to fly. We'd have to bring French clay to Australia, I think, HG. Mm-hmm. It's a lot more, I want to say more dense than Australian clay. Australian clay is more like sand.
Right.
Compacted sand.
Right.
Understandably, the landscape here is terribly different.
Yeah. Weren't they lucky to have that clay?
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah. It's amazing clay because it absorbs the pace of the ball. Doesn't matter how hard or fast you hit the ball into the clay, it always comes off slowly.
Yeah. This is why rallies, as you point out,
go on forever.
Points.
Yeah. And the other thing is you've got to slide into your shots. Slide into your shots, and that's a difficult adjustment that many players find difficulty in making. Rafael Nadal, of course, is terrific at sliding into shots. The Aussies not so good.
No, but we live in hope.
We live in hope,
With this court, where would you suggest building it? Because if you build it, say, in certain parts of Australia, like Tasmania, it could get rained on a lot.
Good.
In the old days.
I'm suggesting Central Australia. Maybe Alice Springs could become
the centre
of clay excellence in Australia. We'd have to import several thousands of tons of clay from France, but they may be unwilling to sell it, of course.
Because it would give us
We might have to smuggle it out by sending tourists, etc. Not bad, but just when you come back, you fill a sock, maybe. Fill a sock with French clay, and it's deposited maybe at...
in a bank.
Well, in a bank, but maybe at airports, various airports. There's just a little deposit where you deposit your sock. And we gradually... I mean, it's a long-term ambition.
No, and would we highlight people who've done their bit for Aussie tennis?
Yes.
Clay tennis?
Yes.
Might have smuggled in 40 socks?
Yes. Keith Smith of Dapto has brought in 200 tonnes in 40,000 socks over 20 years.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope in the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven, with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in rugby league. And nicking off with the collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, Origin Wednesday. And remember, of course, this one's at the MCG.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of space in the MCG.
Yep.
With a rather modest football game going on in the middle when you get there. Don't be surprised that the bulk of the
games. Take binoculars. Is that what you're suggesting?
Take binoculars, and if you've got a television, take that along as well, so you can see it, you know, more or less, as you would at home.
Yep.
Because that's what it'll feel like, and space that the ball kids could get lost in. Imagine if somebody gets a lively idea about, a short kick-off, say after the Maroons scored or something like that.
Yeah.
And it goes horribly awry and he's kicked 50 metres to the left, say, of the line.
Yeah.
Might take the youngsters 10 or 12 minutes to go and get it.
Yes. Yeah. Because you can't expect the fans to get the ball and throw it back. They won't do that. They want to see the ball kid. He's Brad's kid. Yeah. Come on, up here, mate. Yeah, no, it's up here. No, up here. Here! That sort of thing. That's...
Now...
The thing is, you don't want to turn the ball kids into personalities. That's the problem, isn't it?
Well, I take your point. Have these kids been asked if they want to do this?
Yeah.
I did notice that, Zach's, this is one of Brad's kids. I can't say I've done anything like this before. I'm so excited. When I told my mates at school I'm going to be a New South Wales ball boy, that's a bit weird to put it that way. New South Wales ball boy.
A New South Wales ball boy?
Has the Queensland people got ball boys?
Well, I don't know.
And why aren't there girls? Why can't girls be part of this? They asked if they could come, his mates at school.
Well, his mates at school. Well, he could get them in, couldn't he? He knows Brad. I mean, Brad can't get them in.
Who can?
Who can?
And there might be a few spare seats.
Yeah, there will be.
Now, Ben Alexander, whose godparents are Mr. and Mrs. Fiddler, I don't know what to expect. I'll make sure I know the rules. Oh, that's refreshing.
Wow.
He would be one of the few people on the planet
Yeah.
who may know the rules.
Okay.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get drifting back there because...
But by and large, you shouldn't involve your family, should you? I mean, we've seen another example of this week in cricket, actually, with Justin Langer.
Oh, yeah, I know. Justin Langer has released a statement saying he wants the new look Australian cricket team to be made up of people who could marry his daughters.
Yeah. That's the criterion.
Well, I fell off my chair. I
Yeah,
thought,
so did
how
I.
about batting, bowling, fielding, etc.?
I know.
Wicket keeping. No, they have to be able to marry his daughters.
His daughters
And
now. Well, we've got to ask us, what sort of chap are his daughters looking for? Are they looking for someone who can, bring one up quickly off a short length? Are they looking for someone who can snick one, ramp style over the wicketkeeper's head for six? What are they looking for, these girls?
I know, and what worries me is...
I hope they're looking for, fit, really good cricket all-rounders who can bloody really rip in when needs be.
Who hate the Poms.
Who hate the Poms, who can gob off as well as anyone.
Who could reach for the sandpaper if they were forced to.
Is that what we're looking for?
Well,
and should this criterion stretch from not only cricket to every sport?
Now,
It puts a lot of pressure on his daughters, doesn't it?
enormous pressure on his daughters. The other thing is, when I last looked, there were 12 in a cricket team.
Yeah, I know, but the sad and difficult day is going to come when one of these cricketers puts their hands up and says, "Oh, Justin, I've asked your daughter to marry me." You what?
G'day, Paul Roos here. What makes good leaders? After 3 decades on the footy field and in the coach's box, I've learned just how important effective leadership is in building high-performing teams. Now you can share in everything I've learned in my podcast series, The Coach. If you're into leadership and building a winning culture, join me on The Coach. Download the app or listen now at podcast1.com.au. No matter what you're into, there's one for everyone.
Podcast One.
Yes, this is the Probe Writers Festival. On the podium, the man who's written a biography of Rooting King. That's Rampaging Roy Slaven. And with an all-nude version of Romeo and Juliet in the wings, it's the People's Playwright, H.G. Nelson. Now, the NRL on Wednesday night is going to employ a specialist official in charge of timekeeping to ensure the opening State of Origin match is not subject to the sin bin bungle like that one that overshadowed a recent Melbourne Manly stoush. Adam Pengilly got this for the Fairfax people. Now, as you'll recall, a player was put in the bin and he came out early.
He came out early, yeah.
And there was some real...
See, if you had a time lock, though, if you went into a cage that had a time lock on it, I mean, that's the way you solve that, isn't it?
Well, I love the idea of a rugby league player in a cage.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
sideline. It's descended down from
Yes.
there. He climbs in, up he goes.
Yes.
And then...
He's suspended in the air,
So he can't do anything.
so he
up
can't
and-
get up to any nonsense.
Yeah, that's right, like fiddle around with the tees.
Yeah.
Now, then, of course, the crowd can count him out.
Yes.
So all of a sudden a shot clock
It's
comes
something
up.
if the game's a bit dull, there's something else to look at. You can look at the cage and the clock. Eh?
Now, as the NRL explores big screen technology similar to American sports, such as the NHL, to help sin bin countdown clocks, League Central will have a sideline official with the sole responsibility of keeping time at the MCG. A sole.
Right.
Now, it's not foreign for the NRL to be in charge of the clock for Origin matches, but it has relieved its designated appointee of any other roles for the June the 6th showdown.
So he just mans the clock, stopwatch, I should say, and he'd just have to rehearse and practice getting a feel for 10 minutes.
Exactly,
Is
that's
that it?
right. Yeah, so he could look away for 8 minutes and watch the game, but then when the last 2 minutes come back.
Yep.
The official will oversee the process for any players sent to the sin bin with backups from both states also appointed.
So there is a 3-man team looking after the stopwatch now, is that it? 2 overseers plus the official designated stopwatch handler.
One job only. Now,
Well, that sounds Yeah.
Now,
I can't see that.
This follows the Eagles Storm kerfuffle. Coruscant and Matthew Wright returned to the field almost 2 minutes before they should have. The NRL admitted it was unfortunate. When the ground manager was left juggling, wait for it, multiple duties following the fight in which saw Storm centre Curtis Scott be the first player to be sent off.
Yes.
Manly didn't appoint a designated timekeeper to help with the process, while there was confusion over whether the Storm had nominated someone for the role as the two Seagulls players waltzed back out of the field early. The ground manager had also been fielding an inquiry about a head injury assessment while manning the stopwatch.
So he had the stopwatch and there was people barking at him, is his head all right? Is his head all right? What? Yeah, what? Ding, you know.
Out they come.
Yeah. And there was no designated person from the Storm
on the clock
helping out.
Yeah. Now,
Well, you can't expect a bloke to look after a clock by yourself, can you? You've got to have backup.
Well, that's what they're instituting for Origin 1. Now, the Storm were left livid after the ruling, but refused to use it as an excuse.
Yeah.
Now, such a scenario is likely to eventuate again, but the NRL is understood to be working on technological improvements, including the use of a multi-million-dollar bunker to ensure they aren't embroiled in another blunder, but won't rush that process to be ready for Origin. So hang on, they've got a bunker that looks after the
timekeeping of people in the cage, the suspended cage.
Yeah, but that's a whole separate bunker to the bunker that looks after, was it a forward pass in the lead up to that try or grounding issues?
Right.
Or knock-ons over the line.
Right. So how many bunkers are we going to have?
We're gonna have two. So now instead of having a designated clock reader, we've got a whole bunker. Probably it'll end up at Basil Zemplis's place. Right. Basil, can you keep time as well?
Right.
Just to oversee the bunker that oversees the individual time, that oversees the maroon, oversees the blue assistant.
Hasn't Brad Guru got someone or Greg Alexander, someone in the family who's pretty good measuring time, like a reliable?
Yes, the Sporting Probe, a better way to probe. Now, finishing up here is with the officials' timekeeping and the bunker and, oh, Lord. Are they overthinking it, Roy?
They are a little.
Now, anyway, Brady and Maroon counterpart Kevy Walters have already been warned Origin will be officiated in a similar manner to the NRL, which has seen a huge spike in penalties as the NRL seeks to clean up the game. It's raised the prospect of more sin bins in the showpiece. That'll never happen, will it?
I hope not. The idea is to put the whistle away, by and large, isn't it?
Which has been renowned for being played at breakneck speed, which we'll see, with referees, as you point out, tending to put the whistle away and letting marginal infringements go.
Yes.
Okay, timekeeping. We've got timekeeping under control. We come back to concussion.
Yeah,
Concussion.
I think if the referee has a feel for the game, you've got to have a feel for the game, HG.
I noticed the referees caused some controversy because the best referee wasn't selected.
No, that's right.
There was considered nepotism. I don't want to go to name. I don't want to name names. That's not my go.
No.
But certainly I don't think the correct referees have been selected for the match.
No, they've selected referees that don't have a feel for the game.
That's true. That are going to blow up everything.
Yeah, blow up everything and rule it as a spectacle.
Yeah. Players not being squared.
Put a lot of pressure on the
balls.
timekeepers trying to juggle. I mean, it's all right to juggle one player in the sin bin for 10 minutes. What have you got two?
I know. Do you have
that's
two
come
clocks?
off at a different time?
Two stopwatches?
Yes.
Is that where you need the bunker? Now, states, this is Fairfax again, this is New South Wales and Queensland, have regained sole responsibility for dragging players from the field for concussion tests in this year's State of Origin series after the NRL removed the power of an independent spotter to order the team doctors to take them off.
Oh, the independent spotter's gone.
Yeah.
I like the independent spotter. What was wrong with that? I mean, if it's all right to put timekeeping into an independent hand, why not spotting?
Well, last year, a concussion specialist, Dr. Andrew Gardner, who acted as the at-the-ground spotter during last year's Origin season, will consult with team doctors from the sideline in Wednesday's match. The NRL's Chief Medical Officer, Paul Bloomfield, will act as another set of eyes in the crowd and have the ability to communicate with Gardner at ground level as a designated concussion spotter designed to detect incidents in back play.
Right.
So being hit in the head from behind.
Yeah, so there'd be some sort of walkie-talkie. Is that what they're talking about?
A walkie-talkie.
A walkie-talkie?
Would that be Roger, Andrew, I'll keep an eye.
Check number 9. Check number 9, over. Right. Over. Check. Yeah, you can see where this is heading, can't you?
Now,
The roar of the crowd.
yeah, I know. What was that
What
again?
did he say?
What number was it? 11? You wanted me to have a look at 11. He's in the bench. He can't be concussed. His 17's on. Yeah.
Dear, no, this
Now,
has got disaster written all over it.
ultimate decisions over whether players are excluded from the field for head injury assessment will be left to each state's doctor and qualified trainers. Oh, Lord, the layering of this, with the NRL appointees to provide guidance throughout the process.
Guidance. Oh, what does that mean? Have a look at him now, or you should have a look at him.
Number
Have you
9.
had a look at him? Who?
No,
Where's this going to
we've got-
go?
We've got a report on number 9's a bit wobbly.
Yeah.
He's not wobbly!
I think the best thing would be for the Blues to have their own doctor, the Maroons to have their own doctor, and for the Blues doctor to point out Maroons that might have head issues
Yeah.
and vice versa.
I know. Elegant.
That
simple.
way you keep it transparent.
Exactly. Transparent. That's what we're looking for. The policy reverts back to what the NRL used, where clubs are responsible for making decisions about whether players are showing concussion symptoms.
Yeah.
Now,
What if a player bungs on symptoms?
to
Eh?
get a bit of a break.
Yeah. Don't tell me that hasn't happened. It has. I've seen some of them bunging it on. You've got to have someone there, a doctor, like this Gardner bloke. He knows when a bloke's bunging it on or not. Because that's what we've got to weed out.
And the reverse,
Yeah.
people who want to play on when they're whacked to the eyeball.
Yes. Much
Now-
easier acting in many ways. It's much easier for a concussed player to pretend he's not than a reasonably,
Fit and
fit
able.
and able player to bung on, because often they're
wobbly.
poor. Yeah.
You got to hold the eyes very steady and wobble around a bit, fall over and stuff like that. And,
Some of
when
them are
you-
not very convincing. And when you see them going over the top, when you see them really bunging it on, that's when you got to have someone there like Gardner who's going to say, no.
Out you go.
Get back out there, Clemmer.
Now, look, the other thing, of course, is that the three questions normally asked is what's your name, what you're doing, and who's the Prime Minister of Australia.
Yep.
Now, obviously...
I'd trick it up this year. I'd say, name the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces. The King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the card table, the man with a fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, just going on with the concussion, which is a very contested area in rugby league, the introduction of an independent doctor last year was thought to be a precursor to the NRL considering the same practice for the big end-of-season club matches, as in grand finals and finals. Yet it didn't eventuate. The Origin independent doctor trial came after the NRL heavily sanctioned the Gold Coast, Newcastle, St George Illawarra for its handling of head knocks during one contentious round earlier last season. Now, as you recall, these head injured players, were sent back out to complete the game.
Yes.
Gardner, remember, he's the man, Andrew Gardner.
He knows a head injury.
He does, and when they're faking it and when they're real.
He does.
A cynical neuropsychologist for the University of Newcastle, considered world leader in the sports concussion caper.
Good.
Previously advised footy co's around the world on head knocks. The issue of concussion has been a hot topic in the NRL for several years. And it's believed both New South Wales and Queensland were comfortable with the independent doctor being used previously for most of the matches. The game is grappling with the two high-profile cases. So, this is the Brett Horsnell and James McManus cases,
Right.
which have gone to court or are about to go to court.
Yes.
Roy, what worries me is the layering of this. Your elegance of simplicity, blue doctor, maroon team, maroon doctor, blue team.
Yes.
And what do you make of the spotters in the crowd? Well, the advantage of seeing somebody in the crowd with a pair of binoculars looking not where the ball is, but
Yeah.
are they looking for trouble?
Yes, they are
spotting-
looking for trouble.
Is it going to get into that weird thing where somebody's hauled off and you can't understand why? You've got no vision of it.
Yeah.
Therefore, when it comes to, say, Wallace clocking Clemmer,
Yeah.
it goes to the tribunal. Well, what happened? Well, he just fell on the foot.
Yeah. I know. Look, if someone in the crowd spots something they think is,
Text it in.
texted in, of
There
course.
should be a number. If you spot concussion
Text
items,
it
or whatever,
in, and you
cases.
text it in to Andrew Gardner, our specialist. Gardner then relays a message to the umpire, to the referee, the match referee, who tweet time off, boys.
Have a look at 9.
Have a look at 9.
Come in, 9.
9 goes off,
Yeah.
down into the wherever.
Yeah. Test.
The game's held up, and you have maybe, I don't know, Jessica Malboy or someone come out and sing a song or something. Bit of entertainment, something to draw the eye.
My Island Home by Christina.
Thank you, something like that. And then the player comes back either with thumbs up or...
Cheers all round?
Yeah.
Or, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Now...
That's the only way of dealing with it.
Can I point out that, do you think there's a role...
Because you're going to have people spotting who are spotting not for the right motivation.
No, they're spotting,
they're spotting
with maroon glasses
yes,
or blue glasses
exactly.
on. Do you think there's a role for people at home? Because let's face
yes,
it, we
I
could
do.
text in.
I do.
And do you think there's a role for a bunker here, a concussion bunker? So we got the bunker that looks at this. We've got the time, as in the play, the grounding, handling issues, etc. I don't want to go there because they get it wrong all the time.
Yeah.
Timekeeping bunker, which we think we've got under control.
Yeah.
Concussion
bunker,
which might have a committee in there.
Yes, it would.
We've got a report on number 9. Let's have a look at number 9. Can you bring the vision up?
Yeah.
Okay, Clemmer hits number 9 for the opponents.
Yeah.
While that was obviously the boot did collide with the head.
Yes.
Not sure who's responsible here. Better drag him off. No, we can't. Let's have a look at the next play. The ball. Oh, he's okay.
Well, okay, you've got 3 bunkers now. Could I suggest, as an overseeing bunker, what I'd call the people's bunker?
The people's bunker.
The people's bunker. And so you get maybe half a dozen people out of the crowd.
Do you mean like in that great show, Think Tank?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
They have a panel of 8.
Yes, that's not bad.
Who have no experience of rugby
None
league
whatsoever.
at all. But
you could drag them in from the street. Do you want to be in the rugby league bunker tonight? I'd love it. Yeah. What are we going to do?
Do I get a cup of tea?
Yeah, of course you do. Come on in. And they oversee everything. So the independent people's bunker looks independently at the other bunkers to see if they're doing the right thing. So it's any decision made by a bunker, either bunker 1, 2 or 3, head
goes up
rules,
there.
it's got to go through the final filter of the people's bunker. And once the people's bunker makes its pronouncement, then, whoa, cheering can begin.
Now, should we have the people's
Someone
bunker
overseeing the people's bunker?
Yes. Yes, as the Probe International Space Centre on the sniff for life out there, picking up pings from another galaxy, the astrophysicist R.R. Slaven and outback working on his flat Earth experiments, the undergrad H.G. Nelson. Now, people do want to get in touch with us from time to time, and they can do so simply by dialing up the mojo wire to royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's royandhg at thesportingprobe.com.au. And Roy, the following have.
Yeah, Richard's been in touch. She says, Jack Can, writing for Australian Food News. God, that's a publication, isn't it?
Australian Food News.
Yeah.
That's mine I must get onto. I didn't realise.
You must, because you get special articles, by Pete Manu and maybe
Heston
Gary,
Blumenthal,
George,
Matt Preston.
Yeah, definitely.
I tell you what, his list of who's the special judges coming up, that's a must read.
Yes,
on the
on MasterChef. Yeah. Now, he says, Jack Can, writing for Australian Food News, claims, quote, the concept store in Chatswood is targeting those wishing to export health, beauty, baby formula products and Aussie bok choy and platypus bills into China. He's added that last little bit there, but we get the idea. Now, he asks, did we see Chow Chak Wing and Sam Dastayari at the opening?
I missed those.
I missed them too, but that's great if they were there.
And with a Port Power and a son in tow.
Yes. Did Premier for Life Xi send a message of goodwill? I assume he did.
Would have.
Did Australia Post throw a banquet? I assume they did. What does Clive Hamilton think? Well, I don't think he's that keen. Will Port Adelaide be the location for the second shop? Well, what a great idea.
Port Adelaide's fantastic.
And how long before we see a reciprocal China Post store opening near the David Koch Stadium in Shanghai to facilitate the export of books out of China?
We sought that through, hadn't we?
He has, hasn't he?
Other products. I mean, there'd be a lot of books, obviously, I was just going to say Little Red Mao's Little Red Book, which is making a big comeback in China at the moment. That's a starter. The collected works of Mao would be a great way to smuggle out, say, 500,000.
Easily.
Once you cut them out and get those notes in there, you'll be doing well.
Yeah.
Look,
what a pity we're not manufacturing our own cars at the moment, because now's the right time, and our timing was
just a little bit off by a couple of years.
Yes.
Now, last week,
can you imagine a showroom in Beijing or in Chengdu or in Shanghai with Commodores.
No.
Hey, they would love that.
Now, can I point out also, last week we announced the schedule for the first, cruise line to come into Port Adelaide and what the Chinese people would be doing.
That's right.
In their 10 hours in that fabulous port city.
That's right, a
the home
real
of
total
Port
experience.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me a shop like you're describing there would be terrific. I mean, obviously, you would lopside the tour to allow, obviously, more time to be spent at the shop.
Yes.
That particular shop than, say, Woolies or
Yeah.
the Coles, or getting out to the Maritime Museum or seeing the Semaphore Jetty.
Sure.
Obviously, if you had 10 hours, you might spend 8 of them at the shop.
You would.
The specialist shop, that is.
Is there a Holden Museum?
There's an automotive museum, which would obviously have a history of the Holden.
Good.
And then they could maybe have a guest book.
Oh,
so,
loved it. That
Yeah.
sort of stuff. They leave comments.
Yeah, and sorry I was born so late.
Yeah.
That sort
Yes.
of thing. If only.
Why you not manufacture a car like this now? That sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Because you imagine the English would be slightly
Well, the
perfect.
translation,
Yes.
that's right, would be a battle for the
Yes.
Port. I was going to say the Alberton High School kids who are doing Chinese. I know the Asian language is very big in South Australia, but great success there, especially at Adelaide High. But
Yes.
I'm not sure whether the Alberton High would have a similar, vocational stream.
No.
But
is there a school of Chinese excellence at Port Adelaide?
there probably is.
Good.
I think something sponsored by the David Koch Foundation.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Thinking Bernard Tomic? Think the Sporting Probe.
Now. Oh, we're back already. Gee, I didn't. Now, that was even quicker than I thought. Look, one thing that has interested me for a long time is where younger referees in rugby league are going to come from. And it was the Murdoch Press got this, that a juvenile justice centre in Dubbo seems an unlikely place for the NRL to be searching for a next generation of referees.
Oh.
But in a landmark, I like to use the word landmark, pilot program, the NRL has joined with the Arana Juvenile Justice Centre to help teenagers in detention become qualified rugby league referees.
What a terrific idea.
With obviously origin ambitions not far away.
Yeah.
The teens are set to be temporarily released to referee country games.
Right, good.
Now, Stephen Clark plus ex-players Andrew Ryan, that's Andrew Bobcat Ryan, and Gavin Lester have launched the initiative. 12 teenagers have earned their level 1 referee tickets
Yes.
in the 3-day program. Stephen Clark, he's run the program as the NRL's Western referee, or with the NRL's Western referee development officer, Willie Barnes.
Right.
So hang on, Western development officer.
Yeah.
We're hopeful in the coming weeks the kids can qualify for day release, that they'll come out under supervision to referee rugby league in Dubbo, said Clark.
Right.
When they get released permanently, we ensure that they'll go back to their hometowns, and we'll be putting them in touch with rugby league people so they can continue their refereeing.
Yes.
We told them that not only will this give you an opportunity in rugby league, there will be skills that we learn, that we are confident you will learn, that will help you get on the straight and narrow when you're finally released. Strict privacy issues prevent, obviously, nomination. Wait for it. They'll be paid for any games they referee, with the payment placed in a trust account.
Good.
They can access on release.
Yep.
They can start to earn some cash. If you're going to earn, be earning cash, you're not going to be trying to do things illegally.
No, that's true.
It's a hell of a story.
It is a good story, isn't it? And you get a sense of not only what justice is about, but a sense of right and wrong. And you could apply that then to your own life, HG. Once you know what right and wrong is,
You mean knock on?
Like, blowing the whistle here because you kicked him in the head, and that's not in the rules.
Or grounding.
Grounding.
More difficult.
Yeah.
Often controversial,
That's
but
true.
nonetheless you get used to controversy.
Yeah. And often these games that they'll be blowing the whistle at, HG, won't have bunker assistance. They won't.
You know what I immediately thought of?
Having a bunker everywhere at every game in Australia.
I wasn't thinking that. I'd love to see some of these referees, these newly ticketed referees, come into the system at state of origin level, manning the clock, or manning a pair of eyes on concussion.
Starting as a ball boy.
Just
you've got to start somewhere to get a sense
with that
of
close up and shadowing the touchy.
Yep.
I don't know who's doing the touchy.
No.
Wouldn't it be great to have a couple of these?
They haven't been announced yet. The touchy's been announced.
I don't think so, no.
Right.
That'll be a special show on Tuesday night, I think. On 9.
100% touchy.
Yes, you're on the front line of the Love Probe revolution in 2018 with the country killed specialist Roy and HG. Now, tick, 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 tick. It's counting down, Roy, to Wednesday night, and I was delighted to see at the big night last Monday where you spoke so eloquently, and I know many people have come up to me afterwards and said, wasn't it great that Roy gave up his time to come along tonight and to really put it on the line for people who, will be playing many people who will be playing their first Origin match on Wednesday night. Boyd Cordner came up and had a quiet word as well, the captain of the Blues, and said, if we could only get him in the rooms before the match would be terrific. I don't know if you're available, but I think that, a word to Gus's son, and you might be able to get in.
Yeah.
Now, Regan Campbell-Gillard, a New South Wales, player.
He's going to be a sort of enforcer figure.
That's right. He's got a moustache that goes with his aggressive style of playing.
Yeah.
He said at the night, he shocked me when he said this. He said, I can't wait for Wednesday night and get out there and start killing some people.
Right.
Now, is that the message the rugby league would endorse, especially with, kids involved and relatives of,
yes,
senior management in the New South Wales, squad?
Yeah.
And, it worries me that whole thing of those
Did he
kids.
mean it sort of metaphorically, though, HG? I mean, or did he... I mean... It's a bit hard to know with the bloke, I suppose. We don't know him well enough to know whether he does have seriously pathological issues or whether he was using language as a metaphor.
Yes.
I'd like to think the latter, but you're saying there's seeds of doubt there, HG.
Well, I do think that often in rugby league, at this level, that people do...
Say silly things?
Yeah, say silly
do
things.
Do silly things?
Yes. In the old days, there was a lot of jibe at, Queenslanders, from coming from a backward state. That's all gone now as those players have moved on.
Yeah.
But now we're getting weirdness of a different sort. What happens if he does inadvertently put someone away? His defence would be, I told him.
I suppose, yeah.
That would cast a pall over proceedings.
Well, it'd be pretty hard for him to argue it was an accident, wouldn't it?
But he...
sure, I hit him in the head. Yeah, but, I didn't mean to kill him. But hang on, sir. You were quoted as saying... I put it to you, when you said you couldn't wait to kill someone, you meant you couldn't wait to kill someone.
Yeah, well, I was using language metaphorically, my lad.
Ho, ho, ho! Is that what you expect us to believe?
Yeah. Well, the laughter's correct because, as near as I can tell, he said it with an icy stare.
Oh!
Rather than the normal,
right.
jibey G up you get from the New South Wales.
I can't wait to kill him.
Well, of course, we can't wait till next Sunday when we can have a probe that analyses all the events of Wednesday night.
Yeah.
But sadly, it takes us away from the Probe Central for another week. Roy, Top 20 Felix, and, of course, Chema Mao keeping it on the straight and narrow. Bye now.
Bonafide sports-mad Australians. Snakes alive. Is that the time? Yes, green and gold freaks, it certainly is. It's time for the Sporting Probe. With two diamond pythons twirled around the tree of knowledge across the nation.
Boys and girls.
Well, a young man ain't got nothing in the world these days.
The Sporting Probe leading the charge up the eucalypt. With extra chili on the stick is the in-and-out maestro, rampaging Roy Slaven. And coming from behind is the heavy lifter with both feet on the ground, HG Nelson. Unleash the grunt and poke HG?
Yes, TF Much, gentlemen, Jim Daniels, the golden guy in the TSP Soundproof booth, located this morning in the pop-up studio at the entrance to Coolangatta Airport. So many early departing Commie Games athletes are stopping to thank Jim for what he has done for the Commonwealth Games movement across the world and to pick up some souvenirs of a fantastic 10 days none of them will ever forget. Big movers this morning are the Dick and the Till website T-shirt. That's going over a treat. People are really enjoying that, and it'll mean so much to people back at home when they get back to Malaysia, they get back to India, to Mumbai or across to Kenya, to Tanzania, wherever Commonwealth Games athletes come from, the Dick and the Till talks to them. And, of course, another big one that's moving well is the Rooting King Foundation tea towel. Which is obviously a picture of a horse Could be any horse, Winks, or the king himself, or, busted ass. Whoever you like's on there. It's terrific. But again, souvenirs of just a Barobi, not going so much this morning. People think his day has done. Obviously, over the last 10 days, he's done a fantastic job. But now we move back to the things that matter to most people, things like the Rooting King Foundation and the Dig in the Till. Now, Probe-sters, patriots, pilgrims, punters, H.G. Nelson getting the Sporting Probe away for another set of 7. Didn't Bruce? I think his aways this week were the best ever. I haven't done that. I haven't gone back and looked at the last 40 years of his aways, but I think the feeling is that talking to people who've been around Dave Colbert, Paddy Welsh, so on, people who've been around Bruce for a long time, thought the aways were coming out better than ever. And he had so many aways to get away that he had plenty of practice. Anyway, King of the Coast. Another tremendous effort behind the mic from Bruce McAvaney for the whole of us. No, bugger that. The world was watching and they heard Bruce. Away. Thanks very much, Bruce McAvaney. And what about this closing ceremony tonight? What's that sound? It's the sound of my lips being licked. I can't wait. The opening ceremony was fantastic. The closing ceremony will be even better. And can I just say, and I dangle this in front of TV Week and everybody involved in the Logies, how about a special honorary gold Logie for the Commonwealth Games opening and closing ceremonies? Best ever. Just incredible. That whale. I'll never forget that. I see that in my dreams. I wake up stabbing it with a biro, trying to make the thing get out of my mind, but it'll stay there forever. Anyway, what a week. What an incredible week. A week when too much sport is barely enough, and residents of 457 visa holders, it's tremendous to have you with us as we prod forward through the solidly backed up stallage of the week's sporting action. Massive collects. Yesterday, did you get on that Moore quadrilla at Caulfield? The kid's been promising, I mean, he's not a kid anymore, he's about 95, but the kid's been promising for so long, and he got the quadrilla up at Caulfield yesterday. A brilliant achievement. Sadly, I think overshadowing Winks's magnificent achievements elsewhere. Where? Elsewhere. Yeah, sure. Anyway, the Moore quadrilla, obviously the pocket's talking there, with, a big 4 from the kid in the last 4 races at Caulfield yesterday afternoon. A special message from one of our charity partners, knowing that massive collects all round, obviously tipping the Winks lot into the quadrilla at Caulfield would have produced a terrific result. But the BKOB, the Blinkered Knights of Balaclava, have reimagined their assortment cream collection that now features, it's a charity offering that they're, either online or just approach some of our sellers, the night sellers around the place, and get your assorted cream collection. But they've reimagined the whole collection so that it now features heroes of Australian sports administration. So the Delta cream is now the McLaughlin cream. The orange cream is the Great Dick Pound cream. The custard cream is the Greenberg, and the Monte Carlo is the BD. These are artisanal biscuits, hand-cut in Thailand and packed exclusively for the Knights in Sri Lanka and available at all football fixtures today. Remember, footy heads, put something in the gob that keeps a Knight on the job. That's the slogan they're selling with them today, the assorted creams. Put something in the gob that keeps the Knight on the job. And now, let's lock arms with a man who heard the call from Game Supremo Peter Beattie when he bellowed to a sportsman nation. For God's sake, Australia, visit the coast. It's a ghost town. And apparently Aussies are staying away in droves due to traffic fears, public transport nightmares, and the high cost of everything from chips to Borrowby. But this man heard the call and drove from Lithgow to Southport. He made a beeline for Southport Budget Tyres and Brakes and picked up a discounted 4 there. Tremendous. He saw Trevor, and this man said, "Is that your best price, Trevor?" And Trevor cut it in half. So that was a tremendous get there. Then he went to JFK Woodfire Kitchen and Bar. That's the place Manu goes to when he's on the coast. So it's got high recommendations. He had some ribs. And while he was there, he got some unsightly stains removed from his Gawler cream slacks at the stain specialist Easy Tea Dry Cleaners, Robina. And then when that was all done, he decided to stay the night. He was having that much fun. He slipped into sin for a few jars. He didn't have to do anything. He didn't have to do this at all. He didn't have to drive all the way from Lithgow to the Gold Coast, Southport Tyres, all that sort of stuff, Manu's place. He didn't have to do it, but he just wanted to put something back. And he wondered why other Australians weren't doing that. That man, of course, is rampaging, Roy Slaven. Roy, can we get the TSP bunny emotion simply by asking what highlights caught your restless eye this week, Barrow?
Yes, thank you very, very much, H.G. Nelson. Wonderful, wonderful week to be a proud Australian. To be a proud Commie Games loving Australian. And,
weren't they great?
It's only, 4 years. It's too long to wait. Can't wait for the next one.
I was watching Kurt Fernley in
Yeah, I
the
know.
wheelchair marathon
Yeah.
this morning. I just thought, it's the last time I'll ever see him.
I know.
And I thought, can't he come back next week and do it again?
Yeah. I'd love to have a rolling, just continual beady games, Gold Coast.
Do you know what I like most about it? We win everything.
I know.
You can.
I know. God almighty, isn't it great to feel a winner? Hey, to feel an Australian winner, no matter where you look, it's gold.
I know.
Come to the Gold Coast, people. You're crazy if you don't. You just pick up. Look. Oh, man, if you think you can run, jump, do anything, get involved. Chances are you're gonna win gold. You will. It's that easy. Now, how proud are we about our Commie Games triumph? How proud are Australia? I've never seen Australians prouder. I've walked on this planet for a hell of a long time. I've walked on this continent for a hell of a long time, but I've never felt prouder. I've never seen pride wherever I look in all directions. Doesn't matter how hot it is.
No.
Forget bushfires.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that's just rubbish. Focus on the gold, people.
And we're only just got started.
I know.
Boy. You know they'll be back in 4 years' time. I bet
know,
you Birmingham
they'll be
can't
there,
pay
they'll
the
be there.
bills. No, they're coming back.
Now, are the Gold Coast crowds the best in the world? I think they are. Gold Coast crowds. There's nothing like a Gold Coast crowd. And that's the T-shirt I'm wearing today. Now, it's the party atmosphere. It's infectious. You know, you might arrive down in the dumps. I did. I arrived on the Gold Coast down in the dumps. I was. But within minutes, I felt uplifted and proud, as I mentioned. But just, I don't know, positive. I felt positive. Positive about life. Positive about everything. Positive about winning. Even I bumped into a couple of Aussies who lost, but they looked like winners to me. They did, and I said so to them. I said, buck up, Aussies.
You've won just by being here.
Exactly. Now, the US Masters champion, Patrick Reed, has emerged as golf's least liked man, with accusations of cheating, theft, and cocky abrasiveness dogging him. Now, it's the cocky... I can handle theft and cheating, but it's the cocky abrasiveness that gets right up my nose and the nose of the golf-loving sports public. We will not tolerate hubris. Hubris in the golf bag.
But that's a big field, you know.
I know,
Roy.
it's a big field.
Did he win by much?
Yeah, a couple of strokes. Couple of strokes.
What, in front of the charging pack?
Yeah, one stroke, actually. Now, he might have had Jordan Spieth, breathing up his back.
Where was VJ singing this field?
He wasn't there,
Oh, he wasn't there.
mercifully. Speaking of unliked golfing figures, I tell you what, Spieth's not all that liked. Look, the only golfers that I think are really liked on tour are the Aussies.
Yeah, Allenby and Appleby.
Appleby, yeah.
Allenby because he never knows where he is.
No, and Appleby because
Who knows
he's
him?
just there. Now, the Ben Simmons Express is still gathering pace. He's single-handedly got the Philadelphia 76ers into the playoffs. Single-handedly. Dragged that team of losers into the playoffs. Kobe Bryant is now a big fan of the likeable Aussie champion. That's how I'm referring to him. The likeable.
This is the driver of the Express you're referring to as a likeable Aussie champ.
Likeable Aussie champion. What a pity he didn't have time to come down and play with the Boomers.
Yeah, no, well, that would have been
Because he would have got gold. Gold.
The Simmons Express getting gold. And then going back for the playoffs.
Yes. Now, Chris Wall says the secret to Windsor's success is her arrogance. Now, I don't think I like that talk. I don't like talk of a great Aussie champion being arrogant.
No, I think that's wrong.
I think that's dead wrong.
I wish you hadn't brought that up.
I know.
It's put me right off.
Yeah, I
during the
know. I
rest of the
felt
show.
so proud before.
I'm proud. That was what I felt.
Yeah.
Blue.
Yeah.
W. That was I'm wearing that T-shirt.
Now, just finally, HG, a marvellous story here. Prince Charles is a guest judge on MasterChef. It's already been filmed, already been recorded, and he was wonderful. Wonderful. And if you've never seen Prince Charles with a fork...
You got a treat coming up.
You have a massive treat coming up. He handles it with aplomb, and didn't miss his mouth once. Make of that what you will.
Yes, it's the Sporting Probe, all right. The family day at the Shannon Nats at Taylor Bend Raceway today. On pole in the asbestos suit is the racing legend rampaging Roy Slaven and smoking while feeling the nitro funny car Amanda about to go bang. H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, all eyes on the Gold Coast, and we'll get to an extensive coverage in a few moments' time of this wonderful week of Aussie magic. One thing that worries me is, when we go to Birmingham, will they have the same impact? The games.
Aussies.
Well, obviously the Aussies, I think, let's say we've got 127 medals. That may be wrong. Maybe, in fact, more than that.
I think it is more than that.
We might be up around about 154. Why are we doing so badly, I ask myself. But be that at one side, will we be able to reproduce this in the difficult circumstances, I use that word advisedly, of the Birmingham conditions?
Yeah, well,
they're
think,
not sunny.
No, they're not, no. But the being in Birmingham is going to put a lot of pressure on the England team, you'd have to think. And I don't think this England team do well with pressure, unlike the Aussies, who respond to pressure in the most positive sort of way. Put an Aussie under pressure and they perform. Put an English person under pressure and they just turn to rubbish. They just turn to the basic rubbish they are. And this seems to be the case with many Commonwealth countries. Australia seems to be the only country in the Commonwealth family that responds well to pressure. I don't know why that is. It must be just part of our nature. Maybe we're just naturally able to perform. Winners.
Winners, and able to perform under pressure.
Yeah.
But
be humble about it at the same time.
That's the most important thing.
The thing about Australians are we're not arrogant in any way.
No, unlike Winks.
I think that story is wrong.
I think university tests need to be involved to actually work out whether Winks, a horse, can be arrogant or just being a horse. Can I ask, though, tonight, I know we'll be going to the closing ceremony, and, look, I'm expecting, I'm already tearing up about it, because I'm expecting this to be seen in my life as one of those things that will never come again.
Yeah, I know.
This will be the only time that the Commonwealth Games are ever here in this manner. I mean, sure, that next time Birmingham falls over and they have to look around the Commonwealth for someone and put it on, and they think maybe somewhere in Sri Lanka or somewhere in Malaysia. But no, they'll turn to the Gold Coast to rescue the Commonwealth Games again, as they have done this time.
I hope so, yes.
And I'm expecting, let's say 60 or 70,000 people crammed in Carrara tonight, all crying.
Yes.
Some obviously
crying but laughing at the same time. HG, it's an interesting emotion, isn't it? Where you, it's both worlds coming together, isn't it? It's sort of yin and yang. It's sort of disappointment and sadness, but triumph and happiness. It's a weird thing to try and come to terms with. But I tell you, that moment, HG, when Peter Beattie is carried through in the sedan chair.
With the gear
around his neck and all the laurels and baubles that he deserves. These are his games. His dabs, his imprimatur, all over these games. I think that'll be a stunning moment when he gets a standing ovation from everyone, from the thousands of people lining the streets trying to get in. They'll be standing as well when that sedan chair comes through. I don't know who's going to be carrying it at this stage.
I understand the 4 members of our 100 metres, 4x100 metres relay team.
Oh, okay.
They've got the job.
Okay.
And I understand they're going to go from Robina, walk all the way up carrying Peter. So if you haven't got a ticket, for God's sake, come down and applaud.
Line the streets.
He didn't have to do it. He's the boss of rugby league as well.
I know.
And what are you expecting? I know this puts you on the spot, and I know you haven't had anything to do with the input into his speech.
No.
But I suppose it'll be something like, Australians humbled but proud to have put on the best games ever, including that crappy show that Sydney put on in 2000, which was a joke and now widely considered by the Olympic movement as the worst Olympic Games ever. But here on the Gold Coast, we've shown the world how to do it.
Yes.
And then
with the future of world sport, I think we've seen a glimpse into the future with the Gold Coast Games. And what a happy future it is.
Yes, it's the Probe Patisserie with the hatted chef R.R. Slaven pulling a tray of Manu-inspired chocolate croissants out of the oven and on the tooth with a banner raisin, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy, look, tonight as we see some very disturbing pictures from the marathon.
The marathon, yes. A couple of athletes have collapsed.
I know. It must be something to do with, being unable to handle Aussie conditions.
Yes.
Tonight at the closing ceremony, look, I just hope that you're able to contain or help me contain my emotion.
Yeah.
As you know, often when things go really well, I'm standing on my feet, I'm saluting, the pants around the ankles, the sloops pointing north, and, tears of joy are just cascading down the face.
Yeah.
If I look as though that's going to happen, could you just punch me and knock me out? I don't want to embarrass Australia in front of the world, and it could easily happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Look,
okay.
if you were the only one in that mind space, I'd be concerned, but you won't be alone. There will be several thousands of other equally proud Aussies
Expressing their
joy in the same way.
I know.
Trousers, ankles,
Saluting,
saluting,
north.
salute,
I know.
all of that.
I hope the organisers are
Well, I hope
catering,
people don't take offence.
and that Channel 7, I know Bruce, who I know very well, of course, Bruce will help us here, is the cameras won't be directed towards the people overcome with emotion.
No.
There'll be some more humble people, although equally proud, obviously,
Sure.
in the closer seats, in the dearer seats, who will be able to fill those pictures.
Is His Royal Highness still
Yes,
here for the closing?
I think he's flying back
Right.
for the closing
Because I think
ceremony.
Camilla was a little overcome, wasn't she? She was a little
Jet lag. I heard that the flight from, was it Canberra to the Gold
Canberra
Coast?
to the Gold Coast did her in. Well, it's a fair way, I suppose, when you think about it. It's at least an hour and a half in the air, isn't it?
If you had a headwind. Now, can I come to something else, though, which is equally world-changing? You broke the story some time ago that Channel 7 had lost the rights to broadcasting the sizzling hot summer of tennis, and that was moving to Channel 9.
Yep.
Which I think you revealed that Nuke and Fred Stolley were coming back to call
I
it.
assume so, yes.
The old firm.
The old firm, reliable.
Together.
You know what to
Now-
expect. Seventh game theory, all of that.
Now, this week, the reverse has happened, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
In fact, cricket seems to have said sayonara to Channel 9. And when I say sayonara to Channel 9, I mean, I'm talking a 40-year history
I
here.
know.
Sayonara to Channel 9, and they've gotten to bed with Foxtel and, of course, Channel 7. And there's some things that I think we're going to find hard to get rid of or let go of in the summer. For instance, the memorabilia that 9 always used to put up. I've got a lot
But that
of
was
that.
Cricket Australia memorabilia. It wasn't Channel 9.
Sold through.
Yeah, but that'll still be there. You'll still be
okay.
able to get your memorabilia.
Oh, that's
surely,
fantastic.
except it'll be talked up by Bruce.
Yeah, now, wait a minute, don't get there too.
Yeah.
Will classic catches be part of it as well, for instance?
Oh, yes, it'll have to be. They might call it something else.
Right.
You know.
Now, let's get to the commentary team. I mean, are you hopeful that...
Well, hang on. Sorry, let's just rewind. No, you won't be able to have classic catches because classic catches is predicated on old footage. Now, none of the old footage is going to be accessible by Channel 7. So, for example, if, day one on the test match, it starts raining, we can't cut to old footage of a test match a couple of years ago.
Because there is none.
Because there is none. No, Nine's not going to give them any of that.
But
so we'll have to go to a movie or something.
Oh,
you
no,
know,
hey,
or
wait,
Bridge
wait,
over
wait,
the
wait,
River
wait.
Kwai or something like that. I suppose.
Wait a minute. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Remember, of course, when rain happens, this is the dream come true for all commentators.
Well, I know.
They can talk about what could be happening if
yes.
it wasn't raining,
Yes.
and things that happened when it rained before. But I noticed one commentator in the Fairfax paper said the commentators on 9 had sunk into self-indulgence, yucking it up about past achievements rather than analysing the game. Nicknames were de rigueur, Michael Slater, Slats, Mark Taylor, Tubbs, etc.
Tubbs, yeah.
Now, what I'm trying to get to is who's going to head up the commentary, and will, the powers that be allow some of the greats of the AFL to be part of it? I mean, I'd love to see BT calling it. I've got no idea of what BT would do with somebody steaming in from the punt road end.
Punt road end, yeah.
I've got no idea of what Hamish will do with that. Because
Well, Hamish will be at home with it, I think.
Basil?
Hamish and Basil. They'll be great. And, of course, Mel McLaughlin, she'll add something. She'll be maybe down at the boundary.
Well, I had Cameron Ling on the boundary because no one knows the boundary like Cameron Ling.
Well, you can have two on the boundary. You can have Mel and Cam. Hey, Mel, Cam, how's it going down at the boundary?
It's hot.
Yeah, it's fine, Basil. It's really good. Basil will be nicely wet. And we know what
They'll
to
tighten it
expect.
up.
Yeah.
Now, are we going to see innovation?
Oh.
This is what worries me.
Well, I did read somewhere, HG, where the viewer at home will be able to determine what camera they view the game through some app. So if you want to watch the game, say, from the point of view of deep third man, you can do that.
Well, hang on, wait a minute. On the top of a deep third man fielder?
Yeah.
A camera on top of the head of a deep third man fielder, not just some boffin behind the fence there.
Well, no, it'd be a boffin behind the fence, looking at the angle from deep third man. I assume that's how it will
How
work.
will this improve our understanding?
It won't. It won't at all. It'll just be a little bit different. It won't.
True.
It won't look like Channel 9. Now, are they going to have fixed cameras behind the bowler? I assume they'll have to do that.
And what about the advertisers? Will we still have KFC involved? And, I don't know. I always want to say, the Commonwealth Bank, they might be sponsors of cricket.
Yes.
And,
Well, Magellan or whoever they were,
Yeah,
they've fallen over.
Yeah,
And I don't know what they do anyway.
No.
I went looking for some Magellan products, thinking, they must be great.
Cleaning products?
Yeah,
or-
I don't know what they do. It's some sort of financial products. And I thought, you beauty. I had a big win the other day.
tip it into
I might
Magellan.
go and see Magellan. Can't find them.
Yes, this is the Probe. It's our Winter Olympics special training on the big hill. It's a man whose time to shine has come, rampaging Roy Slaven, and back at the village with an extra clean bottle of gear camped near a hole in the wall. H.G. Nelson. Now, one thing that I did pick up in the coverage, the boss of Foxtel, Patrick Delaney, said his coverage, this is on the Foxtel, and don't ask me to explain what Foxtel have. I think they have the Big Bash.
They do. And the 2020 and the 50,
ODIs and
yeah.
some versions of 2020.
Yeah.
He said that his coverage would largely have a fresh vibe.
Oh, fresh vibe. Oh, I like that. Oh, I think that's great, a fresh vibe. In the same way, the Big Bash had a fresh vibe, didn't it? Because you had, for the first time, you had Ricky Ponting and Gilly and Mark Ward.
Mark Ward, that's right, and
They
Mark
were
Howard
great.
calling.
Yeah,
They were great. Will they have
great.
jobs?
Yeah, they'll have jobs. I assume that'll be the nucleus of the new calling team on 7.
Right.
You'd have to think.
Right.
I know there's a lot of interest in Gilly calling, not so much in, say, Ian Chappell.
No, I think Ian might be hanging up the hat.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well,
and
that'd
what
be a
about
loss.
Bill Lawry? See,
Well, he has to be part of it somewhere.
yeah.
And can I just point out, do we have to get a new narrative going here? Like,
Right.
I'm not sure where this cuts in. I think the 9 deal covers the next Ashes series.
Yeah.
And people listening will know this better than me. But where do the bands stop in
Yeah.
terms of, the Three Amigos in South Africa?
Yeah.
Look, I'd love to think that narrative is writ large in this new 7 Foxtel thing, the day the baddies come back.
Yeah. Oh, that'll be that'll be
written up.
huge.
And then you'll be able to see news footage, because
Yes.
they'll have review and crit.
That's
able
right.
to cover it.
They will.
of
They will.
The ball down the front of the
What
underpants
is
and
the
all that
future
sort of
there for Mark Nicholas, I worry about? Because
stuff. Well, doesn't he have a job with English cricket?
Bruce will obviously be the new Mark Nicholas in the team, who will gather those around him. Say he'll cut to Gilly. Gilly, how are you seeing this? Day one of the Test match. How are you seeing it? Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Well, the pitch looks lively, and I expect bloody blow off you go.
God, that's fresh, Roy. What
Yeah,
did
I
you say?
know.
That
And then-
that's brand new.
And then punter might burst in. Shut up, Gilly. Something like that to draw the eye. And Bruce say, you settle down, punter. I haven't called you in yet.
Yeah, we got 5 days to go here, lads. There's
Yeah.
plenty of time.
So that'll be great. And then maybe Damien Fleming or someone like that will burst in.
Damien Fleming.
Yes. Say, out of the way, Bruce. I'm here. Oh, Damo, sit down. Shut up, Bruce. You're out.
Yeah, your shirt.
That's fresh.
Yes, it's a Probe ATM camped on a milk crate with a fist of 50s is the branch manager and the brains of the operation, rampaging Roy Slaven and working a wheeze. For the big 4 with his charge of change is the cash-out comrade H.G. Nelson. Now, Shelley, M full stop, has just won the marathon for Australia.
Shelley.
For
Well,
Australia.
I know. And it's taken the world by storm and by surprise. No one was talking Shelley a couple of hours ago.
Now,
And can I just say, I hope people are still talking Shelley in a couple of hours' time. That's my dream. The other thing, HG, that 7 might do with their cricket coverage is, let's say Mitchell Stark's bowling, right?
yeah, I know where you're going, I hope.
Mitchell Stark's mum and dad wired up
In
in the studio with Bruce. How about that, eh?
That's fresh vibe,
Yeah,
all right there.
That's right, with Bruce and, say, Gilly and Mr. Stark. How proud are you of Mitchell at the moment? Yeah, I'm very proud of him. Is there anything you'd like to ask Gilly? Yeah. Gilly, are you proud of Mitchell, the way he's bowling? Yeah, I'm proud.
Can I go one further? Brandon, let's not forget Brandon Stark. Why am I remembering Brandon Stark, Roy?
Because he won gold.
Correct.
Gold.
In what?
Oh, God, good question. Some track and field thing, wasn't
Well
it?
done. Go
Gold.
further.
Gold.
Involved running
Gold,
towards
running.
something.
Gold.
Up,
200 metres.
No. Up.
Oh, high jump.
Yes.
So he could be
Yes. The Rooting King shirt is yours.
there. Ah,
Now-
so he could be there. Okay, Brandon. Now,
He's
what's
ju-
Mitchell like? What was Mitchell like as a kid? Brandon?
Yeah.
Mum and Dad, just shut up for a little while. Brandon, come in here, mate.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
How are they coming out on the jumping?
That's right.
First up,
Yeah.
you
Now,
know-
how high was Mitchell jumping? Did you ever jump with him in the backyard? Did you ever have a jump off, you two?
Can you jump over the cricket stumps? Can you jump over the picket fence? See, that's
that's
fresh.
great.
That's
Fresh.
fantastic. French. Sorry, fresh.
Well, why not get the French in? Andre Leconte, what do you think of cricket? Oh, it's so crazy.
Yes, this is the Probe Big Night Out, dolled up in the glitter behind the wheel of the Tesla, the designated driver rampaging Roy Slaven, and camped on the back seat, the melodrama in mascara, H.G. Nelson. Now, Roy Shelley, M. Fullstoff's just won the marathon. Yep. I'm just wondering if you can see a product tie up here, because let's face it,
Or like pikelets or something like that.
Shelley pikelets.
Shelley, marathon runner. Hi, I've just won gold at the Gold Coast,
Commonwealth Games.
and I love pikelets.
Yeah, you will too when you get your hands on a Shelley's pikelet. I mean, he might go that far, with his name on the product.
Yeah.
Now, look, a couple of quick
Or
things.
fish fingers. He might do bird's eye fish fingers. Hello. What gives me the strength to keep going? What about something like that? Or he could be interviewed by someone. Shelley, what's your secret? Fish fingers. What do you think?
Oh, writes itself, and it's great. Now, look, coming back to Peter Beattie's, remember the sedan chair and the 4x100, the people who couldn't find the right lane,
That's
and
right.
starting at Robina and walking all the way up
It's
to Carrara.
redemption for
Redemption
the
4x100 crew.
Yeah.
Now, do you think he'll mention rugby league in his closing remarks?
Oh, you mean pull out the wrong speech?
Oh, no, deliberately.
No, he's a professional.
No, wait a minute.
as a hook through.
Hook through, exactly. The thrill doesn't stop now.
No.
The thrill of these games can be relived every week in the best rugby league competition. This would be how he'd open up.
I suppose.
And then introduce some of the characters, and maybe, if it's possible, to do something for the show of taking off his jacket and having, say, just a little bit of redemption here for those who know, Cronulla Sharks jumper on underneath.
Yes.
Obviously, the bauble and chain and all that sort of stuff will still be there.
Yeah.
But
Well, could the 4x100 team that are carrying him in the sedan chair, could they be
Dressed in rugby
dressed in
league
rugby
attire.
league attire? Maybe St George and a
Four
Cowboy
different,
and
or the top four at the moment.
yeah, warrior.
What a lovely idea.
Not a warrior.
No, well, they're New Zealand.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, mixed signal. We don't want that.
Right. Now, I mentioned this because the boss of the NRL, this is Todd Greenberg, wants to see written repayment plan for Matthew Lodge's victims in New York
Oh, yes.
before any contract upgrade is registered this year. Now, this is a bit of old news because Matthew Lodge a couple of years ago tried to introduce rugby league into New York by kidnapping people
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
and threatening to kill them.
Yep.
Then, of course, he served his time in the normal court procedure, but in the civil court, the damages were awarded against the people he took hostage and so on.
Yeah.
But he hasn't done anything about repaying that debt.
No.
So, understandably, Todd Greenberg, the boss of the NRL, wants to try and ease the way forward here by suggesting that if there was an upgrade in the contract, that some of that money should be given over or garnished for the complainants in the civil action in New York.
Is it any of Todd Greenberg's business?
Well, that's the question I'm going to address.
Yeah.
Can I put it the other way around, though? Shouldn't we know more about how rugby league players spend their money?
Of course we should.
This week, some disturbing images bobbed up of rugby league players, having a snort a blow. They were penalised in the matter of things, but this
Had they purchased it or had it been given to them, HG?
Oh, no, that's an excellent question. I can't answer that
No, I know
because
you can't,
if they'd purchased it, if Todd Greenberg had been looking at the expenses of various rugby league players, they might have known some odd items of expenditure which weren't accounted for in the normal toilet paper. Bleaching,
you mean
dry
rugby
clean.
league players should have receipts for all monies that go out of their wallet or accounts.
Can I point out most people are using their phone or their card these days to itemise them
tap
up.
and go. That's
tap and go.
Yeah,
the bank will
So there's
sort it
automatically
out.
a receipt there.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So
Receipts
what we'd
in the
be
broadest sense.
okay. So
Receipts in
what
the
we'd be interested in, all rugby league players, is knowing how much cash they withdraw at ATMs. Is that what you're getting at?
That'll do. Or,
Well, that's not a bad start, is it?
Well, as you pointed out, and you can isolate any player you like, Sam Thaiday. I mean, how does I think people would be...
Fascinated?
Fascinated is exactly the word. And I was going to use fascinated and / surprised. I don't mean to be in a bad sort of way, just shocked.
Yes.
At how much, say...
Sam spends on fish fingers.
Correct, especially those promoted
by Shelley.
Yeah, that's right, the marathon winner at the Commonwealth Games. Yeah. What keeps him going? Fish fingers.
Fish
No
fingers.
wonder.
Yeah.
Sam Thaiday needs a lot to keep him going.
Well, Sam would think, gee, I need to keep going.
Caroline Wozniacki, 1.8 metres tall. Rory McIlroy, 1.7 metres tall. Another Sporting Probe fact.
Yes. Now, this week...
What you're asking for is transparency.
Transparency. That's right.
Absolute transparency. Rugby league transparency. Gold standard. That's what we need. You're right.
Gold standard.
Gold standard.
Hang on, we're doing. Is that what Peter Beattie's going to say tonight? The gold standard of these games will continue in other Australian sports. The rugby league will, from now on, have complete transparency, gold standard transparency in all expenditure of rugby league footballers.
Yep, something like that. And look, it's no big deal for rugby league players to keep all their receipts and maybe every Monday morning take them down to the police station. Is that what you're suggesting?
Online, I'd put them up online, and sure, sometimes you might go 5 years without anybody looking at them.
Yeah, but it's there.
It's there, and we know it's there. But then all of a sudden, your name bobs up in the, say, on somebody's phone camera footage doing something untoward. All of a sudden, rugby league and rugby league supporters may have an interest in looking at your receipts.
Right. And so this information posted online is available to the public to
access? To public, yeah.
For total gold standard transparency.
Thanks very much, yeah.
Thank you. Good.
What, if you're not doing anything wrong...
Why have you got what have you got to hide?
Thanks.
Yeah.
I've heard that somewhere else.
So have I.
Now, look, can I just move from rugby league to rugby union for a minute? There was some reports released this week, annual reports saying how they spent their money and what they,
total transparency. Was it gold standard HG or bronze?
I'm not sure about that. I think some people would think it wasn't quite gold standard, but this is the Fairfax people covered this, and it turns out the Rugby Australia is top-heavy organisation, meaning it spends a lot at the top and not much at the grassroots.
Right.
It's dangerously addicted to broadcast revenue. It hardly generates any money itself apart. Well, who would go and play and see, Australia lose to Scotland yet again?
Well, that's true. That's true. But I tell you what, that shoot shield gets people in, doesn't it?
It does. That's fantastic. It's locked into Super Rugby competition that is beginning to look like a burden. Now, I hadn't heard this.
No.
I think it costs them a lot of money to run the Super Rugby competition. By the time they fly teams to, to play the Argentinians and then over to South Africa every other week.
Okay.
And
what are they suggesting? That we know the rugby... we have a rugby competition, but actually no games are played because no one wants to watch them.
Well, hovering in the background, we've got Twiggy Squeeze's dry powder. For those who are unfamiliar with this, is that Twiggy Forest, Indo-Pacific.
Indo-Pacific competition.
Thailand v Sri Lanka.
Yeah. And that's on 7?
With Bruce calling.
Bruce?
Yeah, Bruce.
I think Bruce and Shelley, the marathon runners' parents.
Now, the fourth item here that the Fairfax people got was that the grassroots is living on crumbs. Meaning what happens is they put in all the money at the top and expect it to trickle down to the crumbs, where other sports, good and bad at this, put a lot of more money into the bottom and trickles up.
How does that work? What they're expecting is Folau. Let's say he's part of the top heavy end, which he is. Not singling him out for any particular reason, just because he's prominent. They expecting that Izzy should withdraw some money from the ATM and give it to some players.
Say the Randwick Rats.
Yeah, down to go to the Shoot Shield.
Shoot Shield.
Yeah. Oh, Izzy's here. Goes into the dressing room. Oh, g'day, Izzy. Got a couple of bucks? Yeah, sure, boys. Is that trickled down? Is that how it works?
Well, just coming back to the Super Rugby for a minute. In 2017, Rugby Australia spent $12 million on Super Rugby team, $27 million on Super Rugby funding, and $25 million on player payments for the RUPA costs. That's the Players Association. That's a total of $64 million. However, its total broadcast take, by far the number one source of revenue, only amounted to 61 million.
Oh, dear.
So they're 3 million short in a year.
Oh, no, that's not a business model that can work.
It's not, is it?
Is it?
See, Izzy's, that's where you need Izzy to help with his grassroots.
Give some money back to the administration?
I'm hoping that it works slightly differently. When he gets down to the shoot shield, his few bucks in the dressing room is going to encourage more players to come into the game and hence
pay more.
Improve the standards.
Okay.
Slow, but
it's
eventually what other model have we got apart from encouraging young people to do things?
Yeah, I didn't realise rugby was losing so much money. I mean, I know the product's rubbish, but I didn't think that was translating into
a business model. We've got a rubbish business model here.
Yeah.
But when you lose to Scotland, so you can only do it so many times before you go mad.
Well, that's true. That's true. I mean, if they started winning one or two matches against a New Zealand team, how long is it since we've beaten a New Zealand team? A hell of a long time.
You mean Bledisloe Cup
We've got a generation. No, I'm talking about
anything.
Your Hurricanes, your Blues against your Reds or your bloody Waratahs. It just doesn't work.
No.
We can't beat them.
No.
So there's the problem with your model. I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure on our stars, but I'd like them to win every now and again.
Yes, brothers and sisters, you're in the Probe Church of Hope. In the pulpit, the very Reverend R.R. Slaven with a special reading from Revelation on the evils lurking in marathon running. And nicking off with a collection plate, H.G. Nelson. Now, one thing that's bothered me for a little bit about rugby union, and you can see where the business model is in a bit of trouble. Let's leave the on-field action to sort out itself. I mean, rugby union, like most sport, is title. Some teams get dominance, and then apart from the Bledisloe Cup, where only New Zealand's ever had dominance in living memory. One thing I noticed was that the rugby union went big on supporting the stadium redevelopment.
Yes.
They basically...
What their modelling told them that the crowds would come.
If there were better stadiums.
Yeah.
So I noticed the boss, Raylene Castle of Rugby Union, said the reality of sport in Sydney, well, anywhere really, is that our fans deserves better quality stadiums so they can go and watch live sport. We've got proof point across Perth, Adelaide and Melbourne that if you actually give fans great stadia, they'll turn up and watch live sport. Well, this may be the case. It depends on what they come to watch.
Yes.
For instance, at the moment, St George Dragons are a very dominant side in the rugby league competition. So it's fair enough to say if they had a big stadium where they might be able to squeeze 40,000 in, then when they were playing the other top teams, they'd probably get them. But sadly, rugby union's nowhere near that.
No, it's not. And, we'll hang on even with that model, HG. I mean, St George do have a large fan base, but I can't remember the last time they filled a stadium.
Oh, no. I was having a lend of you.
Yes, it's rugby league. I mean, rugby league is for television.
It's a boutique visiting thing. Yeah. You need a really good pie and access to toilets and all those things that people now take for granted, which we don't have. No. We're not, across Sydney in particular, we're not blessed with toilets at sporting fixtures. No. Apparently, according to Rugby Australia, the better stadium promotes the sport to the next generation of young people and how important it is. And your shop front, that is, hence your participation numbers grow, meaning that if you get a great venue, crowds go along and think, oh, wow, cricket.
Isn't it great here?
I know. I'd like to be out in the middle.
Yeah.
Not sit here, but out in the middle.
Yeah, don't the Tars look good in this stadium?
That's right. Don't the Tars look good in this stadium? Now... Look, I don't know where this ends because basically I'm not sure that I can actually interpret what the current position of the New South Wales government is or relay what the current position of the New South Wales government is with regard the Homebush.
Well, a lot of things seem to be going a little bit pear-shaped, just speaking about, I don't know how things are the equivalent in, say, Victoria or South Australia. But certainly in New South Wales there appears to be infrastructural issues in all directions. The light rail was meant to be open today. Well, we have to wait another couple of years for that to be finished.
I don't think they know when it'll be done now.
No, and I don't think they know how it can be done.
No, or cost.
Or cost.
Yeah, how much it'll cost.
Then you've got the stadium issues. Nobody knows whether Stadium Australia is going to be knocked down, burnt, bulldozed, redesigned, or just a couple of toilets put in.
Or left alone.
Or left alone with 2 extra toilets. That's what I heard is the
Portaloos.
Portaloos, yes.
That's your base.
Yeah.
Base.
Yeah. As for WestConnex, bugger if I know.
Yeah.
There are tunnels going in all sorts of, the city is
Being assaulted
by tunnels
bulldozers.
that nobody knows where these tunnels are going to come out and who's going to go through them.
Oh. The other thing...
Or why?
Can I actually worry you even more? The MCG, I think, has just signed a deal
Yes.
to have the
A new stand.
the grand final there for up until for 50
2050
years.
or something, yeah.
Some enormous amount of time.
Yeah.
And as a SOP, non-Victorian clubs, that's, West Coast Eagles and the Crows and the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
They're not
The
Titans.
Suns.
Sorry, the
Chinese
team.
Yeah.
Suns. They're all going to be given access to be able to play more matches there through the home and away series. I don't know how this is going to work.
Right.
They're going to be using
So you're
every
going
other
to get
minute.
Fremantle playing the Suns at the MCG.
Yeah, as a practice match in case either of those teams made it to the grand final.
Right.
It's just getting really silly.
It is, isn't it?
And of course, these other venues are hoovering up events that may have, in the old days, or the old days, I'm not quite sure what that is or when that was, that would have come to Sydney to be part of the landscape.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I've just it's just weird. Thank goodness we've got people in charge like Peter Beattie.
I suppose so. I mean, what is missing is some sort of master plan.
Master plan, yes.
If Beattie was brought in, see, if the Berejiklian government and the Andrews government and the new government in South Australia, if they got Beattie in as a sort of...
Czar.
Yes,
a
a
sports czar.
Thank you. Someone who can cut through all the rubbish.
Yes. Who knows where to place the...
Yes.
Let's put this thing here.
Yes.
Shut up, you lot. We're getting this.
That's right.
100,000, yes.
MCG, I don't like where it's positioned at the moment.
Let's move it.
Let's move it.
Yeah.
See, a big plan.
I know.
WestConnex. All right, we've got tunnels here. All right, how about a tunnel to Brisbane? Wow.
I know. Now, can I point out...
With a couple of underground stadia on the way.
Underground stadiums?
Thank you.
100,000 seaters?
Yes, with toilets.
Every single one of us can have a life of greatness. Join me, Sarah Grimberg, as the world's most inspiring minds explain how. Listen for free to A Life of Greatness at podcast1.com.au or search Apple Podcasts. Podcast One.
Yes, it's the Probe tour of World War I battlefields. The man up front with a baton in his knapsack is the General, Major Rampaging Roy Slaven, landing off bombs. In the background to provide that realistic trench warfare smell is the putrid one, H.G. Nelson. Now, it's just been suggested to us, Roy, by our producer, that there could be a role in the cricket coverage, the new look cricket coverage on 7, for home and away stars. To be some way part of the commentary. I just picked that as a top-rating show, but you could go
Could
to...
work both ways. Why not have, Mitchell Stark with his brother appear in Home and Away, talking about Basil Zemplis calling the cricket in a scene with Alf.
Struth.
Stone the Crows.
I know.
Eh?
I know.
That's fantastic.
Gold.
And why not have, say, lunch break instead of the cricket show with Slats?
Well, what's happening to that? Do we know what's happening
Well,
to that?
well, that's obviously not going to be there. But there'll be something. Why not have cooking with cricketers with Pete and Manu? So, Mitchell Stark, what would you like for lunch, mate? Oh, how about a risole? Pete, can you do a risole? Sure, Manu.
I tell you what would even be better is cutting at the end of the over into the cricket kitchen. And Manu and Pete are there preparing lunch.
For the cricketers.
And the obviously the contestants.
Yes.
Have to come up with
and
something.
the parents.
By the parents.
Cricketers' parents.
And
We're all coming to lunch at Pete's place.
Wait a minute. And the parents of the people participating in the MKR show.
Yes.
They're the forgotten people here.
They sure are.
I mean, the contestants are fabulous. Imagine what their parents would be like.
Wow.
Now, if you want to get involved with the show you can. You'll simply only have to go to its...
Guest commentators. Commentating this week with Basil Zemplis will be one of the parents from the MKR stars of MKR's parents
I tell you-
coming in to call the cricket. How are you seeing it? It's great.
Can I point out the one to really get, which would really piss Ken off,
Yeah.
is to get Matty Preston's parents.
Wow. Yes.
How do you see Matty as a
Yeah.
judge?
Yeah.
You know, no, he's not very good.
He's not very good.
Yeah, he often misses his mouth with the fork. Now, getting in touch with the show, it's easy. RoyandHG at thesportingprobe.com.au. That's RoyandHG at thesportingprobe.com.au. You and the following people have, Roy.
Yeah, Richard, our South Australian correspondent from Hyde Park in South Australia, has been involved. He says to us, HG, did you see the snippet of Peter Beattie's press conference that was telecast on SBS News? He claimed the disappearance of the Cameroon and Sierra Leone athletes could impact upon other sports, such as rugby league.
What? How?
Does Beattie's inference mean that Australian rugby league players are considered a flight risk while competing overseas? That seems to be the suggestion. Has he received intelligence that rugby league players might decide to seek asylum in another country? Wow. Now,
Does Dutton know about this?
well, I don't know if Dutton might be the one prodding him. Just by being a rugby league player and doing what they do adds to our GDP, blah, blah, blah. Whilst in transit, he's suggesting, this is Richard, rugby league players travelling to overseas tournaments are to remain chained together and under constant surveillance. Similar to what you've already proposed, they should be housed in jails in whatever city they're playing and only released for the 90 minutes, to minimise any chance of defection after the games. Players to be immediately put back in chains and frog-marched onto the first Qantas flight back to Australia.
He's thought it through, hasn't he?
Has thought it through.
And look, regardless of flight risks,
Yeah.
shouldn't that be de rigueur for any travelling team from Australia?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? That's what they've got to make set standards.
Yeah.
Look, Mitchell Keating's been in touch. He's talking about the Winx magic, and obviously Winx / Chris Waller, the trainer of Winx. He thinks the story's worth a musical, Roy.
A musical?
Yes, and obviously involving Australian performers.
You'd have to have a singing horse
A singing horse.
for a start.
Well, it wouldn't matter. The back end wouldn't necessarily have to worry about so much the singing, but up front you'd have to have somebody like Guy Sebastian or Todd McKenny playing the front end of the horse so they can hold a tune.
Oh, right.
Unless are you? Has the king ever shown any interest in?
No, I couldn't say this. No, well, the king can't hold a note. Honestly,
No, fair enough.
it'd be unlistenable.
Yeah,
honestly.
Can I point out a very limited range? But I'm
Yeah.
talking about a pantomime horse here.
All right.
You know, back and front.
Oh,
you know,
with
obviously.
someone like Melissa Tkautz up front.
Well, that's a possibility. I had, obviously Guy Sebastian up front, but
wrong sex. Winx is
thanks.
Winx is a
Yes.
female. You'd have
I
to.
know, sorry. Yeah, I understand.
Delta
what you're saying.
Goodrem or something like that.
Delta Goodrem as the front
As
end of the
Winx.
horse. Yeah, the voice of Winx, and then every so often she might be, away touring.
Sure.
And so tonight, playing the front end of the horse, we've got now. I don't know, whoever you like, somebody from say Geronimo.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Playing the
not a
front of the
problem.
horse.
Or Olivia Newton-John.
Olivia
I guess
Newton-John,
that's- She'd be great.
Yeah.
She'd be great. And then what the songs would be about winning, I suppose. Oh, I've won again. Well, that's going to wear out
Well,
after
hang on.
25.
The Mitchell says that there should be space for someone like Brian Brown or perhaps Cameron Daddo, but I'm thinking that they would be playing the part of Chris Waller.
Chris Waller, yeah.
Casting the horse. I think it's fairly easy to cast Chris Waller.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm in New Zealand. Da, 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 da. That sort of stuff.
I want to win today.
Here we go, on our way, all that sort of stuff. And a bit of tap, soft shoe, up the back of the horse
here
float.
comes Happy Clapper.
That's right. Watch
Here
out.
comes Happy Clapper. That's sort of
And then
stuff.
the float goes off. And out of the back of the float comes the star of the show, Winx.
Wigsy. Yeah.
That's the first race, though. You don't know the drama.
Yeah. Because Wigsy lost its first race.
There's so much still
Starts
to
with
think about.
failure. Now, Janet Haddam has been in touch from the Bend. This is our Bend, Taylor
yes.
Bend correspondent. She'd like to bring your attention that Rexona have a deodorant named Cricket. In their television commercial, Usman Khawaja tells us, oh yeah, I've seen this ad.
I haven't seen this.
I've seen this, yeah. He says, you only have one chance to fail. Every ball can be your last. For a moments of pressure, Rexona. It won't let you down. I don't actually quite get having seen the ad.
Yeah.
Uzi goes out and pressure hits a 6, but I'm not sure what the relationship is between his hitting of the 6 and what he's put under his armpits.
No.
But anyway, she's talking about being laced with irony. Do you think Rexona had some part in Australia's recent ball tampering scandal? If so, should they be held accountable? Well, I don't know. Was there any suggestion that the big three were using Rexona when they were tampering? Any suggestion at all?
Hang on, turn a weakness to a strength here.
Yes.
We've had something to do with a bad smell in South Africa. It's got back. We've been using Rexona and have never felt fresher.
No, we're polishing better than ever.
Yeah. Wow. Look, a lovely story here that we overlooked at the time concerns the following a terrible. This is Kieran Burns wrote this one, but it was obviously in the news at the time. The terrible refereeing decision, Ivan Savidis, that's his terrible refereeing decision in Greek soccer. The chairman of PAOK-FC in Greece marched onto the field threatening the referee with a gun.
Right.
You may have remembered the images at the time.
Yeah.
This may have seemed reckless, but I understand that Savidis has proper training in the use of a firearm.
Oh, okay.
Disturbingly, it appears that neither Bert, our new Bert, or Henk Doot, who's still a dry powder as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the Socceroos, have any training in the use of firearms or have ever resolved poor refereeing decisions with weaponry. This does not bode well for the World Cup in Russia.
Right.
In any case, it's too late to have Michael Diamond train as a future Socceroos coach. That's an interesting thing there. Graham Arnold can begin his tenure with a full arsenal of soccer tactics. If successful, may I suggest Michael Diamond take up the teaching role at Burma Tomic's School for the Gifted. I mean, this goes back, joins a lot of things together here. The Tomic High School courses that might be available there, to future coaches and so on. But what do you think about the coming back to the...
I don't mind an armed coach. No. I mean, that's fine by me. If a level playing field, that's all I'm asking for. If a lot of coaches from overseas countries in Russia are going to be armed, packing heat, I think we've got to pack heat as well.
Yes, it's the Probe House of Cards holding all the aces, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and on the other side of the card table, the man with the fist of nothing, H.G. Nelson. Now, stars tonight, Roy. I know...
there'll be stars.
I know. Are you worried that you may be getting a call from Supremo Booty and asked to give up your seat so one of the stars of, say, one of the great shows that Seven has would sit in your seat?
Yeah, it's happened before.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it, But once I learned who the star is, if you like the star, it's fine. But if you think the star's rubbish, it's most upsetting.
And, when you come back and you think you've seen lots of great ceremonies, do you think this could be the best ever that you've been to?
I hope so, yeah. You always go with that anticipation, certainly to an opening ceremony, but also to a closing ceremony. You think, well, how emotional is it going to be? I always make sure I've got plenty of tissues, in case I just get too emotional. Yeah.
Well, as you know, I'm desperately worried that I'll blub off. Being consolable.
Yeah.
And there is good news from the person who collapsed on the, the Scottish runner.
Scottish marathon.
It seems to be that standard practice is that they take the collapsed person to hospital, which they've done.
And rehydrated them.
And it seems to be that he is expected to make a full recovery. So that's good news.
Good news.
Now, just a quickie here. Joseph Parker's team has hit out at a referee, Giuseppe Quartarone, I can't do this properly, after the Kiwi heavyweights unanimous points lost to British superstar Anthony Joshua in Carter, saying the Italian couldn't speak English. So it's a heavyweight boxing bout refereed by someone who can't even say box in English. Now, I'm not blaming him, but is the question I'm raising is...
But weren't the boxers schooled in a little bit of Italian to know what break means in Italian?
And
or
box on,
or back to your corners?
Back to your
You've
corners.
only got to know 3 things.
And count.
Yeah, well, the count you can work out.
And gestures, keep them up.
No.
Keep them up. No punching below the belt. All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if, and did you think
Or is gee, what an interesting question. Is there an international language for boxing?
An Aslan sort of language for
well,
boxing?
sort of, I don't know, a default Esperanto or something.
Yes.
I always assumed English was the standard
language
for boxing, but maybe I'm being a little English-centric in this regard.
You could well be, because Italy's produced some great
I
boxers.
suppose they have. You forget there are non-English speaking boxers, don't you? You asked me what the international language of golf is. Again, I would have assumed English, but maybe it's not.
Well, the thing is, I think that's the only thing I'd say about the Commonwealth Games that gives you a false sense of security.
Yeah.
I think the language here is English.
English, definitely English.
See, at least the Olympic Games gives the veneer of something else with French.
Yeah.
The bout, Parker became the first man to stretch the Olympic London Olympic champion, the full distance. But of scant consolation is Joshua, who took the WBO title, adding to his IBO and WA belts. At least he's got 4 of them now.
They're united now?
Yeah, they're united. Good. While not blaming him for the loss, it was referees Quartarton that Team Parker most took issue with at a post-fight press conference. When the ref came back, he couldn't speak English.
Right. And that annoyed one of the boxers more than the other.
It appears the loser.
Yeah, the loser.
The winner didn't.
The loser doesn't like Italian. Is that it?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, it's a very very melodic language.
Yeah, I know,
everything finishes in an O or an A. That's what it is. It's the great language of opera.
Yeah, I know.
You know, Puccini and all of that. I mean, it's the language of romance. You can see why it'd get up a boxer's nose.
Yes, it's the Probe International Space Station on the sniff for life out there, picking up pings from another galaxy. The astrophysicist rampaging Roy Slaven, and Outback working on his flat Earth experiments, the undergrad H.G. Nelson. Now, going back to what we were talking about before, venues. This is a very disturbing story. Melbourne, it appears, has emerged as a genuine rugby league centre, with Victoria snatching a host of big events, including more State of Origin and Test matches in the next 7 years, which includes the return of the All-Star concept next year.
The All-Stars?
Yeah, I'd forgotten about this.
How did that work? Who were the All-Stars?
Wow.
Rugby League All-Stars? What, a sort of pickup team from overseas?
Plays the best of Australia.
Plays our Kangaroos. Is that how it works?
Well, the NRL has signed unless it's Indigenous rugby league players versus non-Indigenous.
Yes.
Now, the NRL has signed a 7-year agreement with the Victorian government that will see 2 State of Origins played in Melbourne in 2021 and 2025. The Melbourne Cricket Ground will host the first game of this year's Origin series, more than 90,000 expected. Yep. The days of Sydney and Brisbane hosting 2 matches in an Origin series look to have evaporated, with the Origin to be played in Melbourne this year, ... on it goes.
Oh, okay.
A centre of rugby league.
Melbourne.
Hard to imagine, didn't it?
It is.
And, of course, this may be at a time when the Storm aren't as dominant as they have been. I may be wrong about that.
Yeah.
Well, feel as though
the Storm, well, Bellamy's tired, and you'd have to say what's remaining of the spine of the team, Slater and Smith, are looking a bit tired as well.
And it's so hard to know how the world of rugby league is going to develop. I mean, this deal that I think Eddie Maguire coughed up when he decided to play the grand final at the MCG till about 2042 or something like that is something which may, by the time the world changes so quickly and so completely in sport, which means that they'll be forced to on-sell those matches to somewhere like Port Moresby. Because Beijing, exactly, Beijing.
Yeah.
Or what my fear is that China will build a very big stadium in Vanuatu.
Well, I've seen the plans. I've seen the plans. And it's one of those venues, actually, that can be adapted to rugby league or rugby union or AFL or cricket. Mm-hmm. It's on huge ball bearings that move about. It's just
capacity?
Capacity anywhere from 20,000, depending, to 250,000.
250.
Depending
and
on
enough toilets?
What the sales are like. A toilet for everyone. Every seat becomes a toilet.
Yes, it's the Probe with Roy and HG. And remember, of course, if you've missed any of the Probe and you've arrived at this point, you might think, oh, what did they talk about in the first, say, 30 minutes? Did they cover the Commonwealth Games at all? Did they talk about Manu and Pete, etc.? Well, you can go to the podcast and relive all the disappointment of yet another Probe In and Out special. Now, Roy, just a couple of things we haven't talked about, and I don't want to get into personalities here, but I'm just wondering about Hill. Hill's been in the news this week. I haven't thought about Hill in a very long time. Where do we stand with Hill? What's it like? I understood the Pope made some comments in his Good Friday address concerning the positioning of Hill within the firmament and that it was shifting.
Oh, really?
So it may not be as bad a place as we thought.
Look, I think it's been poorly reported.
Oh, poorly reported.
I believe so. I think His Holiness HG hasn't changed the general view of hell. The first thing you've got to understand about hell is it's an absence of God.
Mm-hmm. Absence of God. Yeah.
So you've got to live in disappointment to begin with. Absence of God.
Right.
The other thing is you're burning all the time.
Yeah, the burning. That worries me.
Well, it would worry you because you're burning for a very long time.
Forever.
And Gracie Granell, to give him his due, was a Catholic priest, HG, as you know, and he gave a very sober assessment of hell to all of us as a threat. But, he's making comments about the way we were living, etc. He said to us, boys, men, imagine a lone swallow passing by a steel ball that is 200,000 kilometres in diameter. Imagine that. And its wing brushes the ball as it passes once a year. Mm-hmm. Boys, how long would it take that ball to be worn down to nothing by the brushing of this wing once a year? Imagine that. That is less than 1 second in hell.
Yes, it's the Probe, our final break for the morning, Roy. It's been a tremendous morning and we don't get many of these Commonwealth Games. We've got to have to wait 4 years.
I know. Was it worth it? Yes, it was. Has it been great? Yes, it has been.
Are you now...
Could it have been better? I don't think so.
I interrupted the final button there. Now, look, are you still calling for the Commonwealth Games to find a permanent home in Australia? Now, let's face it, Birmingham may be on.
Yeah.
Who knows if they can pull it off? They're being shoehorned into it because I think it was Durban. It might have been
That's
Johannesburg
right.
or Durban got the nod, but they couldn't come up with the budget. And
No.
mercifully, they put their hand up and said, we can't make it, sorry.
Yeah.
But are you hoping for a permanent home in Australia?
Yeah, look, I think the Gold Coast, it's
they've
such
done
a
it so
natural fit. And now when you think Commie Games, you don't... You think automatically Gold Coast now.
And are you hopeful that in the future that the name Commonwealth will be replaced with the word Australian?
Yes.
So the Australian Games?
The Australian Games.
Inviting busted-ass countries
Yes.
from around the world to come to Australia and get flogged by Australians.
That's right. Countries that, well, as we mentioned before, we can decide on what criteria we use, with being able to speak English being the main one. For English-speaking athletes.
Well, that's where we leave it for the Probe for this week. Plenty to chew over in the coming set of 7. We'll see you next Sunday for more probing and in-out work. Bye now.